Tabling of documents. Dépôt de projet de loi émanant.
Introduction of government bills. Statements by ministers. Reports from interparliamentary delegations. Presenting reports from committees. Introduction of private members' bills.
Reading of Senate public bills. Mr. Schmel, seconded by Ms. Thomas, moves that Bill S-228, an act to amend the Criminal Code, sterilization procedures, be now read a first time. The Honourable Member for Haliburton, Kawartha Lakes.
Thank you, Speaker. As mentioned today, I rise to introduce Bill S-228, seconded by the member for Lethbridge. This legislation is identical to the amended Bill S-250 that the Senate unanimously endorsed and sent to the House of Commons in October of 2024. S-228 directly confronts the abhorrent and ongoing reality of forced and coerced sterilization of women, Indigenous women, and other marginalized individuals in Canada, making it explicit in the Criminal Code that performing sterilization without consent constitutes aggravated assault under subsection 268(1. We send a clear message. Such acts will not be tolerated in our society. I want to express my deepest gratitude to Senator Boyer, whose vision and leadership have been instrumental in shaping this bill, along with Senator Wells. I most importantly honor the survivors. Some of them are in Ottawa today with us, specifically from the Survivors Circle for Reproductive Justice. Combined, their courage, resilience, and unwavering advocacy have brought the issue to the forefront. Without their voices and determination, this legislation would not be before us today. Let us now allow this opportunity to get passed. Now is the time to act, to protect the vulnerable, uphold justice, and ensure that such violations never happen again in Canada. Thank you, Speaker.
The motion is deemed adopted. When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Motions. Presenting petitions. The Honourable Member for Middlesex, London.
Present this petition to the House, which comes from firearms owners who are concerned about past legislation and new orders in Council, where the government targets law-abiding firearms owners. Petitioners say that Bill C-21 does nothing to tackle firearms violence, but rather adds red tape to law-abiding Canadians. They also describe how this bill does little to tackle the true source of firearms violence, gangs and organized crimes. The petitioners are calling on the government to repeal Bill C-21 and to devote greater resources to policing so that they can combat the sources of illegal firearms. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Hear, hear.
Presenting petitions, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I rise to present the petition today on behalf of Canadians who are concerned about human rights protections in India. And the petition summarizes: it calls upon the House of Commons to formally ensure that all trade deals with India, including the Early Progress Trade Agreement, Comprehensive Economic Partnership Agreement, and the Foreign Investment Promotion and Protection Agreement, are premised on mandatory human rights provisions, initiate targeted sanctions against extremists guilty of inciting violence against religious minorities in India, and lastly, Mr. Speaker, promote mutually respectful and mutually beneficial human rights dialogue in Canada and India. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Presenting petitions. Questions on the order paper. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Leader of the Government in the House.
Speaker, if a revised response to question 282, originally tabled on September the 15th, 2025, could be made in order for return, this return would be tabled in an electronic format.
Agreed? Agreed. Oh, sorry.
Then ask that all remaining questions be allowed to stand, please.
Agreed. Agreed. Requests for emergency debates. I wish to inform the House that I have received notice of a request for an emergency debate. I invite the Honourable Leader of the Opposition to rise and make a brief intervention.
You mortgaged your house. You took risks. You stayed up late, wondering how you'd pay the bills. Finally, after all that, a success. A wonderful business with 30 to 50 people, growing every day. And suddenly the phone rings. On the other end of the line, someone is threatening that if you don't pay millions of dollars to a gang, your house will be burned down, your children's bedroom will be shot up in the middle of the night, or your employees may be killed. Sounds like an extreme case, but now it has become the norm. Radical open door and open border policies by Liberals have allowed gangsters to visit this country, gaining visitor visas granted them without any criminal background checks. Catch and release laws passed by this Liberal government under C5, which lower the jail sentence for extortion with a gun, have caused the extortion crisis across this country. To put it in perspective, since this Liberal government took office, extortion is up 330%. In British Columbia, it's up 400%. In the Lower Mainland, it's up 500%. Countless families have received those threatening phone calls. Just the other day, I met with the sons of a lifelong successful businessman who was mercilessly killed by gangsters without any provocation. People are living in terror in places like Surrey, Northeast Calgary, parts of Edmonton, Brampton, Windsor, and elsewhere. Over the weekend, I attended events at numerous businesses where literally dozens of people have told me they have personally received the threatening phone calls. And so they lie awake at night wondering if a bullet will fly through their children's front window, or if they will be gunned down when they walk out the door. This crisis was entirely avoidable, but Liberal policies have provoked it. They have released the extortionists into the streets with lower prison sentences. They have brought foreign gangsters and criminals to our shores by granting visitor visas and opening up our country to terror. After much pressure from Conservatives, they finally agreed to ban the Bishnoi group, but too late. They let the Bishnoi gangsters into this country in the first place because they do not protect our borders, and their radical policies on immigration have endangered many of the very people who came here lawfully and legitimately. Mr. Speaker, if you look at these facts and you look at the numbers, you have no choice but to conclude that we have a Liberal extortion emergency in this country, that people are living in terror. And it is a shame that Liberals have allowed this crisis to form and grow. It is a shame that the very communities who have vested support in the Liberal Party are now the ones who are paying the biggest price for the violence and carnage that Liberal policies now unleash. And so we as Conservatives state clearly that extortion is a crisis after 10 years of Liberals, that we need an emergency debate to address this extortion crisis, and that we must enact a serious plan to end the extortion so that Canadian small business owners can go back to living their lives, creating jobs, serving customers, making life affordable again to this country. Our plan is very clear. Mandatory jail time to lock up and throw away the key for extortionists. Stronger borders to keep and kick extortionists out of our country. And a clear self-defense law so that people can protect themselves in their homes when invaded by extortionists or other burglars. Mr. Speaker, this is an emergency. We have the answer. Let us restore safety, tranquility, and peace to our streets.
I thank the Honourable Leader of the Opposition for his intervention. However, I'm not satisfied that this request meets the requirements of the standing orders at this time. Orders of the day.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, projet
Government orders, government bills, Commons, resuming debate at second reading of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act.
Le député de
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's a pleasure for me to speak today to Bill C-14, which is a fairly robust bill with a fairly broad scope. And we know that this is something that the House has been very interested in. There have been a number of private members' bills that go to the same subject, either largely or partially. And the debates have been very interesting here on the floor of the House and also in committee. So Bill C-14, according to the Minister, the purpose is to toughen up the rules around bail. But there are other aspects of the criminal code, including the youth criminal justice legislation, which is affected. Now, I haven't reviewed this exhaustively because there's an awful lot of material to it, but I would like to just set out a bit of the background surrounding this. So, contrary to popular belief, those detained pending trial, there have never been so many people in detention pending trial as there are now. And the standard used to be to release people pending trial, but it's gone from 64% of the prison population being those pending. That was in 2019. Now it's 72% for 2022 to 2023. So it's a very high rate of incarceration. And Canada doesn't necessarily look very good compared to other countries. The only country that exceeds us in this area is the U.S., and generally they're not an example anyone wants to follow. So it's a false belief that the majority of accused are released pending trial. Most of them are not. And it might be desirable to prevent any crimes being committed by people while they're awaiting trial. But if they were to be systematically locked up, that would only exacerbate the overpopulation problem in our jails. And jails are also known as crime schools, so it's not always a good thing to have everybody in jail. So keep that in mind too. What we also need to avoid doing is to give in to the temptation when analyzing the risk of reoffending. We need to avoid tying the hands of the decision maker. For example, when a judge looks at a person's criminal record, they look at the whole history and the nature of the offenses a person may have committed. There are all kinds of factors that judges take into consideration. They need leeway, they need discretion, and it's not automatic that a person is going to be released on bail. We need to resist the temptation that it is automatic and that the temptation to think that judges don't have the tools they need to make those decisions. So I have reviewed the bill fairly closely, but for now, my opinions are fairly general. And my first observation is that a judge's discretion is a central pillar of our justice system. And we need to be cautious about taking that discretion away from judges and tying their hands and predetermining the decisions that they need to make. This could force judges to do things that they might not want to do. I think as parliamentarians, we should be cautious. We should tread lightly in this area. And then there are some things that are contradictory in the bill. For example, Section 718 of the Criminal Code already sets out how sentencing is to occur. And this bill overlaps a bit when it comes to consecutive sentences. When there's reoffending, often there's a desire to impose a consecutive sentence, but that contradicts the principle under Section 718 of the Criminal Code, where it says that the sentence has to meet certain requirements, including deterrence and the reintegration of the offender, repairing the damage done, restorative justice, in other words, and promoting their ability to go back into society after they've served their sentence. So there are a bunch of principles around sentencing, and those could be pushed aside if consecutive sentences are to be imposed systematically. So there are things that we have already looked at in committee, including hindering access to under this bill, hindering access to critical infrastructure would be, or to certain infrastructure would be considered an aggravating factor. But there's a concern that this could be a hindrance or could affect freedom of expression if we're thinking of demonstrators. And so we need to be just careful. There are questions around what happens with demonstrators around certain facilities. And I think it's also important not to throw the baby out with the bathwater. There are some good things in this bill, especially when it comes to youth criminal justice. For example, one thing that's covered is an attempt to make up for a bit of a legal vacuum that exists currently. For example, in the case of a young person who's being investigated, and the courts have tried to make up for the situation, and now this bill would codify that. So the bill suggests that records should be kept for 2 years when an investigation into a youth is dropped. But in another case where there's a conditional discharge, the file is kept even longer. So it's weird that a record would be kept longer when the investigation is dropped than in other cases. So that's a bit of an inconsistency that we need to look more closely at. And then there's also other amendments to the Youth Criminal Justice Act. When it comes to violent offenses, in 2005, there was a court ruling, and the focus was put on the consequences for the victim rather on the description or the categorization of the actual offense. So this bill would change that, and it would now be, the focus would now be on the harm done, and in this new provision, psychological harm is included. So that's interesting to look at. But there are also some blind spots in this bill, things that are left out, and everything that has to do with armed offenses. There's a definition of violent offenses, which wasn't in the previous legislation, but everything involving firearms has been left out. And we know that this is a real problem these days. There are a lot of offenses committed with firearms, and it's very hard for the Crown to get a young person put in custody when they commit an offense with a firearm. So that's something the committee will have to look closely at as well, because that's one of the blind spots in this bill.
Grâce à plutôt la portion sur la LGPA.
Because the parts related to the Youth Criminal Justice Act are appealing, we suggest that the bill be sent to committee for a more detailed analysis. We want to protect things like judicial discretion, it should be an interesting discussion, and in my remaining few seconds, I would like to recognize one of my colleagues, the colleague who did some great work preparing our position on C-14.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I was surprised today in terms of the Conservatives' attempt to bring forward an emergency debate when in fact they're talking about the issue of extortion. Extortion is actually in Bill C-14. So there's a time in which we can actually see tangible actions being taken in order to deal with the important issues like extortion. I appreciate the Bloc's positioning seeming to support at least the bill going to committee. Does the member believe that it's in people that are concerned about extortion's best interest to, at the very least, see the legislation go to committee so that we can hear more about these types of important issues?
La députée de Saint-Jean.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. Mr. Speaker, I understand my colleague's question. He does seem to be drawing together completely separate issues. However, extortion, as it is viewed in C-14, is an important issue. But regarding the request for an emergency debate from the Conservatives, well, they were focused less on extortion in and of itself and more on the idea that people are being let into the country with a criminal past. So this bill and what the Conservatives are talking about are two separate issues that must be analyzed separately. On one hand, increased penalties for extortion. On the other hand, the idea of people being let into Canada who are more at risk of committing extortion. Questions and comments?
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable colleague for her speech. I think we can both agree that there are at least two key reasons for our criminal code and our correction system. One, the protection of the public, and secondly, the hope that these offenders will somehow be rehabilitated in prison. We know after 10 years of this Liberal government that they have failed to protect the public through their policies like C-75 and C-5. But what is less talked about is their failure to rehabilitate offenders. I want the member to talk about if she's aware of the early resignation of the Office of the Correctional Investigator and his concerns that this government has failed to fund programs of mental health in prisons that are essential to rehabilitating prisoners. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. There is a lot to unpack in that question. I'll go back to a statistic I gave at the beginning of my speech. Right now, there are more accused waiting for their trial than ever before. Do we rehabilitate enough? Maybe not, but I will note that keeping accused people in prison has a cost. And that cost is taking money away from rehabilitation. Do we even have enough funding for mental health and things like that? This is being underfunded. We are seeing a lack of funding. And I think what we can conclude from this is that systematically keeping people in jail awaiting their trial is not a silver bullet. It does not systematically lead to safer streets. Rehabilitation, however, is a key issue, and it does require more funding. Questions and comments?
The Honourable Member for Nunavut.
And I'd like to thank the member for her excellent speech. I think it's quite problematic that the Liberals tabled this bill with very little data regarding bail, and I think that a huge focus that needs to be happening at committee is to make sure that we're moving towards an evidence-based decision-making model regarding bail, and I wonder if the member agrees that the federal government must show its leadership by creating a framework for data collection regarding bail.
The Honourable Member for Saint Jean. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. It's true. Evidence and data must be used to make decisions much more than it is currently. Often you see media stories that are useful politically, but lead to political decisions that don't actually solve the problem. Unfortunately, when it comes to bail and people who are accused, if we had more data, we could make better decisions. That said, I do think the bill should be sent to committee because there are certain good things in there. If we completely agree with the bill, we are willing to vote it down, but there are some good parts in this bill that it should be sent to committee, and then we should take advantage of more data.
Honourable Member for Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have this opportunity to rise before the House and speak on Bill C-14, an act which seeks to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defence Act. Before I get started with my speech, I think it's really important to talk about the request for emergency debate that the member for Battle River Crowfoot, the leader of His Majesty's loyal opposition, brought forward. Extortion is an extremely real issue for people across this country. It's rising and it's unacceptable. In fact, I just received a message from a constituent, and I'd like to read it into the record. Hi, Dane. Not sure if you know what we're living through right now in Spring Meadows Estates, which is a community just west of Edmonton in my riding. Our neighbor is a victim of this targeted extortion. His house has been shot up twice now in the last 3 weeks. We live in fear. Don't go out after dark, and if we are out and it's turned dark, we are nervous to come home. I can't believe we're living this way. I shouldn't have to talk about things like this happening in a country like Canada, but this is what my constituents in what was once a peaceful rural community just outside of Edmonton are telling me is happening to them. And I know that the Leader of the Opposition has been going across the country speaking to business owners about the extortion attacks that they're facing in their communities. And it's clear that after 10 years of this Liberal government, that they have failed to tackle this issue of extortion. They've failed to put in the tough penalties needed to protect Canadians. In 2019, the Liberal government passed Bill C-75, which amended the Criminal Code to codify the so-called principle of restraint. This new legislation directed courts to release accused persons at the earliest opportunity with the least onerous conditions. The Liberals even doubled down on this failed legislative approach in 2022 by passing Bill C-5, which repealed mandatory minimum sentences and even allowed house arrest for the most serious of sentences. Minimum sentences were repealed for using a firearm in the commission of an offense, discharging a firearm with intent to harm, extortion involving a firearm, among other things. Folks in my area have been reaching out. They're concerned. As I said, a home was shot up twice. I had to read the news article twice because I thought it was the same article, but in fact, the same property was shot up twice. House arrest is now a consideration for offenses including sexual assault, kidnapping, abduction of a person under 14, theft over $5,000, arson, among others. You know, Conservatives stood in this House hearing the cries of victims and tried to reverse these nonsensical parts of Bill C-5 through the introduction of legislation from my colleague from Charlesburg, HoC St. Charles, his private member's Bill C-325 in 2023. But this Liberal government voted it down. In 2023, the Liberals started to recognize their failure. They were feeling a lot of heat from Conservatives and from Canadians, but they tried to get away with only making the most minor changes, the bare minimum changes to bail rules with Bill C-48. And I must say that this bill was far from sufficient, clearly far from sufficient to deal with the problems that we're facing in this country. Although this legislation created reverse onus provisions, the scope of those reverse onus provisions were so narrow that it didn't apply to the growing number of violent actions that criminals are committing in Canada. Earlier in this parliamentary session, my colleague, Conservative colleague, the member for Oxford, presented Bill C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act, which was voted against by the same Liberal government. For years, police have been calling for bail reform. Police and correctional officers have pointed out that there are very important amendments that should be made, very important provisions that should be brought forward in this bill. But after 10 years, and they're concerned that they haven't been brought forward in this Liberal legislation, but after 10 years of this government's soft on crime legislation, they're desperate to see any action from this government. And while Conservatives can support many elements of C-14, we believe that there is room for significant improvements with amendments. I want to talk a bit about the human costs behind some of the numbers we're talking about. We're talking about legislative policies and legalisms that can kind of feel abstract, but there are real victims that are dealing with the consequences of these actions. In July of this year, a young woman, Bailey McCourt of Kelowna, BC, was brutally murdered in broad daylight by her estranged partner. She leaves behind 2 young children, grieving friends and family. For those who don't know about this case, it's absolutely shocking. Her estranged partner was abusive. He was charged for assault. He was let out on bail. He was then convicted of this violent act, but instead of being sentenced and being put behind bars for these violent actions, he was released the very same day to await a hearing. Well, for those of you who know the story, it ends tragically. Mere hours and only a short distance from the very courthouse where that decision was made, he proceeded to go and murder Bailey McCourt and seriously injure a bystander who tried to help. It's unacceptable. In my riding, a criminal who was on house arrest went to the beach and took a young 5-year-old girl. And now this person is responsible for the death of this young girl when they should have been on house arrest. And they were on house arrest for breaking and entering with a weapon. Should these people be allowed to roam freely in our communities? They shouldn't. But that's the state of the law today in Canada, and it's unacceptable. Liberals have really failed when it comes to criminal justice, instead of being tough on those who are terrorizing our communities. And after finally getting through to the government after years of failure, Bill C-14 starts to do the important work of scrapping this failed Liberal bail policy. But Conservatives want to emphasize that unless we take strong action on the so-called principle of restraint by putting forward an equally, if not stronger, principle of public and community safety, if we do not presume detention when dealing with major offenses, violent offenses, then we are not seriously taking action that is going to result in people being safer in our communities. While this government is aiming to expand reverse onus on offenses such as violent or organized crime, auto theft, human smuggling, among others, we're calling on the Liberals to repeal the principle of restraint and restore strong, mandatory minimum sentences. And then people talk about minimum sentences and they think 10 years, 15 years, 20 years. Isn't that a bit harsh, they might think? And yet, we have the Supreme Court of Canada, which recently made a decision that a 1-year mandatory minimum sentence for people who knowingly possessed the most disgusting, the most evil images of acts of torture against children, some as young as 3, child sexual abuse material, formerly known as child pornography. 1 year was too much for the Supreme Court. I think Canadians look at that and they think 1 year is far too little. And yet we have a party in government that is beholden to the opinions of this judicial elite, which is so out of touch with what everyday Canadians see as right and just. We live in a democracy, and it is the people who need to decide. And the people elect us in this House to stand up and put in good laws that protect our communities from people who would traffic in the images of children, people who would shoot up houses in extortion scheme, people who would murder, people who would traffic firearms illegally. This bill creates uncertain outcomes in the charging of offenses. We advocate, as Conservatives, for restoring strong sentences for those who commit these serious crimes. We also call for the expansion of the reverse onus for a wider suite of serious crimes. Mr. Speaker, in summary, after 10 years of this Liberal government, after failed legislation, while there may be a glimmer of hope that this government is starting to recognize the errors of their way, we need stronger action today to protect our communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, if the member was sincere in his comments when he says stronger action, the Conservative Party could stop the filibuster on bail reform legislation. This wasn't a commitment that was made by the Prime Minister to bring in bail reform legislation. This type of legislation deals with the issue of extortion. Yet we got the Conservative leader of the party stand up today, say that he wants an emergency debate on extortion. Really? When he has the opportunity to instruct his caucus to pass this legislation to committee, then we can actually see some action on extortion. Why is the Conservative Party refusing to pass this important legislation, at least to committee, Mr. Speaker?
Great question.
The member for Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, I will not be lectured by that member or any member of this Liberal Party that for 10 years, due to their action, have failed to protect our communities with legislation that has released violent criminals on our street, violent criminals using firearms to extort our community, violent criminals who are assaulting women and then murdering them when they're released out on bail. I will not take any lessons from this Liberal government that wasted months and months to bring forward this weak piece of legislation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Yellowhead.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I've recently been to a penitentiary that's in my riding, and there's chronic amounts of underfunding and the overcrowding, and I'm wondering if the member can comment on, I know it's going to be difficult to make a decision on what the Liberals are thinking here, but maybe the member can comment on, is it possible that rather than building any extensions or new penitentiaries to keep criminals in, that they're just making the soft on crime bail, and that's their solution instead of actually keeping more criminals in jail?
The member for Parkland.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable member, my neighbour in Yellowhead, for that great question. You know, people think that when we put in strong sentences that you're going to see more and more people go to jail. Well, the facts show otherwise. When you have strong sentences, you deter people from going to jail. You make it so that the people who are committing offense after offense after offense that police have to deal with. In fact, when I was in my riding in Drayton Valley, I talked to an RCMP officer at the door who said he arrested a drug trafficker and saw them released mere hours after they were arrested. The fact is that our police are overwhelmed by this failed Liberal bail system, and we're seeing a revolving door justice system. Now, I talked earlier in a question about the Office of the Correctional Investigator, and he talked about this government's chronic underfunding of mental health and programs in prisons. Conservatives want to put people behind bars, but we want people who come out of prison to at least have the skills and the training and the better mental health so that they don't go and commit more crimes. And the Office of the Correctional Investigator is resigning 2 years early because this government...
I have to interrupt the member to give questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's unfortunate in terms of the response that the member actually gave to me in the first question. Let me give him a very simple question. And that is, bail reform legislation is before us today.
Yeah.
Will that member, will the Conservative Party agree to see this legislation pass before the end of the year? Will the Conservative Party give Canadians a Christmas present by allowing them to have bail reform before the end of the year? Yes or no?
Honourable Member for Parkland.
Mr. Speaker, that member knows full well the legislative process of this House, and that legislation needs to go through debate, it needs to go to committee. He knows that the Public Safety Committee and the Justice Committee have a lot of serious pieces of legislation before. He also knows that we have a chamber of sober second thought, the other place, we don't call it the Senate, and he knows that this legislation is not going to pass before Christmas. But Conservatives will support any legislation that seeks to make our bail system stronger, but we have pointed out that this legislation is extremely weak and could benefit from serious amendments. Thank you.
We have time for a short one. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a number of critics have spoken out with regards to this bill, saying it goes a certain distance, but certainly not far enough to protect Canadians. A big part of that is the fact that Bill C-5 and Bill C-75 are still intact, and they very much need to be scrapped. I wonder if the honourable member would care to comment on that.
Honourable member for Parkland in 20 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my honourable member from Lethbridge. You know, we who live in rural Alberta and close to rural Alberta know that Bill C-75 and C-5 have helped unleash a crime wave in our communities and communities across Canada. I actually witnessed a brazen attempted car theft of a Ford F-350 at a neighbor's house at 7 o'clock in the morning when people are going...
Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I'm honored to be here speaking for Markham Unionville. The Liberals claim that they want to balance firmness with fairness in Bill C-14. They claim that they want a justice system that works for everyone. This is a false equivalence. There is no everyone when it comes to our justice system. There is a value hierarchy, and there is only one spot at the top. Who do we choose to serve? Who do we build our justice systems around? Day in, day out, the Liberals have shown us who they truly value. They cater to the common criminals. And fairness for the thief, the murderer, the drug dealer, and the firmness for the honest citizen, the compliant taxpayer. They do not value the everyday hardworking Canadian upon whose backs this nation was built. We are treated like a tax farm to be extracted from and then to be fed to the bandits like some sick joke. The world that the Liberals have legislated into being through C-5 and C-75 is madness incarnate. Mr. Speaker, human narratives are post hoc rationalization. We commit to the position dedicated by our incentive structures, and then we invent reasons for why we took this given position. The metaphor I have encountered that captures this dynamic equates our gut instinct to an elephant and our rational mind to the elephant rider. The elephant moves around any which way it wants, and the rider invents the reasons for why the movement occurred. The Liberal elephant is committed to sit with criminals, and the Liberal elephant rider creates narratives to justify soft on crime policies. The principle of restraint is embedded at the very core of the Liberal doctrine on justice, so much so that even though they were forced to make numerous concessions to conservative advocacy around the errors of C-5 and C-75, they have still left this principle unchanged in Bill C-14. Mr. Speaker, let me remind this House what Bill C-14 really is. It is a direct Liberal admission of failure regarding their soft on crime policies without altering the underlying pro-criminal commitments that undergird their doctrine of justice. We have a good parallel to this in world of science. Scientific dynamics paradigms are worldviews. They are ways of looking at and interpreting bodies of facts. We can look at the facts of physics through the paradigm of Newton and the paradigm of Einstein, but we can never hold two competing paradigms at the same time. It is because we are totalizing ways of looking at the world. In what we might call a justice paradigm, the Liberals are committed to catering to criminals. When they speak of restraint, they speak only of their favorite little lawbreakers. There is no room to look at the world from the worldview of the everyday Canadian when the Liberals have chosen to take up pro-criminal paradigm of justice. Mr. Speaker, this has been a prolonged build-up for what is a very simple solution. The Liberals must know in their hearts of hearts, that they need to go all the way and repeal Bill C5 and C75 in full. They keep saying that they are a new Liberal government, that they are different from old Liberal government. Well, my colleagues, show us. Bill C14 succeeds from a pro-order status lens, where it is moving in the direction of undoing the damages of C5 and C75. This bill fails wherever it retains the principle of restraint. There can be no balance in our system of justice between competing worldviews. The Liberals need to take one path and go all the way. What Bill C14 represents, Mr. Speaker, is a patchwork of compromises. They have found such a big tent that competing factions sit uncomfortably together under a single roof. The ideological incoherence in Bill C14 maps to the incoherence of the Liberals' factional support structure and the basis of power. To use an earlier metaphor, the Liberals have more than one elephant, but only a single elephant rider to post hoc rationalize policy commitments to the entire world. What a mess. The Liberals will be perpetually looking into half measure to keep a tenuous coalition together. Mr. Speaker, with the remaining time, I want to outline some potential positive directions for Bill C14 if the Liberals accept my commentary on the justice paradigms. First of all, the Liberals need to put law-abiding Canadians first by choosing to commit to the maintainers of order. It is already impossible to hold the principle of restraint as a core value. When we put something together at the center of our value hierarchy, we will necessarily build a new system around it. Secondly, once the public safety of law-abiding Canadians is set as the true north of our justice paradigm, it becomes impossible to uphold the errors of Bills C5 and C75. Restoring mandatory minimums and ending the catch and release system and removing the house arrest option for serious offenders are the logical consequences of accepting a new set of priorities. Finally, the Liberals will have to come to terms with the big tent and prune the factions that are clearly against the well-being of law-abiding Canadian and the productive society that they enable. The principle of restraint for criminals is a principle constraint on our productive economy. In conclusion, I want to remind the Liberal colleagues that the situation with our justice systems has deteriorated to such an extent that this is no longer a question of partisan politics. If you continue with this patchwork of compromises, what will the spillover effects be? How many more Canadians need to be shot dead in their own homes by repeated offenders for this systemic madness to bleed into genuine societal chaos? We're not talking about riots in the streets, though that is always possible. We are talking about the everyday chaos of low-trust society, a slow and steady descent into balkanization and tribalization when citizens see that they cannot trust their justice system to serve their interests. If the Liberals continue to wine and dine our luxury beliefs of constraint for criminals, at least of their concerns will be fractioning of their own coalition. Fear the fracturing of our society and the tax base that fund your capacity to engage in those ludicrous luxury beliefs. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
And comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And, you know, I think that we found out from one of his colleagues a little bit earlier that the Conservative Party has no intentions on passing Bill C-14. And Bill C-14 is a reflection of what Canadians actually want to see.
That's right.
Is a part of the Prime Minister and the Liberal caucus's campaign commitment. Canadians overwhelmingly, never before has as many Canadians voted for a political party as they did for the current Prime Minister in the last election. This was an election platform commitment. Will this member agree that this legislation should be able to pass before Christmas?
Here, here.
The member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague across the aisle for that question. You know, if the Prime Minister is serious about delivering his promise, he should attack the fundamental and the root cause of this problem, and that is to repeal C5 and C75. As I said in the speech, let's not fool around with more compromises. Let's get at the root cause of this problem. We hear this from our Canadian citizens. We hear this from our police force. Let's fix this once and for all and stop fooling around with all these compromises. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Lethbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals keep saying that Canadians want this legislation. It's true that Canadians certainly want change. They want to make sure that their communities are safe. They want to make sure that people can walk in the evening and without fear. They want to make sure that businesses can operate without being shot up. Certainly Canadians, they want that. They want to know that the safety and security, the well-being of their communities is protected. This bill, however, C-14, does not go far enough. I wonder if the honourable member, my colleague, would care to comment further on that.
Member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my colleague from Lethbridge. So as I said earlier, we are hearing from Canadians, we are hearing from the law enforcement that the current bills and the existence of C5 and C75 are not working. In fact, over the weekend, we had a seminar on the crime, and we had a very emotional testimonial from an elderly couple who have lost their 25-year-old daughter. And that is the reason that we need to fix the fundamentals of what is going on. Let's not give bail to all of the repeat offenders. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. The Chief Government Whip.
With all due respect to the member, he didn't answer the question that the parliamentary secretary asked about letting this bill go from this point to committee. And then the member from Lethbridge then asked him a question about what's wrong and why this bill doesn't go far enough. But the whole point to letting this bill pass at this stage is so that it goes to committee so it can then fix the stuff that apparently the member from Lethbridge and this member and all Conservatives don't think go far enough. So why won't Conservatives let this bill pass so that it can go to committee so that their concerns can be raised?
The honourable member for Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the question, but again, I think what we've been looking at is this Liberal government, even when bills are sent to committees and recommendations were approved, this Liberal government still ignores it. So I'm not sure whether we're going to be addressing this issue, and I think what we're appealing with is get the fundamental fix. Let's repeal C5 and C75. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Madam Speaker. I don't believe the Conservatives, or Mr. Speaker, I don't believe that the Conservative Party of Canada is listening to what Canadians are saying. The Canadians want bail reform. This Prime Minister, every Liberal member of Parliament, is wanting to see bail reform. The roadblock to achieving it is the Conservative Party. On the one hand, the Conservative Party say they want bail reform, but on the other hand, they're denying every Canadian bail reform.
I have to interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary to give a chance for the member from Markham Unionville to respond in 20 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the comment from the Liberal Party. So the point is that this fundamentally does not address the issues that are laid out in C5 and C75. So let's get to it. Let's repeal C5, C75, fix the problem fundamentally, And it's
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Newmarket Aurora.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Canadians have been clear, painfully clear. We need a justice system that is respected by those who break the law and trusted by the people who live with the consequences. We need laws that actually protect families, not laws that look good on paper while leaving our communities vulnerable. Trust cannot exist without real accountability. When offenders face symbolic consequences, not real ones, the system loses credibility and communities lose confidence. Just a week ago, Parliament had a chance to change that. Conservatives introduced the Jail Na Bail Act, a common sense bill that the Liberals voted against. It would have put public safety first, replacing the current principle of restraint with a principle rooted in reality, that the safety of Canadians must come before the convenience of offenders. It would have created stricter bail rules for major offenses, the kinds of rules that shatter lives: firearm violence, sexual assault, kidnapping, home invasions. It would have strengthened risk assessment so that the bail could be denied when reoffending is reasonably foreseeable, not only when it meets the far higher bar of a substantial likelihood. And how did the Liberal government respond? They voted against it. They voted against protections, against safer streets, against the frontline officers and first responders who ran towards danger while others ran away. And now the same government that weakened the guardrails of our justice system claims that Bill C-14 will fix everything. Mr. Speaker, C-14 is not a solution, not a complete solution. It is a hollow echo of the Conservative proposal, a half measure drafted by a government that still refuses to acknowledge the crime crisis unfolding across this country. The Liberals unleashed a very dangerous experiment in Canada. Weak bail laws, weakened penalties, and a justice system that prioritizes release over responsibility. And Canadians have paid the price. Violent crime is up 41% since 2014. Homicide, sexual assault, and extortion all higher. Neighborhoods traumatized, lives shattered. And still, Bill C-14 refuses to fix the root of the problem. First, it keeps the principle of restraint, the very rule that instructs the courts to release offenders as early and as easily as possible. Second, it refuses to restore mandatory minimum penalties for violent firearms and weapons offenses, penalties this government eliminated under Bill C-5. Third, it still permits house arrest for serious crimes, including some trafficking-related and violent offenses. Finally, it fails to introduce a presumption of pretrial detention for repeat violent offenders, the people who repeatedly terrorize communities because the system lets them. The government weakened the guardrails. Now they offer a Band-Aid solution. A Band-Aid for violent crime, a Band-Aid for intimate partner violence, a Band-Aid for human trafficking. Mr. Speaker, Band-Aid solutions are not enough. Since entering public life, one of the hardest truths I've had to confront is how deeply human trafficking affects our communities, including my community in Newmarket, Aurora. You don't see it often in the front page of the newspaper. You only see hints of it. A help poster in the bathroom stall, a number tape beside a sink, and behind all those small signs lie devastating stories. Slavery may have been abolished centuries ago, but today, in our own neighborhoods, there are young girls and boys being treated as commodity. Children children reduced to property. Human trafficking is the fastest growing crimes in Canada. Profits have skyrocketed. Online recruitment has exploded. Victims are younger, more vulnerable, more isolated. And what makes this crime so sinister is what traffickers themselves call breaking the spirit. It is deliberate, violent, psychological assault on a human being until they no longer recognize their own worth or their own voice. This is happening in Canada, on Canadian soil, in communities like ours. In Bill C-14, it scratches the surface. It may make it slightly harder for traffickers to get bail, but it does almost nothing to strengthen sentencing, victim protections, or enforcement. Human trafficking of minors once carried strong mandatory minimums that deterred predators. The Liberals weakened or repealed many of them, and Bill C-14 does not restore them. Cases collapse into reduced charges through plea deals, and C-14 does nothing to stop that. Victims are often left in the dark when their traffickers are released, and C-14 does not fix that either. When a crime is this vile, this morally repugnant, half measures are not enough. Just a few weeks ago, a jewelry store in Upper Canada Mall in Newmarket, in my community, was ambushed by a group of mass robbers. They smashed the display cases, terrified shoppers, and shattered the sense of safety that families rely on. Last weekend, it happened again. The same mall, just another store. This time, a police officer and security guards were pepper sprayed. And the message that this sends is unmistakable. We can do this because nothing will happen to us. This is what weak bail laws create, a culture of impunity. A revolving door where offenders are back on the streets before the paperwork is done. And who carries the burden? It is the families. It is the business owners. It is our brothers and sisters, our neighbors, our employees. Seniors walking the mall for exercise. Parents deciding whether it is still safe to bring their children. And while Bill C-14 adjusts some bail considerations, it still allows release on the least restrictive conditions, even for crimes that target the very sense of safety of a community. For gang-related robberies, auto theft rings, home invasions, extortion, coordinated retail attacks, public safety must be the first and central consideration. Mr. Speaker, I remember a Canada where you could walk at night without fear, where parents didn't think twice about letting their children go to the mall or ride their bike, where safety was not a luxury, it was quiet, taken for granted, and it was a part of our daily life. That freedom is being fractured. We need strong laws that confront the crime wave unleashed by weak bail policies and weakened penalties. Canadians deserve to feel safe. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I heard the member in her speech talk about violent crime, also retail crime that's happening at a jeweler. This bill, C-14, addresses this exact issue so that these types of criminals that are doing organized retail crime do not get back out on the streets. It also addresses home invasions. It addresses auto theft. It addresses violent criminals. It does many, many things, Mr. Speaker. There's 80 different changes of the criminal code in C-14. So I would like to know what is holding the Conservative Party up, why we can't get this bill to committee and get it passed as soon as possible.
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
C14 does not repeal C75 that brought the principle of restraint. What I'm even more concerned about is that it took the Liberals 6 years to learn that there is actually a wave of crime happening in Canada. The principle of restraint is not working, and yet C14 still directs that if release is ordered, it must be on the least onerous conditions necessary. This is what breeds violence and crime in our communities.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, Bicashrenog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for another intelligent speech. We are studying violence against women and girls in our Status of Women Committee, and we heard testimony yesterday that the reverse onus provision that's in Bill C-14 doesn't work. That as long as people come with a plan, the judges tend to say, okay, out you go, back on bail. And so could the member comment on what would be a stronger measure that she'd like to see in this bill?
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
Mr. Speaker, in 2022, the Liberals brought into place Bill C-5 that took away mandatory minimum sentencing that were brought under the Harper government. Bill C-14 fails to do two main things. Only a partial reverse for house arrest eligibility and does not reinstate mandatory minimums. This bill failed to make real sentencing reform and puts our communities at risk. And recently, the Supreme Court of Canada ruled against a one-year mandatory minimum for cases involving child pornography, and the Liberals did nothing about it. As a mother, I am disgusted that the Liberal government does not take crimes against innocent children seriously.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
That is absolutely false, Mr. Speaker. We are taking these crimes very, very seriously. And in fact, that is why the second bill that we presented in this House was C2, which gives law enforcement lawful access tools to be able to catch pedophiles, to be able to catch child predators, online, to be able to catch extortionists. It is the Conservative Party of Canada that had it removed and moved into another bill. So why is it the Conservative Party of Canada is failing to be the partner that it ought to be when it comes to public safety in this House of Parliament?
Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora.
I will repeat myself, Mr. Speaker. C-14 fails to do two main things. Only a partial reverse of house arrest eligibility and does not reinstate mandatory minimums. As a Member of Parliament for Newmarket Aurora, I send monthly surveys to my constituents, and crime is one of their top concerns. And it's not only because you now watch it in the news. You hear it from your neighbors, you live it, you see it in the mall. Crime has been increasing, and if we take a step back, we know that this is the result of the Liberal bill reform, and they're not repealing Bill C-5 or 75.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable for Regina Louvain, a short one.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And we are discussing bail reform. One thing that I find amazing from the Liberal side of the aisle is that they just think there is an act of God, and these laws have now, they need to reform these laws. They don't finish the answer and say, we need bail reform because they have bungled this file for the last 10 years.
Yep.
And Bill C-5 and Bill C-75 were the reason why we need bail reform. They messed it up. Why do we think they're the ones that can fix it?
The Honourable Member for Newmarket Aurora, in 25 seconds or less.
Thank you. I agree with my colleague. This is a direct result of 10 years of this Liberal government's weak bail laws. Are the consequences that our communities are living through. And it is a little bit hypocritical that they appear to feel so strongly about it when we, the Conservatives, put the Bill Not Jail Act forward for vote and voted against it.
Reprise de débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. We're here today to speak to Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, which offends the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defence Act. Canadians have for a long time expected this Liberal government to take serious measures to put an end to violence in the community all across the country. Since 2015, this government has made releasing violent offenders a priority instead of protecting innocent Canadians. The fact is that there are now dangerous criminals on our streets and in our communities, and Canadians feel less and less safe. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, there have been countless victims. Savannah Kula, mother of 4 children, killed by a criminal who was out on bail in Brampton. Bailey McCourt, killed just 3 hours after a criminal was released on bail in Kelowna. Hong Trang and Ban Tu Wang, killed by a criminal released on bail in Edmonton. In Manitoba, a criminal killed his sister when he was out on bail. Mr. Speaker, out of respect for them and their families, we need to go further than C-14, for them and in their memory, and so that there are no further victims. In his comments on violent criminals in Winnipeg, the mayor, Scott Willingham, the mayor of Winnipeg, said that it's always the same offenders who repeat offend violently. After many warnings to this government, I'm still a bit confused. Here on this side of the House, we Conservatives have called on the Liberals to abandon their bail system for years. Why have they waited so long? A few years ago, the Liberals passed things like C5, C75, and both of those bills increased crime and made our communities less safe. C5, which repeals mandatory minimums for serious offenses involving firearms and drugs. And then C75, the Liberal catch and release bill. These are the pillars of the Liberals' soft on crime program. It's hard to believe that a policy could deliberately pass legislation that would reduce the length of prison sentences for the most dangerous people in society. As a result, Canada is less safe today than when the Liberals took office. Mr. Speaker, the numbers speak volumes. Here are the stats since 2015. Violent crimes up 55%. Crimes involving firearms have gone up 120%. Extortion, 330% increase all across Canada. That's a massive increase. Sexual assault up 76%. Murder has shot up 29%. I think most Canadians would agree with me that this has been one of the biggest failures, if not the biggest failure, of this Liberal government. In early October, the Conservative team moved a motion calling on the House to immediately enact my colleague from Oxford's Bill C-242, which is jail, not bail. It's no surprise the Liberals rejected it. They don't take this seriously at all. It took 7 months since the Prime Minister promised to reform the bail system in Canada, and he continues to delay measures to make our streets safer. Canadians have waited long enough. Though I'm happy to see this subject being dealt with, C-14 is still inadequate to protect our communities. First of all, the principle of restraint remains intact. So the bail culture remains. We need to toughen up our criminal justice system so that the most serious criminals cannot be released. Secondly, the mandatory minimums that were repealed in C5 have not been restored. We need to repeal C5 in order to guarantee that criminals who commit firearms offenses or sexual assaults or human trafficking offenses, those people need to be incarcerated rather than under house arrest. The Liberals have weakened our bail system, leaving criminals out on our streets and unfortunately making our communities less safe. The solution is to start, C14 is a starting point, but it doesn't go far enough to address the crisis Canadians are facing. It does not change the weaknesses in our bail system. And the same thing goes for C4, which is supposed to make life more affordable for Canadians. The Liberals since 2015 have caused a cost of living crisis, but unfortunately this government is just deepening the inflationary spending and deficits. I was hoping that C14 would be different. I hope they will be open to our amendments, but I have my doubts. Conservatives led the battle to reform the bail system. I'm proud of my colleagues who fight day after day for our communities to make them safer, but there's still a long way to go to reverse the failures of the Liberal government. And C14 is just a beginning. Unfortunately, it doesn't go far enough. Mr. Speaker, my priority will always be to build safer communities. And I'm delighted with the work we've done to reduce violence, but we need to go further on behalf of the victims who I mentioned a bit earlier in my speech. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have called for tougher bail, and as part of our plan to put an end to crime and make our communities safer. Our plan includes a certain number of priorities that we would like to see implemented by this government. We'd like to have a 3 Strikes Act to keep repeat offenders behind bars. Everyone agrees that the most dangerous criminals should not be free and out on our streets. We'd also like to see mandatory minimum sentences for repeat offenders. After 3 strikes, we propose 10 years minimum of hard time by keeping the most dangerous people in jail longer. That will give them time to rehabilitate themselves. We'd like to have repeat offenders designated as dangerous offenders so that they can't be freed, and they shouldn't be freed until they've demonstrated that their conduct is above reproach. There should be training to improve their skills so that they can contribute to society when they're released, and so that they themselves can be proud to participate and get their lives back under control. Repeat offenders are dangerous. That's why we should not release them until they no longer represent a danger to society. This should be done for the sake of all Canadians' safety and the future of our children. Mr. Speaker, we need to go farther than C14. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Questions and comments?
The member for Yorkton Millville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I really appreciated the comments that my colleague had to the condition of this particular bill and to recommendations. I'm sure as he's been listening, he has heard from the member across the way constantly asking, are we ready to do this? Because we are in a crisis. And of course, having been here a decade now, I can tell you what this government does is to delay, deny, until finally Canadians have had enough, and then they start to act. And now we are finally acting to some degree on these terrible bills C5 and C75. I would like to ask him what he thinks this government has done in lieu of doing the work that they should be doing to get this in front of the House over 5 years ago.
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my colleague for her question. Naturally, the government should have put in place a strong law much earlier. There are victims who have become victims because the Liberals dragged their feet when it came to criminal law reform. Unfortunately, some people have already been victimized, but we can now get going and work to improve C-14. We do want the government to go farther than what they're currently proposing. Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
The Party of Canada has demonstrated inside the House that they have absolutely no shame. They do not understand, nor do they appreciate the fact that this was an election platform issue. We have provinces, we have municipalities, we have many stakeholders, including law enforcement officers, that want to see C-14 passed. They come up with these lame excuses as to trying to justify their inappropriate, disrespectful speeches that they have been providing to date to try to justify that they don't want to see this legislation passed before Christmas. I find that sad and unfortunate, and Canadians will pass judgment at some point in time in terms of their behavior on their rejection of bail reform legislation. Can the member justify to his constituents why they won't pass this legislation before the end of the year?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, with all due respect for my colleague across the way, the Liberals have been in power for 10 years. They've done nothing for the past 5 years, and now suddenly, they see the light at the end of the tunnel. The light at the end of the tunnel, and they want to pass a bill in 3 months. Nothing at all for 10 years, and then suddenly they want to pass a bill in 3 months. They see the light. Maybe they should show respect for Canadians. We will do the work that in a way, we need to.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, so thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm wondering if the member can reflect on the fact that we have stakeholders, as I've indicated, law enforcement, provinces, municipalities, Canadians in general, that want bail reform legislation. This Prime Minister, every Liberal member of Parliament, is wanting to see this legislation passed before the end of the year. Does the member not recognize that instead of putting their self-political best interests of the Conservative parties, that they should put the interests of Canadians and allow this bill to go to committee, in fact, allow it to pass before the end of the year?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska. Mr. Speaker, I'll give the same answer. For 10 years, this government has done nothing at all. For 5 years, we have been asking them to do their jobs, and now suddenly, they see the light, and they came up with this bill, and they want us to pass it in 3 months. Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Liberal government. Here, we are serious about our work. We are working on behalf of Canadians, and we will continue to do so.
We have time for a short one. The Honourable Member for Sarnia, Lambton, and Bickershawnog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my colleague for an excellent speech. The real problem with Bill C-14, it does not remove the principle of the least restrictive punishment at the earliest possible opportunity. That is the problem, and that is the reason that this is not going to fix crime. Would the member agree?
The Honourable Member for Richmond Arthabaska, in 20 seconds or less. I would like to thank my colleague for her question. That is exactly one of the problems that we should be working on in order to improve this bill. We cannot pass it as the Liberals want us to. They've done nothing at all for the past 5 years, but we will do the work. We will improve this bill, and we will fight for Canadian safety.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you, Speaker, and I'm grateful for the opportunity to rise today, realizing the gravity of this debate for millions of Canadians. For those who are new to our country, which at some point most of us were, or our ancestors were, Canada was a safe harbour with a reasonable guarantee to live out life free from harassment, harm, or extortion. It meant peaceful communities where front doors were often left unlocked and you had little to fear of having your car stolen while you slept. It meant you could enjoy Canada's vibrant city life knowing the streets were safe and stopping illegal drugs and firearms were a priority. It meant the most dangerous criminals were kept behind bars where they belong, not continually passing passing through a revolving door from our courts and back out into the streets. It meant that we had a federal government that protected your family from these harms through the strictest possible laws while ensuring they were enforced in our courts. But after 10 years of this Liberal government, the reality is much different. Terrible legislation, like Bills C5 and 75, demonstrate the consequences of reckless ideological Liberal policies are real. Since 2015, violent crime up 55%, firearms crime up 130%, extortion has exploded 330%, sexual assaults have risen 76%, and homicides are up 29%. In fact, a new report just released by the Macdonald-Laurier Institute analyzed crime data from 20 metropolitan areas representing nearly 2/3 of Canada's population. It found that Canada's violent crime rate has climbed steadily since the middle of last decade. It's been an era defined by lenient bail, soft on crime persecution, and police sources stretched way too thin. As stated in the report, quote, the latest evidence suggests that the problem is broader and more entrenched than many realize. Policymakers can no longer rely on temporary explanations or regional anomalies. The challenge now is to restore public confidence and measurable accountability in how we protect our cities. Speaker, what logical government would stand by the policies that have resulted in a prolonged nationwide crime wave? Sadly, obstruction and inaction have been the Liberal approach for the better part of a decade. However, bills like C14 prove that determined and principled opposition can be effective in spurring change. This bill is a rare Liberal admission that their criminal justice reforms have failed. While it's a step in the right direction of the Conservative approach to bail and sentencing, it does not repeal the principle of restraint or restore mandatory minimum sentences. So what drove this government to finally introduce this Bill C14? 2019's Bill C-75 codified the principle of restraint, requiring law enforcement and courts to release accused individuals at the earliest reasonable opportunity and under the least onerous conditions. This effectively created a catch-and-release system subjecting communities to dangerous offenders while they await trial. 2022's Bill C5 went further, scrapping several mandatory minimum sentences and liberalizing the use of house arrest for serious offenses such as sexual assault. C14, the bill we're debating today, makes a start, just a start, at addressing the serious implications of C75 and C5. It clarifies that the principle of restraint does not require an offender's outright release. It also directs court to take into account numbers and gravities of charges facing the accused when determining bail. With C14, there's an incentive for those who have abused our justice system, those who have grown accustomed to getting away with multiple serious crimes with little or no repercussions, to think twice. There are other encouraging elements of the bill, such as requiring consecutive sentences for repeat auto theft, breaking and entering, extortion, and arson offenses. The purpose of sentencing has been refocused on the protection of the Canadian public, at least to some degree, rather than solely rehabilitation of the offender. When sentencing, a judge must consider a new aggravating factor involving repeat violent behavior over the last 5 years. It also partially reverses C5's expansion of house arrest eligibility. Yes, Speaker, there are many beams of light in this bill that attempt to break through the stormy skies of the last 6 years of a soft on crime agenda. However, it comes up short. The fact is that dangerous elements of the Liberal ideology on crime and punishment remain. C14 is not an outright repeal of the principle of restraint, and it does not restore mandatory minimums. It's truly a missed opportunity to toughen up penalties for serious violent offenses. And while consecutive sentences and aggravating factors are useful, they are still left to judicial discretion in applying them. Why does it matter that we get this bill right? All major urban centres have seen an increase in violent crime, but so have our smaller cities and rural communities across Manitoba and Alberta and my home province of Saskatchewan. There simply isn't any more time to waste. Canadians no longer feel safe in their communities. Every day that passes without a return to a common-sense approach to crime puts more innocent Canadians at risk. A Post-Media Leger poll shows growing concern among Canadians about personal safety and the effectiveness of their justice system. 51% say they worry about safety in their neighbourhoods, including the risk of a home invasion. Concern is highest among young people ages of 35 to 54, a group that is most likely to have families and own homes. A striking 87% of Canadians believe they have the right to use reasonable force against an intruder, a number that climbs to 92% in Saskatchewan and Manitoba, and among those 55 years and older. Leger Executive Vice President Andrew Enns notes this sentiment is long-standing but significant, warning that widespread distrust in the justice system can erode respect for the law. Certainly, criminals do not respect or fear these laws, while innocent Canadians are living in fear and facing consequences. Overall, 54% believe the justice system works against law-abiding citizens, while only 29% think it protects Canadians. That is a sad and regrettable reflection on the ability of this Liberal government to inspire confidence in their system of justice, but it is well deserved. They have consistently ignored police, municipalities, business owners, and above all, law-abiding Canadians by standing by policies that fail to keep us safe. Note I said they consistently ignore. Note that, not that they failed to see or grasp that increased breadth of violent crime erupting across Canada over the last decade of their Liberal rule. Unfortunately for residents of the James Smith Cree Nation in my home province, this reality is beyond real. On September 4th, 2022, a mass stabbing spree unfolded across 13 locations in the Cree Nation and the nearby village of Weldon. Miles Sanderson killed 11 people and wounded 17. He had 59 previous criminal convictions, including an assault with a weapon, robbery, and threats. He had been granted statutory release in August 21 after serving a sentence, but by May 2022 he was unlawfully at large after failing to keep in touch with his parole officer. In the wake of this tragedy, many questions surrounded the decisions of the court, Parole Board, and Corrections Canada. What rationale validates repeatedly releasing this violent criminal from custody despite his dozens of convictions? Another tragedy unfolded this past September at the Hollow Waters First Nation, where 26-year-old Tyron Simard, known to police and our courts, went on a horrifying rampage. He stabbed 8 people across 2 homes in Hollow Water, killing his own 18-year-old sister, Marina, and injuring 7 others. Why was he out on bail? 3 months earlier, he'd been charged with assault with a weapon and mischief. A Winnipeg court released him just 4 days later with these conditions: a curfew, no alcohol or drugs, no weapons, and heartbreakingly, no contact with his sister. He violated every one of those conditions. He returned to Marina's home and took her life. The law did not adequately protect Marina, the people of Hollow Water First Nation, James Smith Cree Nation, and the village of Weldon. The Liberal system designed for restraint and lighter sentences has not served public safety. This government needs to remove C5 and C75 and strengthen C14 to repair the damage in memory of those who have lost their lives and to those left behind with horrific memories. Colleagues, this House must replace restraint with a public safety primacy clause. Ensuring public and community safety are the governing principles of courts across our lands. We must restore mandatory minimum sentences for firearms, sexual, repeat violent offenses, and drug offenses. Conditional sentences eligibility must exclude robbery, firearms, trafficking, and chronic offenders. It's not too late for this government to adopt the full Conservative plan to stop their decade of turning a blind eye to the rampant chaos, crime, and disorder that C75 and C5 have encouraged. C14 is what must be the beginning of a full restoration of this country's promise of safety and prosperity for Canadians wherever they live. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I've indicated, whether it's provinces, municipalities, different stakeholders, law enforcement officers, they understand and they want to see Bill C14 move forward. Canadians want bail reform legislation. The Conservatives otherwise are being motivated by another factor. You have the leader of the Conservative Party who said the extreme bloodshed and violence. You have the MP for Oxford. We're now living in a war zone in Canada. They're using these radical statements in order to generate funds, Mr. Speaker. They're raising of funds in their own political interests ahead of Canadian interests. My question to the member opposite is, will she not recognize that it's about time that the Conservative Party start focusing more on Canadians as opposed to their own leadership in the Conservative Party of Canada and allow this legislation to pass before the end of the year? Will she support that?
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I do thank the member for the question. There's a tiny bit of truth in some words in there. The Canadians are desperate to have this government do the right thing. And this bill has some good in it, but it is not responding to those very people that he is saying are calling on this government to do the right thing, which is bring forward, shut down the legislation in C5 and C75. That is what they want. They want an outright repeal of the principle of restraint, and they want restoration of mandatory minimums.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And what I just heard from the member from Winnipeg North is laughable. There's not a more partisan politician in this chamber. He would do anything for the Liberal Party of Canada. That includes absolutely ensuring that everything looks good from their point of view. The only reason we need bail reform is because this member and the rest of the Liberals passed terrible legislation for the last 10 years, making our streets unsafe. It is unconscionable for him to stand there and say, we need to reform, when they were the ones that messed up the justice system in the first place. A Supreme Court ruling that allowed people that had child abuse pictures and videos get a 1-year sentence is unconscionable. And any member of Parliament that doesn't think that is not right shouldn't be here.
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
Well, I concur with the member and all the things that he just said, and I would love it if this individual who seems to want to convince Canadians that they are on the right track when they have been in this House hearing this side of the floor over and over and over talk about the issues with C5 and C75 that has caused the rampant high levels of crime across our nation. People in Canada are calling on this government to do the right thing, not to just do a little bit of something, rather than remove all of the things that are causing the greatest angst in this country that I have seen in the 10 years that I've been here.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member avoided answering the question, and the question was very straightforward. There is an expectation that Canadians have that they will see bail reform legislation. The only reason why we will not see bail reform legislation is because the Conservative Party is more focused on their own personal fundraising and their own political interests. That is the only reason. The only reason Canadians will not be able to see bail reform legislation. Does she not see that in reflecting on her constituents that the Conservatives need to reverse their policy?
Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville.
I represent Saskatchewan. I think the member knows how absolutely ridiculous that last statement was. There is no question across this country that what the people of Canada want is for this government to finally step up and do the right thing. If the member can assure me that they will include amendments that remove C5 and C45 or 75 from legislation, I will gladly support their bill. They are not representing Canadians. They are not supporting Canadians. They are not answering the call of Canadians for protection and lowered crime in this country that they basically caused the impetus for with C5 and C75.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Barrie Springwater Ormondante, a short one.
Thank you, Speaker. Just quickly, I've been here this morning for a couple hours and I've heard the members opposite from the Liberal government talking about bail reform. Maybe the member on our side, the Conservative side, could mention she's been here for over 10 years. Who has been in power for the last 2 years, and what do the words bail reform mean, and why are we sitting here talking about bail reform after who's been in charge for 10 years?
The Honourable Member for Yorkton Melville in 20 seconds or less.
Wow, 20 seconds to say, that's easy. The reason we're talking about bail reform is because these people did a terrible job of bringing in legislation that has caused incredible angst across this country and increased crime that is unconscionable. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'm honored to rise on behalf of the people of Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan. I rise today to speak to Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. I want to acknowledge the good work being done by the local Moose Jaw Police Service. Moose Jaw has seen its crime severity index drop nearly 12% in 2024. Crimes against property are down 23%, and our clearance rates are up significantly. This shows what effective policing can achieve, Mr. Speaker. But, Mr. Speaker, when I look beyond my hometown to the broader riding of Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan, the picture changes dramatically. The Saskatchewan RCMP jurisdiction has seen violent crime increase 45% over the past decade. How long has the Liberal government been in power? Coincidence or not, a decade. In 2024 alone, there were nearly 22,000 victims of violent crime, 6,700 more than 10 years ago. We had 41 homicides, the highest on record in the RCMP jurisdiction. This contrast tells us something critical. Local solutions matter, but municipal police cannot overcome failed federal policies or Liberal soft-on-crime bail laws, which are forcing Canadians to defend themselves and live in fear. Mr. Speaker, the Liberal government has finally admitted what Conservatives have been trying to say for years: their criminal justice reforms have failed. In their own press release for Bill C-14, they acknowledged a 41% rise in violent crime severity index since 2014. Saskatchewan RCMP reports violent crime up 45% in 10 years. Homicides up 46% in 2024, the highest on record. Firearms offenses up 271%, the highest rate in Canada. Assaults on police officers up 87%. Half of all violent crime attributed to intimate partner and family violence. 336 prolific offenders arrested by specialized teams in 2024 alone. Mr. Speaker, I served with the Royal Canadian Air Force. I studied war studies at King's College in the University of London in the UK. I understand threat assessment, and I can tell you without hesitation, the Liberal government's bail policies represent a clear and present danger to Canadian communities. In 2019, the Liberals passed Bill C-75, which imposed the so-called principle of restraint, requiring judges release offenders at their earliest reasonable opportunity. Was that at the beginning of the sentencing or at the end? I'm not sure. But under this least onerous conditions, it has caused problems. Then in 2022, they doubled down with Bill C-5, eliminating mandatory jail times for serious gun crimes, including robbery with a firearm, extortion with a firearm, and weapons trafficking. The result? A catch-and-release system where violent repeat offenders walk free within hours, if not minutes. As someone who served as the mayor of Moose Jaw, I can tell you municipal leaders cannot police their way out of a crisis created by federal legislation. Mr. Speaker, these aren't just statistics, these are real people. Bailey McCourt in Kelowna, allegedly murdered by her ex-husband James Plover just hours after he was released on bail following an assault conviction. Savannah Kula, a 29-year-old mother of four, shot and killed at a Brampton strip mall. Her killer had just been released on bail. In Saskatchewan, where half of violent crime involves intimate partner or family violence, women and children are living in terror because this government prioritizes criminals over victims. Right. Saskatchewan RCMP officers are exhausted. They arrested 336 prolific offenders in 2024. But how many walked free within hours because of the Liberal bail laws? How many are back on the streets right now reoffending? In rural Saskatchewan, where a home invasion happens on a farm 30 kilometers from the nearest town, families are on their own and response times are measured in hours, not in minutes. When someone breaks into your grain bin, steals your equipment, threatens your family, you need to know that the person won't be released to do it again. Saskatchewan farmers and ranchers deserve better. Women fleeing violent partners deserve better. Police officers deserve better. They all deserve a government that puts public safety first. Mr. Speaker, the Liberals are finally accepting reality by copying our 4-year campaign to scrap Liberal bailout, but failed to take responsibility for their own failures. Bill C-14 is a clear vindication of Conservative criticisms. The government has admitted their policies failed. Yes. But after finally getting through, or partially through, to this government, we must ensure that Bill C-14 actually scraps Liberal bail by being as strong as possible. Where C-14 falls dangerously short is the principle of the restraint remains intact. Pardon me. The government claims they're clarifying it. They added language saying, does not require release. But, Mr. Speaker, the principle itself still exists. It still directs least onerous conditions. It still creates a culture of release. Second, reverse onus is not detention. C-14 expands reverse onus, meaning the accused must prove why they should be released. But this is just a procedural burden shift. It's not a presumption of detention. Dangerous offenders can still talk their way out. Third, Mr. Speaker, no mandatory minimums restored. Bill C-5 eliminated mandatory jail time for serious gun crimes. C-14 does nothing to restore them. Sentencing remains highly discretionary. Judges can still give house arrest for robbery or trafficking offenses. Fourth, it's advisory, not mandatory. Too much of C-14 is guidance, not requirement. It directs courts and encourages consideration, but it does not mandate action. In Saskatchewan, where we've seen a 271%, that's right, 271% increase in firearms offenses, we need mandatory protection, not suggestion. Mr. Speaker, Canadians deserve better. They deserve the full Conservative plan embodied in Bill C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act. C-42 doesn't just clarify, it eliminates the principle of restraint entirely and replaces it with public safety primacy clause. Public and community safety becomes the governing principle in bail decisions. Not the earliest opportunity for release, not the least onerous conditions, public safety, period. C-42 creates a major offenses category that triggers a detention-first posture, not just reverse onus for firearms offenses, sexual offenses, kidnapping and human trafficking, home invasion, robbery and extortion with a firearm, arson, violent assault. If you're charged with a major offense and you've been convicted of one in the last 10 years, bail is barred. This is the 10-year look-back rule, a real consequence for repeat offenders. Mr. Speaker, C-14 encourages consideration, C-242 mandates it. Judges must consider prior convictions and breaches, outstanding charges, number and gravity, patterns of offending while on release. Mr. Speaker, Saskatchewan RCMP didn't arrest 336 prolific offenders just to have judges ignore their records. New violent charge while on bail, automatic detention. Not discretionary, automatic. Mr. Speaker, every major law enforcement organization in Canada, Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, Toronto Police Association, Canadian Police Association, National Police Federation, Ontario Provincial Police Association, Federation of Canadian Municipalities, and every provincial government, whether they're Conservative, NDP, or Liberal, all support this, plus 79% of Canadians who say bail is too easy. Mr. Speaker, in rural Saskatchewan, we understand when you make a mess, you clean it up completely. You don't just tidy around the edges. C-242 cleans up the mess. C-14 tidies around the edges.
Here, here.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, the member said it well at the very end as he talks about the different stakeholders, and he made reference specifically to the many different law enforcement agencies that are out there. We could add on to it issues such as our premiers of all different political sprites, as he's made reference to. You can add on municipalities, mayors, big and small communities, and if you were to ask them what they feel about Bill C-14, you will find that you have almost a unanimous support to see this type of bail reform legislation. My question to the member is, why will the Conservative Party today not allow this legislation to pass? We have now had others say that they won't even pass it this year. Does he agree that the Conservative Party is going to prevent it from passing?
Interrupt the Parliamentary Secretary. The Honourable Member from Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, thank you to my colleague for that question. Mr. Speaker, let's be candid here. The Liberals have made such a mess, and when other levels of government or other police forces hear that they're actually maybe thinking about trying to fix what they've broken, sure, they're going to get on board. But do they want it completely fixed? Absolutely. So if they were given a choice between the Liberals' law bill or what the Conservatives offered, they would definitely go with what the Conservatives offered. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Member for Okanagan, Lake West, South Kelowna.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And Bill C-14 still allows judges to release offenders and still directs courts to apply the least onerous conditions if that release is granted. That's the same loophole that the member mentioned that let Bailey McCourt's killer walk free in Kelowna just hours after he was convicted of choking her. Why are the Liberals preserving a culture of automatic release when public safety should be paramount?
For Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I appreciate that question, but I could never defend what the Liberals are standing for to my colleague. I'm appalled that they actually think that this is a good law. I'm asked these questions, what does the Liberal government think? I don't get into their heads. But I can tell you what I hear from my local police force is that they're tired of getting someone that's committed a crime, getting them in front of a judge, and then having them released within hours. It's appalling. And people are afraid to come forward because they know that those criminals that have been just arrested will come back and come after them.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's hard to believe the type of comments that we're getting from the Conservative Party. Even though there's all forms of support for the legislation, the Conservative Party is determined to prevent this legislation from moving forward. Let's be very clear to those that have been following the debate that it's the Conservative Party, even though they talk about bail reform, is taking no action to actually support bail reform. And it's because they want to use this as a political, partisan issue. Will they put party politics to the side and do what's in the best interest of Canadians and allow this legislation to pass through?
The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Victims don't care about partisan politics. They care about their public safety. Why don't you put your partisan politics away and allow for changes so that the victims can be protected instead of the criminals? Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So before I go back to questions and comments, the member used the you, that the Deputy Speaker did put his partisan affiliations aside. Questions and comments, the Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte, a short one.
Thank you, Speaker. This question is for my great colleague from the beautiful town of Moose Jaw, which I had the pleasure of visiting this past summer, and I met with some of his police enforcement out there. But quite frankly, he was unavailable to meet me as he was out of town when I got there. But I do want to ask him, there's been a huge rise in crime in Barrie, my city. In fact, one police officer in our town was stabbed by a gentleman who had been arrested 17 times and released on bail in 2 years. Are you hearing the same things out in your area?
Before I recognize the member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan, just a reminder to the member for Barrie, can't use the you referring to the speaker. I wasn't there, so I actually don't know. But I'll invite the member from Moose Jaw Lake Centre Lanigan to respond in 25 seconds or less.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry, I was not in Moose Jaw at the time. I was stuck in a traffic jam on the Highway 400 just south of Barrie. Mr. Speaker, I am hearing the same things in my community. People being caught, released, and what happens is those that are caught and released, they start ramping up their crimes, and the severity gets worse. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
Mr. Speaker, 9 years of this Liberal government has turned Canada into a country where mothers kiss their children goodbye in the morning and pray they come home at night. Last month, Savannah Cullah, a 29-year-old mother of 4, was shot dead in broad daylight in a Brampton strip mall. Her killer? A man already charged with firearms offenses and intimate partner violence. A man the Liberal justice system let walk free on bail. This summer, Bailey McCourt stood in a courtroom and begged a judge to keep her violent ex-husband behind bars. He had already choked her unconscious. The judge released him anyway, on $500 bail. Hours later, James Plover hunted her down and murdered her. Bailey's last words to the court were, "He will kill me." The Liberal system said, "Let's take a chance." 2 women, 2 killers who never should have been on our streets. That's right. That is the human cost of this Liberal catch and release. Since 2015, violent crime is up 55%, gun crime up 130%, extortion up 330%, sexual assault up 76%, and homicide up 29%. This is not random. This is the direct, predictable, preventable result of Liberal Bill C-75 and C-5. C-75 codified the toxic principle of restraint, a directive that forces police and judges to release accused persons at the earliest possible moment on the least onerous conditions, no matter how dangerous they are. C-5 gutted mandatory minimums and handed out house arrest for serious sexual assault, robbery, firearms trafficking, and kidnapping. 4 long years, Conservatives have stood in this House and demanded one thing: jail, not bail. Repeal the principle of restraint, restore mandatory minimums, presume detention for repeat violent offenders. All the while, the members opposite blocked us, voted against us, and mocked us. And now, after heartbreaking murders and families having paid the ultimate price, they finally copy us with Bill C-14. They call this sweeping reform. Mr. Speaker, this is surgical PR, a patchwork of press releases and photo ops that nibble at the edges while the revolving door keeps spinning. Let's be crystal clear about what Bill C-14 does not do. It does not repeal the principle of restraint. It keeps the very words that created catch and release. It merely adds a redundant sentence saying restraint does not require release. That sentence is already in the criminal code, twice, in sections 498 and 501. This is not reform. This is press release footnotes. It expands reverse onus for some offenses: violent car theft, home invasion, choking assaults, and extortion. Good, but reverse onus is still just a procedural speed bump. The accused can still talk their way out. What Canadians need is a brick wall: presumptive detention for every serious violent offense and every repeat offender. It does add aggravating factors and a few consecutive sentences, but only in narrow combinations. Break and enter only counts if it's paired with gang-related auto theft, and only on the sentence offense. Extortion only runs consecutive to arson from the exact same event. Meanwhile, mass murderers like Alexandra Bissonnette still get to stack parole eligibility because this government won't touch the Supreme Court's rulings. It bans house arrest for major sexual assault under 2 years. That sounds tough until you remember they're the ones who made it possible in Bill C-5. They fix one hole that they punched in the boat, while robbery, firearms trafficking, kidnapping, and chronic violent offenders still get to serve their time in their living rooms. It does nothing to restore the mandatory minimums they repealed. Sentencing remains a judicial lottery, uneven, uncertain, and unsafe. It adds no new judges, no new courtrooms, no funding to clear the backlogs. We see 50% of charges in the Waterloo region dropped because the system is clogged. Let me repeat that. Waterloo Regional Police told us personally that 1 in 5 people on liberal release orders are caught breaching their conditions. More than half of those breachers are repeat violent offenders caught multiple times on the same toothless conditions. And because of this liberal backlog, half of the charges those officers lay never see a courtroom. 1 in 5 breachings, half the charges dropped. This is not justice. This is a subscription service for crime. Just last month in Richmond Hill, a 53-year-old predator allegedly groomed a child online, arranged a meeting at Lake Wilcox, and sexually assaulted them. Bill C-14 does nothing for that child. No reverse onus. House arrest still on the table if the sentence is under 2 years. That's Russian roulette with our children's lives.
Sad.
Mr. Speaker, Bill C-14 is a half measure dressed up as a victory. Canadians deserve the full Conservative plan, the real jail not bail plan we have been fighting for since day one. Here's what real reform looks like. Repeal the Liberal principle of restraint and replace it with public safety clause. Public and community safety is the governing principle in every bail decision. Presumed detention, not just reverse the onus. For every major violent offense, firearms, sexual assault, kidnapping, human trafficking, home invasion, robbery, extortion with a firearm, arson, and every repeat violent offender. Restore mandatory minimums for those exact crimes, the ones Liberal repealed with Bill C-5. End house arrest for robbery, firearms offenses, trafficking, and chronic violent offenders. No more living room sentences. Mandate judges consider the full criminal record. Every conviction, every breach, every outstanding charge, and lower the risk of threshold from substantial likelihood to reasonably foreseeable. Bar anyone with an indictable conviction from acting as a surety. No more criminals vouching for criminals, and require non-residents to surrender their passports. Fund the courts, hire the judges, clear the backlogs so officers' work isn't wasted and victims see justice. This is what police chiefs from coast to coast are begging for. This is what victims' families are pleading for. This is what Savannah Cullah and Bailey Court deserved, but never got. We will move amendments to make Bill C-14 live up to its promises. We will fight to turn Liberal redundancy into Conservative reality. Right. But if this government refuses, if they cling to their failed ideology, then Bill C-14 will fail the only test that matters, keeping Canadians safe tonight, tomorrow, and every night after. Mr. Speaker, Canadians have had enough of Liberal clarifications and half measures. They want Conservative convictions. It's time. It's past time to jail, not bail, and keep our streets safe.
Hear, hear.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you. Mr. Speaker, you noticed that the member indicated that the Conservatives are going to move amendments, that they have changes that they want to make to the legislation. Surely to goodness, members realize that that's what you do at the committee stage. You have to allow it to get through second reading. So the Conservatives on the one hand say that they want to make changes, well, allow then the legislation to go to committee. Why won't the Conservatives, at the very least today, allow the legislation to go to committee so they can see if they can have a majority support for their amendments? After all, the Liberals are a minority, even in the committee. Why will the Conservatives not allow it, to the very least, allow it to go to committee today?
The honourable member for Kitchener Centre.
So, Mr. Speaker, we are continually being told that we're attacking and we're nonpartisan with these issues and that we're not working with government to pass these issues. But the truth is that it's the other way around. We believe in democracy, and we believe that the public needs to know what is in this legislation and what the Conservatives are doing to protect them, to make sure that these criminals end up in jail.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I've been listening carefully to my Conservative colleagues' interventions today, and there's something quite surprising. I get the feeling that rather than wanting to move this legislation further, they just want to stir up discontent among the public. And the concerns of the public are understandable, but they shouldn't be exaggerated or overblown. The leader of the official opposition today was requesting an emergency debate on a rather far-fetched notion that the Liberals somehow are responsible for certain crimes in society. This is political, of course, but I'm not convinced that this is moving the debate any further ahead. Perhaps my Conservative colleagues should adjust their fire a little bit if they want to be taken seriously.
It's really unfortunate for the member opposite to say that these are exaggerated things that are happening in this country. These are real things that are happening in this country. These are real lives being lost. These are the real consequences of what the Liberals have done to our justice system. We're not trying to block anything. We're trying to show Canadians how we're working to protect them and make sure that these criminals go to jail.
Hear, hear, hear. Questions and comments? Questions and commentaires. The member for King Vaughan.
Thank my honourable member. It was an excellent speech, and she did mention human trafficking. I want to say that yesterday, York Region, along with the Hamilton Police, arrested a man for human trafficking of children under the age of 18. So my question is, if she could tell the people, can you please tell the people watching today that our children are our future? However, Canada has no future without them. Would she agree?
Full member for Kitchener Centre.
First off, it's devastating. These things are absolutely devastating. Our children are our next generation, and our children are not safe. And I have no words to say other than these offenders should not be on our streets. They should not be victimizing our children. And our children are our legacy, and we need to, as a country, keep them safe.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I have news for the members of the Conservative Party. At the end of the day, there were murders. There was children that even got murdered. There's all sorts of violent crime, even when Prime Minister Harper was Prime Minister of Canada. You know, this isn't something that's new, Mr. Speaker. What is new is a Prime Minister that made an election commitment to Canadians to have bail reform. Will the Conservatives agree and allow bail reform to take place this year?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Kitchener Centre in about 25 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, there was crime before this government came in, but since then, violent crime is up 55%. Gun crime is up 130%. Extortion is up 330%. Sexual assault is up 76%. And homicide is up 29%. We need to keep these criminals in jail.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Saskatoon South.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I look forward to this debate all day in the House of Commons. The Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, along with the National Defence Act. Yes, Mr. Speaker, you know, for the last 10 years in this country, crime has been going one way. That is straight up. In fact, even in my home province of Saskatchewan and my city of Saskatoon, in the last decade, under this Liberal government, the Liberals, there is pathetic soft on crime policies. Serious crime has gone up everywhere. The crime stats, I just looked at the Saskatoon City Police Service website. It's amazing, and I'm going to share some of those with you here today. We compare the crime stats of, let's say, 10 years ago. The assaults in my city are up 35%. Kidnapping and hostage is up 33%. Sexual violation is up a massive 66%. And stalking and break and enter with firearms are both up 300%. That is over the last 10 years, Mr. Speaker. My riding has the highest concentration of seniors in this country. And reading these numbers, Mr. Speaker, I was reminded of an incident that took place in my riding of Saskatoon South this summer. I got to share this with everyone. A 75-year-old senior woman was taking her dog for a walk, as she normally does every day, and out they go in the morning. Well, they were walking by one of these beautiful community gardens that we have in the riding, and as she was walking by, she noticed someone in the garden moving around from plot to plot, and then the senior asked this lady, had she actually had a plot in this garden, or what are you doing? And if you don't have a plot, please leave, for those that have spent hours with their garden. Well, this was all that it took for a 27-year-old to attack this senior who was 75-year-old with her dog. The victim was grabbed by the hair, thrown to the ground, and then attacked, believe it or not, with a gardening tool. We are grateful that it did not end as badly as it could have, but the victim lost a chunk of hair, no broken bones, I might say, but just the trauma over walking your dog at 75 and then getting into an incident with a 27-year-old. So the attacker, by the way, was apprehended thanks to the Saskatoon City Police a short time after. Police found her hiding in a nearby bush and took her into custody. Well, guess what? She was charged with aggravated assault, assaulting a peace officer, breach of undertaking, and breach of probation. Police say the woman punched a female special constable in the face while she was being booked into custody. So no one's surprised. She was wanted everywhere else in the province, but she ended up in Saskatoon South, and because of this gardening incident, finally was caught. Well, after hearing about this attack, I actually sent a card of sympathy to this senior. After receiving it, guess what? She shows up in my constituency office. She laid the whole story in front of us. What happened that day, leaving her place with her dog, going through this community garden, finding this 27-year-old rummaging row by row, and then, of course, talks about the crime that's happening in our city. And crime is, in fact, out of control after a decade of these liberal soft on crime policies. These, Mr. Speaker, are real stories. A 75-year-old woman normally feeling safe in my city and my constituency, then attacked for no reason whatsoever. And I'll give you a few more examples if I can. Earlier this month, a big drug bust right in my riding. In fact, it was in Stonebridge. And according to Saskatoon City Police Service, On November the 6th, police seized over $22,000 in cash, 750 grams of fentanyl, over a half kilogram of meth, 362 grams of cocaine, multiple mobile phones, and assorted paraphernalia constant with the drug industry. Now, during the election, I specifically remember door-knocking this block. It is unnerving to think that most likely knocked on that door in Stonebridge, completely unaware what was happening on the other side. And I wonder how many of us in this House similar circumstances in their communities where there has been incidents reported, later convicted, and then you wonder, yeah, I kind of did the same. I did knock that area. Well, I wish I could tell you that this was an isolated incident in my city, but the truth is I can't. Just last year, police concluded a 9-month investigation that saw the arrests of 5 high-level drug dealers, 3 of whom were operating in my riding. The total amount of everything seized was as follows: 4.2 kilograms of cocaine, almost 3 kilograms of meth, $16,000 in cash, 9mm carbine rifle, a prohibitive handgun, ammunition, cell phones, various other equipment, as well as multiple vehicles. In May, police arrested 2 men in Saskatoon for more drug trafficking. They conducted search warrants in a few locations in and around the city, and they again seized a number of drug incidents here, drug paraphernalia, and over $400,000 in cash. $400,000. Now, during the summer, I and the colleague from Barrie Springwater Oro-Modonte met with the Saskatoon Chief of Police, Cam McBride. In fact, we met for over an hour. We discussed how soft on crime bail laws have allowed our cities to be taken over by violent repeat offenders. It was a fascinating conversation in my office for over an hour. During this meeting, Cam McBride, the city police chief, said that officers who were on the streets arrest the same people so often, the officers know them by name. I catch them on Monday, they're released, they're back on the street, we catch them on Tuesday night. This is a result of the disastrous catch and release policies and the lax liberal laws like Bill C-5 and Bill C-75. Earlier this year, I sent out a questionnaire to the constituents asking what is their views on crime in our city. Overwhelmingly, Mr. Speaker, the response was that the justice system needs to change in this country. The Liberals need to scrap their useless justice policies and adopt the conservative policies that actually are tough on crime. I have gone to many ride-alongs in my city, paramedics and police, and the first thing you notice is that they know the people by name. Repeat offenders are picked up early in the day and unfortunately released in the afternoon or night. Now, before I conclude, last week in our city, the city police held a news conference to talk about a couple of issues. Number one, 2 hurdles need to be navigated in my city for full complement of officers that can be realized. Number one, recruitment, and number 2, backlogs. Provincial government trying to help out. They've offered $8 million to pay for dozens of officers, but the public, unfortunately, won't see the impact anytime soon. The city police in my city has asked for an increase of $158 million more in the city budget. That will be debated next week in Saskatoon. Every community is under pressure for new hires. It's a growing challenge with fewer people today interested in a career of policing. And it's disappointing. I look at the RCMP in our province. We have some major incidents, unfortunately, in our province over the last number of years. The RCMP are down hundreds, if not thousands, needed in our municipalities and our cities to actually be a complement, full complement of RCMP officers, which this government has promised that they would do. Well short. I think in Saskatchewan right now, which is the home of the depot in Regina, we are over 100 RCMP officers short in our communities. So thank you, Mr. Speaker. I just wanted to say in wrapping up that this is an important bill. We know it. There's lots of shortfalls, and we look forward to the debate further on Bill C-14. Thank you very much.
Well done.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for his remarks this morning. Everybody agrees, Mr. Speaker, that the government has a responsibility to continue to reduce crime in this country. And we've heard from several Conservative colleagues just this morning about the high rates of crime in the province of Saskatchewan in particular. Indeed, unfortunately, Saskatchewan does have the highest crime rate of any province in Canada, according to data released from Statistics Canada earlier this year. To that end, I wonder whether the member has spoken with his colleagues in the government of Saskatchewan who've been in power for nearly 20 years about what they're doing to address crime in their province. But more to the point, Mr. Speaker, Conservatives are keen to talk down this country at every available opportunity. But in doing so, they miss the good news. Crime is down in Saskatchewan by 5% over the previous year and 4% nationwide. Will Conservatives help maintain that trend by supporting the government's bail and sentencing reforms?
Honourable member for Saskatoon South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's ironic that member from the city of Victoria, as they've had many encampments there in the last number of years because of crime in Victoria. Many people from Saskatchewan not traveling, as you notice, to the United States of America these days for one reason or another. We'd like to be a host in BC, but the crime in his city of Victoria is as bad as anywhere else in the country. So we're seeing right now what the public wants to see, Mr. Speaker, and we've been talking about this for 3 or 4 years. They've had 10 years to fix this, and now they're coming with a Band-Aid approach to C-75.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and great speech by my colleague from Saskatchewan. And I'm going to soon ask a question. You know, this is, I think, what all Canadians are asking of this particular government. Are we confident that the same Liberals who broke our current justice system, the reason why we're dealing with all this crime across Canada, are we confident that that same government is going to fix the problem? Are you confident in this government, Mr. Speaker? Thank you.
Well, the Speaker's not going to answer that, but the member for Saskatoon South will answer that question.
Well, I'll give you time, Mr. Speaker, if you wish to answer that. No, of course we're not. I mean, look at... this in the last 10 years has been a disaster. They have finally woken up and realized C5 and 75 were a joke. We on this side of the House have been talking about it for years. We need tougher action and bail and release. We need to get criminals behind bars. I can tell you, in your home city, Mr. Speaker, of Calgary, 75 people are charging the most in downtown Calgary of the assaults and what is going on in the city. So a small number of people in Calgary causing the biggest headache for the police service in your city.
Good.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de...
The honourable member for Jonquière. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I will caution my colleague the same way as I did to his colleague. This is a serious question, but we also must be careful not to undermine the public's trust in our institutions. I get the sense that that's what Conservatives have been doing this morning with all of their examples. They're trying to stir up discontent by talking about, cases where criminals are running around loose and they're saying that the system doesn't work. I find it surprising that just this morning the leader of the official opposition said that there needs to be an emergency debate on Liberal extortion, as though the Liberal Party were responsible for extortion. I would ask my Conservative colleague to bring the debate back to there needs to be time for the member for Saskatoon South to respond.
Much, and thank you for the member from John Kier. I'll tell you, the problem right now is soft on crime. It's just wicked in this country, and I give credit to my leader, who went coast to coast hearing from individuals in this country about extortion, and that's why we wanted the emergency debate. The incidents are happening in your home city of Calgary, in Edmonton, in Vernon, in Surrey, in Ontario. 330% increase in extortion, and nobody in this House, other than our leader and our Conservative Party of Canada, are talking about it.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the time to talk about C-14 bail and sentencing bill that the government has proposed to fix all really the Liberal problems over the last 10 years, supposedly. But I'm going to ask Canadians a question through you, Mr. Speaker. Are you confident that the same Liberals who broke our justice system are actually going to fix our justice system? So I think it's one that many Canadians, I know us as Conservatives, we're asking that exact question. But, here's a government that's been in power for 10 years, despite them calling themselves new. And now they're pretending they want to fix the problem, and maybe some of them actually want to fix the problem. But this is a problem that, again, they created. Now, problems of rampant crime, drug use, and overdoses due to their soft on crime and safe supply ideology just aren't figments of our imagination, as many Canadians are realizing the hard way. From the statistics, this is from BC, British Columbia crime trends 2014 to 2023. 2014, total violent offenses was 53,209, and again, 2014. And in 2023, that number went from 53,000 to 86,205 offenses. So it isn't just us talking about it. These effects are real. And why? It's partly due to their Bill C-75, the principle of restraint in the bill, which ensures release at the earliest opportunity is favored over detention and requires reasonable bail conditions. And so this has really gone across the justice system, really across the nation with this, whether it's prosecutors or the judiciary are following this direction of the government, and it's actually been really ruinous for our country. Across British Columbia, violent crime has increased almost 50%, while the total number of sexual assaults has gone up over 95%. Incredible numbers, Mr. Speaker. Extortion has shot up a staggering 481% across the province of BC. The consequences of Liberal policies are real, and people are feeling that, as my colleague from Saskatchewan just alluded to. Since 2015 in Canada, violent crime is up 55%. Firearms crime is up 130%. Extortion is skyrocketed by 330% across Canada. Sexual assaults are up 76%. Homicides are up 29%. But, Mr. Speaker, these are stats, and sometimes we, numbers don't really deal with the real story behind what those numbers provide. I'm going to start with some communities in my riding, and I'll start with my birthplace, Dawson Creek. Recently, Fifth Estate did a story about, again, my birthplace, where I was born and lived to age 5. My mom, they homesteaded in Dawson Creek. They've been in Dawson Creek for a long time. So this is from CBC, Behind the Fear, the Unsolved Killings in Dawson Creek, BC. And now Dawson Creek, anybody that even thinks of the name, it's a very peaceful town, farmer town, and I'd like to think that it still is. But this is from the story, Just How Crazy Can Be Found in the Data. The town's homicide rate is 14 times the national average. 14 times. According to Statistics Canada, overdoses in town increased 5-fold from guess when? From 2016 until 2023, when this group formed government. In this environment, safety in town appears elusive for criminals and regular townsfolk alike. Residents complain criminals are arrested but rarely spend much time in jail. People vanish without a trace. The lives of addicts crumble, with some becoming armed agents of a desperate chaos. No one seems to be able to stop any of it. And this is after 10 years of Liberal rule. Now I'll go to the next community we'll talk about today, and this is Fort Nelson. This is about 4 hours north of my hometown in Fort St. John. And I spoke with a frustrated local police officer just last year, and he said 15 people are responsible for 90% of the calls. And it really speaks to the recidivism of criminals being brought in and released without being incarcerated. And this is an article, Fort Nelson tow truck war continues with another arson investigation. This is just from September 29th of this year. According to police, several vehicles were engulfed in flames when the fire department arrived at the scene. They said On It Towing has been the victim of many suspicious fires in the past 16 months. Adding evidence at the scene points to each fire being intentionally started. And in case you didn't know, Ben Wall is the owner of that particular towing company. And I actually did a video with him this summer highlighting his plight, because they basically know who it is, but they can't keep the ones that are doing it behind bars. I texted him this morning to ask about the total damage caused by these repeat criminals. His quote, this is from Ben this morning. I don't have an accurate calculation, but it's somewhere between $1.5 million and $2 million. 10 separate arsons and 2 vandalisms where equipment or property was damaged. Amazingly, no real theft that we are aware of in all of this. That dollar value would be based on insurance payouts. We have lost somewhere between $200,000 and $400,000 in procurement costs, and that's the disparity between what the insurance is paying him and what the value of the piece of equipment is. New equipment, setup costs, lost revenue, administrative costs, etc. And listen to this last line, very important. Nothing to say of how life-destroying this has been. And I know that he's felt threatened. His family's been felt threatened in that community. It's seemingly criminals getting away with what they're doing with no end in sight. And this is from Fort St. John, my hometown, where I live today. And this is an article from March 19th, 2025. Wanted man with long criminal history arrested in Fort St. John by the RCMP. Quote, despite being charged over 20 times in the past for breaching his release conditions, a judge once again let Kailu out on bail. Kailu was bound by a court-imposed curfew condition requiring him to reside in Prince George. A warrant was then issued for his arrest after police said that Kailu was known to be breaching the condition and was believed to be in the Peace region. Another really sad example of recidivism just in my riding alone. And I'll finish with these 2 stories, and I don't have an article to quote, but I heard it from the person directly. So Corey Ramsey was recently in Ottawa just 2 weeks ago, and she's a Prince George City Councillor, but she said she was on a ride-along with the local RCMP, and they watched somebody trying to break into the local Value Village. The person was arrested, brought to jail. That person was released within 1.5 hours, and on the same ride-along that very night, within 4 hours, they had re-arrested the person for another crime. And if it doesn't, I think, shock Canadians to hear, you hear bad enough to hear the statistics, but when you hear it from, real-life stories, and that's one story of thousands in our communities that are just being allowed to happen because of bills like Bill C-75 and this Liberal government's past poor policies. And, another story from Prince George. The firefighters were just here in Ottawa, as you know, Mr. Speaker. And the Prince George firefighters, I asked them, because they've told me many stories of some of the challenges of downtown Prince George, and I said, well, how many of your hours and time is actually spent fighting fires anymore? They said, well, 90% of our time is spent dealing with overdoses. And fires started by those same people addicted to drugs, because of, again, Liberal policies, soft on crime, and safe supply. That's the real effects that these policies are having in our communities, and it's built up over 10 years. And so now they're pretending like, hey, folks, we're new, even though they're not. We know they're not. And as I started off when I first began to speak, Mr. Speaker, I asked Canadians through you, are you confident that these same Liberals who broke our justice system is actually going to fix our justice system? And I think we've just laid out the case. They aren't. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Hamilton West and Castor Dundas.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. A report from this summer says that Prince George saw a significant drop in crime severity, down 13.87%, the lowest point since 2020. And I'll note that Prince George, as well as Saskatchewan, is actually policed by the RCMP. And the leader of the opposition, of course, has referred to the RCMP as despicable. So will the member opposite disavow those comments from his leader and stand up for the men and women that are keeping his community safe?
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, and the fact of the matter is, Mr. Speaker, simply people after having so many crimes committed on their private properties, they're just not calling anymore. They realize that it's just, the criminals aren't getting incarcerated for what they're doing, and there's this revolving door. Our local RCMP have been awesome. We've worked with them, whether it's Prince George, Fort Nelson, Fort St. John, Dawson Creek. They've been excellent, doing their best to really bring justice back onto our streets despite Liberal government's legislation. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Sarnia-Lambton-Bicachonog.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague for an excellent speech. Now, I've been here for 10 years, and the Liberals have been saying they're going to address criminal justice from the beginning. First, they did C-75, and the police said, this is awful. It's going to allow, repeat offenders out on the streets. Then they did C-5, took away mandatory minimums, and put house arrest in place. That made things even worse. They saw crime skyrocketing, and under Arif Virani, when he was the Minister of Justice, they tried again, a bail reform. So I would ask the member the same question he's asking Canadians. Is he confident that Bill C-14 is going to fix the problem that they've been talking about fixing for 10 years?
Honourable Member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Thank you to the member for that question. And as I said when we started, C-75, C-5, you name it, all these pieces of legislation are still on the books. And all of a sudden, we're supposed to believe that C-14 is going to fix all the problems. That's what they're telling Canadians. We know it's not true. We know it's not actually going to happen. And that's the sort of the premise of the question that I asked in my speech today. I just hope Canadians are seeing through what these Liberals are trying to do and trying to erase history. I think Canadians are living with the effects of crime on their streets, and that's not going to be erased anytime soon.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The member for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and to my honourable colleague who's also from BC, he did omit the good news, Mr. Speaker, that the crime severity index in our province has decreased by 11% according to Stats Canada year over year. But at the heart of the Conservatives' complaints about this matter is the fact that Canadians fundamentally chose our party to form government. Are Canadians confident that this government will reduce crime is the member's question. And evidently, based on the election 7 months ago, the answer to that question is yes. If Conservatives were serious about the question of confidence, Mr. Speaker, then they wouldn't be playing games in this chamber on confidence motions. Their House leader wouldn't be hiding behind those curtains, pretending that his voting app isn't working. Conservative MPs wouldn't be making flimsy excuses for why they don't show up to vote non-confidence in this government. The end of the day, Mr. Speaker, Conservative members are asking the question of whether Canadians have confidence in this government. The real question is whether or not Conservatives are prepared to accept the confidence that Canadians have expressed in this government, our vision for the future, and our efforts to resolve these challenges.
The Honourable Member for Peace River, Prince George, Northern Rockies.
Got to be a record for the longest question in history in this place. I'm a staffer. Liberals are great at talking. I think you're just perfect evidence of Liberals can talk a lot. We heard about that last election, a lot of talk. Yeah, and you weren't given a mandate necessarily, right? You have a minority government. You didn't get a majority. So there's something there. Canadians aren't willing to trust you with a majority government. And I'll just go back to the simple stats from British Columbia since you quoted them. Total offenses in 2014, 53,209. 2023, 86,205. The stats speak for themselves.
Before I return to questions and comments, just a reminder to the member not to use the you. The speaker is not participating in the debate. Questions and comments, question et commentaire. The member for Regina Louvain.
Thank you very much. I do appreciate the comment from the random Liberal on the far left over there about the RCMP and being the despicable comment. But does he know the budget he just voted for cut $98 million from the RCMP budget? I represent Depot. I talked to the commanding officer. This Liberal government cut $98 million from the RCMP budget, and they asked them to hire 1,000 new recruits with $0 in the budget. The RCMP is now short $220 million from this Liberal government. That's despicable.
Up the member to give a chance for the member from Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies to respond in about 30 seconds or less.
Thanks. Great question. It just points to my colleague from Saskatchewan just points to the fact that Liberals say one thing during elections and they do another when they're actually in government. And that's just further proof of that. They're cutting Veterans Affairs. They're cutting many other things that Canadians rely on. I hope Canadians look at this debate and say, who's really telling the truth about who's really going to cut crime? Liberals have had a chance for 10 years and they simply haven't got it done.
Madame,
I have a point of order for the Chief Government Whip.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In the previous exchange, the member from Regina Louvain referred to a member in this House as a random Liberal from the back. And I don't think it's appropriate to be referring to any member in any kind of way. It was clearly meant to be done in a demeaning way. And perhaps the member has had an opportunity to reflect on that and would like to stand up and apologize for referring to any member in this House in any way other than the honourable manner in which we're all treated.
I thank the Chief Government Whip. It's a good reminder to members to be careful with the words they use. There are a lot of new members in the House, and the rules are clear not to impugn intent or motive to any members. I thank the Chief Government Whip for the reminder. With that, resuming debate, the Honourable. I have a point of order for the member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
I know we need to keep going with the debate, Mr. Speaker, but the member that just brought up that previous point of order, you know, we've been talking about pretty serious issues with crime and victims and all the rest, and their group's been giggling and laughing the whole way through. And I find it a little rich that he's going to somehow challenge our member for not doing something properly when he's been completely disrespecting this place and the debate that's occurring today.
So I will recognize the Chief Government on this point of order.
For the record, Mr. Speaker, I was sitting in the lobby and I witnessed this on the TV screen, and I came in here in order to bring it to your attention. So for that matter to say that I've been sitting here giggling about this is absolutely incorrect and false. And if I could use another word to describe that, I would, but I can't in this place.
So I have a point of order, on the same point of order for the member for Sarnia Lambton, Bickerjanoog.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I was here witnessing the debate, and so I can actually testify that the Secretary of State for Elimination of Crime was one of the ones that was talking and giggling while the members were in debate. Just wanted to add that information. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
So I'm going to take all of what the members have said, and I'm going to draw the members' attention to the standing orders. So Standing Order 16 on decorum is a great standing order all members should remember, because a whole bunch of useful rules that members should remember when speaking to each other and about each other in the House as well. And I'm going to draw the attention of the House to Standing Order 18, specifically a couple of lines into it where it says, nor use offensive words against either the House or against any member thereof. No member may reflect upon any vote of the House except for the purpose of moving that such vote be rescinded. So the heading is disrespectful or offensive language reflection on the vote. And I know there was a constituency week last week, so many members have now returned. And sometimes we forget writing names. We also forget some of the standing orders. So just a good reminder, do not make comments about other members that are insulting or are meant to be insulting. Don't also try to induce motive behind what a member is saying. And those are all rules that we should be reminded of. Also remind members of Standing Order 16.2 not to cross between the Speaker and the person and the member who is speaking. With that being said, I consider the matter closed, and I'll now go back to resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you. It's always an honour to be in the chamber to rise on an issue that's affecting Canadians from coast to coast to coast. I have spoken about this issue many times. I've brought forward the Jail Not Bail Act to help crack down on repeat violent offenders. You know, we've held town halls right across our country. You know, we've done it from Surrey, Winnipeg, St. Thomas, Vaughan, Peel, right across our beautiful country where Canadians are very, very concerned, Mr. Speaker. They're very, very scared of what's going on in their communities. You know, these town halls are packed with hundreds of concerned residents who are showing up without any political affiliation. Many, for them, the first time they've actually come to a town hall meeting where they're expressing deep concern about public safety. I was just in Vaughan recently with my honorable friend from King Vaughan. We met with victims, we met with business owners, met with young students, Canadians, who are saying that they are not recognizing the country they knew and still love today. They're concerned with the level of crime that is happening in their community, but also the severity of the crime. The shift that is happening now in our system, whether you're a big city or a rural community like Oxford, is that we're seeing not just an increase in crime, but the type of crime that's happening. When you're having broad daylight shootings, when you're having violent home invasions or carjackings, this is stuff that we have never seen in our country before at this level. And often the government talks about the charter rights, and what we've seen is that they're protecting the charter rights of criminals. It feels like to these Canadians, which I talk to every day, they're saying the criminals are getting a free pass. The criminals are getting a free ride. The Liberal policies on crime are easy on criminals, but they're tough on Canadians. In my riding in Oxford, a victim in Beachville wrote to me and said, "It feels like I am the one on house arrest while my attacker is freely walking around the community."
That's right.
She has to change her behavior to avoid seeing him at a public library, to not see him at the museum, to not see him at the grocery store, yet the criminal not worried about anything. And that is the type of system that they have created. And I've always said, and the Conservatives always said, what about the charter rights of law-abiding Canadians? Those that follow the rules, those that aren't criminals. What about the charter right of that 71-year-old grandma who just went to buy groceries? Just went to buy groceries, Mr. Speaker. All she wanted to do was go to the store, pick up some food, come home, make a nice meal, enjoy time with their family. She was brutally stabbed to death in a parking lot. Stabbed to death for doing absolutely nothing wrong. What about the charter rights of Bailey McCourt or Kate Alexander or any of other of these victims that are going through these troubling times? The Liberal policies have caused a massive shift. Instead of making it about public safety and about keeping Canadians safe, they've shifted towards embodying and empowering the criminals. There is no deterrence in our system right now. Criminals know how to game the system, and they're gaming it every single day. There's no fear of consequences. The law is supposed to deter people from committing crime, but when you bring in soft on crime, catch and release legislation, like C-75, like C-5, these are the problems that come from it. This didn't happen overnight. This was a direct cause from the policies that they brought forward, and now we're living with this nightmare. The headlines we're seeing are like from a Hollywood movie. Canadians, just last night in Abbotsford, another extortion call. We never had an extortion problem in our country. When I was in Surrey, when I was doing my Jail Not Bail town hall, I met with residents who shared their stories of their homes being shot at. This one gentleman said the bullet flew over his daughter's bed. If she was standing up or if she was walking around, she could have been hit. And the Prime Minister, was just in Surrey or in BC a few days ago, taking a nice stroll on the beach, looking at the water, admiring what's going on. And not too far away, there was an extortion town hall. There was families and victims coming together to share their concerns. And all the press conferences he did while he was in BC, and all the tour stops he did, buying ice cream and living the good life, not once did he speak about extortion. You would think that a prime minister who cares about public safety would talk about one of the biggest crises happening in that community. He didn't. Their words mean absolutely nothing. It's about action. For 7 months, they delayed, they denied, they obstructed. 4 years, we've been talking about bringing forward legislation. We've been pushing them to raise these issues, and they've ignored. They've simply ignored taking action, Mr. Speaker. And look, again, I've said this before, and I'll say it again. I'm glad they finally admitted that we have a problem. That was step number one. I think in any problem, if you don't accept there's a problem, which they did for 4 years, the problem continues. So I'm happy that they're finally acknowledging, through political pressure, that we have a problem. Now, the piece of legislation they've brought forward, I've said it before, I'll say it again. They're trying to treat a gunshot wound with a Band-Aid. It's a Band-Aid solution, which will stop some of the bleeding, but it's not going to heal the wounds or the problems that we see in today's society. It is a step in the right direction, for sure, but it doesn't go far enough. It's not going to stop the crime wave that we're seeing in our communities. I brought forward the Jail Not Bail Act, which goes a lot further, which repeals their principle of restraint. The principle of restraint that allows repeat violent offenders to be released at the earliest opportunity on the least restrictive conditions. What justice of peaces are constantly quoting as they're releasing these criminals. And they said, yes, there's a problem with the principle of restraint. They're going to tinker around with it. They're going to make some changes. But it still exists. It still exists. Whereas on the Conservatives, we believe in making sure that public safety is a primary consideration. They talked about law enforcement. They make these big announcements, Mr. Speaker. We're going to hire 1,000 new RCMP personnel. They've been saying that for years. They're not hiring anybody. And the Minister of Public Safety just said, it's not my job to hire. They are ignoring the will of Canadians. They're ignoring that their actions are causing the problems that we're facing today. And that is why on this House, we've brought forward legislation to stop extortion. They voted against it. We brought forward legislation to stop these violent carjackings and auto thefts happening in the community. They voted against it. We brought forward a motion to fast track the Jail Not Bail Act, which has a support from right across our country. They blocked it. They have been standing in the way of keeping our community safe. I can tell you, Mr. Speaker, that Conservatives are united. We'll continue to raise these issues. We'll come back to a Canada where anyone from anywhere can live in a safe street, raise their families, enjoy a stroll in the park, have coffee with their friends without having a cafe shot at. A life where everyone feels safe, they feel secure, and they feel protected, Mr. Speaker. They can't do it. We will.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Way to go.
Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The member for Beaches East York.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. I first just want to recognize the loss of Olga Crombie in my community. She was a devoted wife, mother, and pillar of her family, known for her fierce love, strength, and selfishness, and her legacy will live on through her family. And I want to just give special mention to her son, Steve. I appreciate the member's remarks, and public safety can be complex, and especially around pretrial detention. So when it comes to repeat violent offenders, I think there's agreement in this House. We should know, though, that pretrial detention, of those who are in pretrial detention, over 70% across this country are waiting for trial, innocent until proven guilty. And the evidence is that those who are subject to pretrial detention in the aggregate are more likely to be subject to recidivism when the case is closed. So I think, could the member speak to the complexities of pretrial detention and recidivism?
The Honourable Member for Oxford.
Mr. Speaker, and I appreciate the intervention by my colleague. Look, there is a presumption of innocence in our country. That is a fundamental principle which we will defend all the way. The people we are targeting are the repeat violent offenders that have made this a business, that are part of organized crime, that are constantly terrorizing our communities. The stats don't lie. In Kelowna, the RCMP and the chief of the mayor said the same 15 were responsible for almost 1,500 crimes. Those aren't innocent people, Mr. Speaker. Those are found guilty of committing those crimes. The same 40 in Vancouver committed 6,000 crimes. So the people that we are targeting are the small number of people that have made this into a repeat, constant attack on our communities, and that's what we're going after with this bill.
Good. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Brantford, Brant South, Six Nations.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I thank my colleague for that excellent speech, and thank you for drafting the Jail Not Bail Act. Can the member please describe to us the substantial difference between the Jail Not Bail Act approach when it comes to repeat violent criminals versus C-14, and how we create a presumption of detention in your bill?
Honourable member for Oxford.
Thank you, Speaker. I could spend all day discussing the differences between our bill, but I could tell you they still keep principle of restraint intact in their legislation. We repeal it and we add a principle of public safety as the primary consideration. We make changes to conditions for those that are being released. We change the legal test to make it tougher for those repeat violent offenders to get bail. We make it mandatory for judges to make sure they look at a person's criminal history. We're making all these changes that will toughen our system so that repeat violent offenders stay behind bars where they belong.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker. You know, I find it interesting. The member focused some attention on extortion. I understand the importance of that particular issue. I've had many discussions on that particular issue. The Prime Minister has raised the issue. Many members of the caucus, the Liberal caucus, have been discussing the issue. One of the issues within Bill C-14 is to deal with extortion. On the one hand, we have the Conservatives talking a lot about extortion. When they have a chance to do something on extortion that will make a difference, that's to allow this bill to pass. Will he commit to allowing this bill to be passed, bail reform, before the end of this year?
Member for Oxford.
Speaker, all his members said was that they talk, and the Prime Minister's talked about it, he's talked about it, they've had discussions about this, they've had discussions about that. That's all they've been doing in the last 10 years. We actually brought a bill, our deputy leader brought Bill 381 to the floor of this Parliament last year. And what did they do? They voted against it.
That's right.
They had an opportunity to stand up for their residents. They didn't. Winnipeg has one of the highest crime rates of the country. And yet this member is constantly defending the failed Liberal policies that puts his community at risk every single day. When we had that town hall in his community, we had folks from all walks of life. Even Liberals showed up. Liberal members said, we're not sure what is going on with our own party. We need to have change now, and they support the Jail Not Bail Act, Mr. Speaker.
We have time for a short question. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Government House Leader, a short one.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, the member doesn't even understand the issues related to Winnipeg. If he understood it, you'll see that the City of Winnipeg has actually taken action. So has the province in passing legislation. Will he recognize that it takes more than just the federal government, and they should be encouraging provinces and cities likewise to take action?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member for Oxford in 15 seconds or less.
Mr. Speaker, I do understand that all levels of government have to work together. The problem with these members is that they don't want to take the responsibility of fixing what is in the chamber that they have control over. The criminal code is a federal responsibility. The RCMP is a federal responsibility. CBSA is a federal responsibility. So instead of pointing fingers at everybody else, maybe they should look themselves in the mirror and take some responsibility for their own actions.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. Resuming debate, the member for Kitchener South. The member for Kitchener South has the floor. Oh, sorry, the member for the Niagara South. Forgive me. The member for Niagara South has the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to speak on an issue that is fundamental to what Canadians want from their government: security, safety, and the conviction that the law will protect innocent people rather than reward violent criminals. Canadians nationwide are dealing with the fallout from a justice system that puts violent repeat offenders ahead of the security of families and small business owners after 10 arduous years of Liberal soft-on-crime policies. The government has now acknowledged that the catch-and-release strategy has failed with the introduction of this bill. However, it's not enough to ensure that Canadians are safe in their country and those that commit crimes are jailed and not out on bail. It's good to see that the government finally has responded to the pleas of the Conservative Party that we've been advocating over the last 4 years to scrap Liberal bail. Look, one of the things that we want to see in this bill changed or enhanced or improved is adopting the principle of public and community safety. At its base level, that means eliminating the principle of restraint, presuming detention for major offenses, and turning Liberal redundancy into mandatory actions from judges. But let me tell you why. I made a promise to a group of people in my riding several months ago after the brutal assault of a 3-year-old toddler on a street in which I grew up in my grandparents' house in Welland. I made the promise that I would stand in this House until bail reform and the justice system was changed to ensure that people like Daniel Senecal, the repeat offender who was recently released after serving just 1 year after sexually assaulting a 12-year-old boy, served 1 year for that sexual assault and then was released into the community, and within weeks he brutally sexually assaulted a 3-year-old girl in the city of Welland. While she was in her bed at night, this 3-year-old toddler was brutally assaulted and left for dead. Now, I know everybody in this House is familiar with that case. And as I continue to talk over and over and over again about it, I'm grateful to so many people in my community that have supported the petition that I launched that was tabled in the House about a week ago. Tens of thousands of people are called on this government to change the Bail Act and initiate bail reform. It's becoming almost a habit in my riding on Saturday mornings where I meet with people who are survivors of sexual assault, who have children that are survivors of sexual assault. That's okay. Okay. Now we have coffee on Saturday mornings in my office, and they give me the strength to carry on in this quest. And this last Saturday, more people arrived. It seems that they know that the only voice they have is their representative on the floor of the House of Commons, and they have spoken to municipal councils around Southern Ontario to ask municipal governments to help support this effort to get bail reform on the floor of the House of Commons. Because in a vacuum, people will do anything they can to raise awareness. So from the delegations around Southern Ontario to municipal councils to protests that have propped up across Niagara, several protests in front of courthouses, in front of municipal buildings. These are people who are frustrated with the lack of action after 10 years of catch and release. I had a police officer come to my office a couple of weeks ago, and I asked him the question, what's the pattern of this catch and release? Because I hear a lot about it, and the Conservatives have been talking about it. And he looked at me and said, you won't believe I have actually, over the span of about 60 days, arrested the same guy 30 times. And in some cases, it's now just a situation where they sit in the back of the cruiser and they do a promise to appear, and then they let him out, only to re-arrest a few hours later. So that brings me to this question of the release of the least, what's the phrase, the least onerous conditions, no, the shortest possible time or the least onerous conditions. Well, Daniel Senecal, the guy who raped and beat this 3-year-old toddler, was out early, reoffended, is now in jail awaiting trial. And under this legislation, he will get out again, probably in about 7 years, if he's convicted. So we are waiting for that trial. I hope, as the parliamentary secretary to the government House leader likes to suggest over and over again, that why don't we just let this go to committee? That's where we can do the work. That's where we can make amendments. Well, we did that on Bill C-2. We did, in the Immigration Committee, we did a lot of work, as my colleague here will attest to, months of work, and lots of positive amendments to the legislation that once we brought back to the House, the government wiped it out in a single vote. Sorry, C3. C3? C3. My apologies. I understand that the government would rather us not talk about it here on the floor of the House of Commons because it raises too many of the issues that are inherent in this bill, too many of the shortcomings. But we will take it to committee eventually, and we will pose amendments. And I will guarantee you, Mr. Speaker, that when those amendments come back to this House, the government will reverse everything we would like to do to improve this legislation. And that is a travesty. So when you talk about cooperation, the government likes to say, this is a minority parliament, let's cooperate. Well, prove it, because we have tried, and they have voted us down. We will try again on this legislation, and I request of the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for him to commit today that he will take our amendments seriously and not just throw it out when it comes to the report stage. I hope he will accommodate that request today. I want to move on to a couple of things in this act about CBSA, and I'm going to refer to it as the CBSA facade. We've heard the minister say he wants to hire 1,000 new recruits at RCMP and 1,000 new at the CBSA. Well, that sounds interesting. It sounds like a lot. But once you take into account retirements and attrition and people who leave the profession, that amounts to a drop in the bucket of what the CBSA actually needs to protect Canadians today. There's no training capacity. There is not enough training capacity to train 1,000 new officers for the CBSA right now. So that's the first problem. The second problem is we have a serious problem of morale at the CBSA and a very high level of suicide. The morale level is bad, and the government needs to dig into this to make improvements at the CBSA so it becomes a profession that people would like to join. But interestingly, the CBSA has just recently reduced the detention capacity across Canada at the CBSA. We're talking about jail and not bail, and the CBSA is actually reduced by over 40% the detention capacity across Canada. So I'll ask the question, how is this reality reflected in the legislation that we're talking about today? There's lots more, Mr. Speaker, that I could speak about. I would like to take some time to talk about the extortion problem in this country and the crime issues. I know that in my community, I have several businesses that I still manage, and I see the level of crime in our streets. It has gone up substantially over the last number of years. It saddens me that in my small town of Port Colborne, that crime has become a fearful level for the business community. We never saw the number of security cameras that we see today across our homes, our businesses, our commercial buildings, and our streets and our communities and municipalities. We rely on that now for policing, to help our police catch criminals that are roaming our streets. So in conclusion, Mr. Speaker, I really hope that this government will take our suggestions at committee when it does go to committee and help us improve this bill, but let us ensure that people like Daniel Senecal, and let me be clear, I will continue to rise in this House day after day on this issue until criminals like Daniel Senecal spend the rest of his life in jail, never gets another chance to assault a little toddler as he did in Welland such a short time ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, in some ways I'm encouraged by the member's words that he indicated. I would give him my word that at the end of the day, hopefully we'll see this bill go to committee. The Conservatives will make that determination. And if it goes to committee, all amendments would be taken seriously in terms of consideration. Having said that, my word is that a majority of the House will ultimately determine the fate of the legislation, And we do not have that majority. We require others to provide that majority. Having said that, would the member not agree that bail reform is so important, not only for parliamentarians, but for Canadians? That's what this is all about, the constituents in which we serve. Will he give his commitment now that he will do whatever he can to see this bail reform?
I have to give a chance to the member from Niagara South to respond.
Well, I thank the parliamentary secretary for the question. Absolutely, I am fully committed to ensuring that bail reform is strengthened in this country. But this bill doesn't do it. We will take it to committee. We will refine it. We will introduce amendments. And I would caution, the government, the secretary, parliamentary secretary, the government House leader. The reason the immigration bill, all of the amendments were reversed was because they relied on a few members of the NDP that didn't sit in committee, didn't have the benefit of the debate that we had. So I'd encourage that when this goes to committee that our amendments are taken seriously and accepted by all members of this House.
Any comments, questions et commentaires? The honourable member from Markham Unionville.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to congratulate my colleague for his wonderful speech. It seems today when we're discussing this bill C-14, the Liberal government seems to be rushing us through this consideration and keep sending us to the committee, which the member have talked about the ineffectiveness of these committees. But really rushing through a bill that does not address the fundamental issue of Bill C-5 and C-75, and I'd like to ask the member to comment further on that. Why is the Liberal government rushing us through this incomplete and shortfalls of this C-14 bill? Thank you.
The honourable member for Niagara South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, my colleague, for the question. There is a need, the urgency for this legislation is to fix the problem of the individual that I spoke about being released early. The urgency is to ensure that repeat offenders don't get the opportunity to reoffend, and that violent offenders, particularly offenders against children, don't see the light of day. Under this current legislation, Daniel Senecal will be released, my guess is in about 7 years, if he's convicted. But the urgency is to fix the problem, but give us the time to debate it adequately in the House so Canadians can hear our perspective, see our point of view, understand why there are issues with this bill, and if we can debate it reasonably in this House, we will come to a good solution for all Canadians.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The member for Sandwich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And to my honourable colleague, it may seem slightly off topic of the current bill, but it was important for me to rise as a member of a party that's never been a recognized party in the House, so that Canadians know that those of us who aren't permanent members of committee are aware of what happens in committee. And this is prompted by his comment that NDP members weren't sitting on the committee. And I would, not putting myself in their shoes, but having been in their shoes many times, assure Canadians that when we bring forward amendments as members of federal political parties, parties in this place, but not recognized parties, we have access to what happens at committee. And I'd say in the case of my colleague who sits right in front of me, the honourable member from Vancouver East, no one knows more about that piece of legislation than she does, having worked on it through many iterations, through many committees. So you might disagree, rather you, Mr. Speaker, would not disagree, but the honourable member may disagree with the way colleagues voted, including myself, but it wasn't because we didn't have access to the information. We had more than access to the information. We wanted to see C3 pass.
I recognize the member from Niagara South in 30 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Yeah, I appreciate the member's comment, and I agree. Without permanent membership on committees, there is limited access, at least for me, as a member of that committee, to hear the perspective from people that are in a non-party situation. But we worked through so many of the amendments. It took a long time and a lot of work only to come back here and have it all wiped out with one vote. Not one single amendment passed.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, as always, it is an honor to rise in this House on behalf of the people of Calgary. Calgary McKnight. I wanted to speak specifically on this bill today because the safety of Canadians is something that I am very passionate about, as I am sure many of my colleagues in this House are as well. I believe that along with the cost of living crisis, the increase in crime levels across Canada is the most important issue that needs to be tackled by this Parliament. And this rising wave of crime isn't just my observation. Recent reports by Stats Canada tell the same story. Since the Liberals were elected in 2015, violent crime is up 55%. Gun crime is up 130%. Sexual assaults are up 76%. Homicides are up 29%. And extortion is up 330%. In Calgary, roughly 75 repeat offenders are responsible for a large chunk of crime calls all around the city. A Calgary police superintendent says that the same 75 criminals commit hundreds of disturbances, from assault with a weapon to store robbery and illegal drug use. We hear stories like this all across the country. In Vancouver, the same 40 offenders were linked to over 6,000 negative police contacts. Calgary police inspectors say that these criminals just cycle through the system and continue recommitting their offenses upon release. In my riding in Northeast Calgary, there were 5 attacks on transit workers over the course of this summer. In one incident, a bus driver was pepper sprayed and then beaten so bad that they were sent to the hospital in critical condition. In another case, a bus driver was stabbed and beaten and again was taken to the hospital with life-threatening injuries. This summer in Kelowna, a woman was murdered by her ex-husband just 3 hours after the assault conviction. He was supposed to be released for a 10-week period while waiting on the delivery of a psychiatric report, but only 4 kilometers away from the courthouse, and 3 hours later, he attacked his ex-wife and another woman with a hammer, ultimately killing his ex-wife. Just last month, a mother of 4 was gunned down by her ex-boyfriend outside a Brampton strip mall while he was out on bail. Another man who was out on bail committed a mass stabbing in Manitoba this September and even killed his 18-year-old sister. These stories go on and on. I commend the effort and bravery of our police and fire responders in fighting this rise in crime. But I am disappointed by this Liberal government's agenda to limit the ability of our justice system to keep dangerous offenders behind bars. This rise in crime has come in large part due to Liberal bills C-75 and Bill C-5. Passed in 2019, C-75 forced judges to release offenders at the earliest possible opportunity under the least onerous conditions. To make matters worse, in 2022, Bill C-5 further weakened deterrence by repealing numerous mandatory minimum sentences for serious offenses like sexual assault. And C-5 repealed mandatory jail time for serious gun crimes like extortion with a firearm. Extortion has turned into one of the fastest growing crime in Canada. Police across the country have reported waves of threats against small business owners in communities like at Brampton, Surrey, Vancouver, and Calgary. Families in their homes are regularly shot at, firebombed, and threatened. Just last week, while I was in my riding, 4 separate constituents approached my office for help after receiving extortion calls. South Asian communities have faced the brunt of extortion cases in Canada, and authorities in BC even had to establish a special task force dedicated to these incidents. Extortion has gotten so bad that over half of Canadians no longer feel safe in their homes. That's why last year my Conservative colleagues from Edmonton introduced Bill C-381, the Protection Against Extortion Act. This bill would have delivered stricter mandatory minimums for extortion and treated arson as an aggravating factor. Shamefully, the Liberals voted it down and left Canadians stranded without the protection they desperately need. Most recently, my colleague from Oxford introduced Bill C-242, the Jail Not Bail Act. Bill C-242 prioritized public safety and the rights of survivors rather than the freedom of criminals. It introduced tougher bail rules for major crimes like gun offenses, sexual assault, robbery, kidnapping, and human trafficking, and it required judges to take an offender's full criminal record into account. And most importantly, C-242 would have stopped the revolving door of bail by blocking repeat violent offenders from being released over and over again. And now it seems that the Liberals are finally starting to listen to mayors, premiers, and police associations from coast to coast who have been calling for an end to the failed catch-and-release bail experiment. After Conservatives campaigned for 4 years to scrap liberal bail, the Liberals have finally accepted the reality that the rights of survivors are more important than those of criminals. Bill C-14 expands reverse honest bail rules for certain violent and weapon-related offenses, asks judges to more intently consider community safety and an offender's history, but still keeps the existing principles of restraint and the foundation of the bail system. Considering the state of fear that Canadians currently live in and the fact that Canada's violent crime severity index has gone up by 41% in the last 10 years, I do not believe that Bill C-14, as it currently stands, goes far enough to address the issues of bail reform or restore the trust in our justice system to keep the public safe. A Conservative plan for bail would prioritize public safety over the principle of restraint. We would restore mandatory minimums for firearms, sexual assault, kidnapping, human trafficking, robbery, extortion with a firearm, arson, and other serious violent crimes. We would exclude those committing robbery, gun violence and trafficking, and property offenders from being eligible for conditional sentencing. And we would mandate the consideration of criminal history instead of just encouraging judges to keep it in mind. I believe that unless these changes are made, serious and dangerous offenders will continue to be released onto our streets to pose a threat to our communities. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, I've made reference to the issue of extortion. Extortion is indeed a very serious issue. The Prime Minister was elected back in April, made a commitment to Canadians, as all Liberal MPs have, that we are going to deliver on bail reform. The only thing that's standing in the way of getting bail reform before the end of the year is the Conservative Party of Canada. The issue that I have is that as members talk about extortion, Mr. Speaker, they can put the talking aside, pass legislation, and actually take a tangible action against extortion. Do I have a commitment from that particular member that he will do his best at passing this legislation before the end of the year?
The Honourable Member for Calgary-McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, Conservatives have been calling for bail reform for years now, and we have proposed numerous bills to keep repeat violent offenders behind bars. If the Liberals were really serious about keeping Canadians safe, they would support the Conservative Jail Not Bail Act. Mr. Speaker, we are now seeing the Liberals trying to cover up a problem that they have created themselves. If they were really serious about fighting crime, then they would support our Jail Not Bail Act. But I hope we can work together to deliver a positive result for Canadians. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, I asked a very specific question. And to the member's credit, he didn't skip a beat. He went right back to his speech. He completely ignored the question. If the member is serious about extortion, if the leader of the Conservative Party is serious about extortion, as opposed to giving their political dribble in regards to how they want to filibuster this legislation, will the member commit? Will the member commit to having Bill C-14, an election platform from the Liberal Party, passed before the end of the year? Yes or no?
The honourable member for Calgary-McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question from the Liberals. So, Mr. Speaker, there was a rally in BC, and the Liberals, a member from the Liberal Party, attended that rally. That rally was to defund the police organizations. How can the crime be stopped if the Liberal members are attending those kind of rallies in BC? Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for the honourable parliamentary secretary, government house leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. How ridiculous! The Liberal Party does not support defunding police services. The member knows that, Mr. Speaker. Yet he continues to refuse to answer a very specific question. The question is, will the member agree that it is in Canada's best interest that we have bail reform legislation? It is before us today. They can attempt to amend it. Will he commit to allowing the legislation to pass before the end of the year? Again, yes or no?
Honourable member for Calgary-McKnight.
Mr. Speaker, it is difficult to trust someone to fix a problem that they created. Liberal bills C5 and C75 have proven to be a disaster and have caused harm to Canadians. I hope that the Liberals can right their wrong and provide effective relief to Canadian communities and families. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The honourable member for Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have a friend who owns a shop in Rexdale, Ontario, and his shop was shot up twice in the span of the last 15 days. And again, it was an extortion-related issue. We have had 10 years during which extortion-related issues have gone up 330% in Canada and over 360% in all of Ontario. Based on all these trajectories, we haven't had any sensible solutions proposed by the Liberals over the last 10 years. The question of my colleague is, what are we going to do as a Conservative Party?
The honourable member for Calgary-McKnight in 25 seconds or less.
We have
Mr. Speaker, Liberal Bill C5 and C75 are the root causes of the issues that we are trying to tackle here today. Conservatives have led the debate on key issues like cost of living and the carbon tax, forcing Liberals to take action. I hope that Liberals take note of my constituents' concern and I have shared here today. Thank you.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat. The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Mr. Speaker, it is an honour today to speak to Bill C-14, an act that proposes a long-awaited reform to Canada's bail and sentencing framework. For too long, the system has focused more on the rights of offenders than the safety of our communities. Together with Police Association, provincial governments, victims, and survivors, we have listened to our communities and advocated for stronger bail and sentencing regulations. But it is important to remember these reforms come after years of Liberal policy failures. It took Liberals years to even acknowledge the problems they caused with Bill C-75 and Bill C-5. And even now, under C-14, they have not removed the principle of restraint, the rule that tells police and judges to focus on releasing accused people as quickly as possible on a least restrictive condition. The principle remains the heart of Canada's catch-and-release crisis. Mr. Speaker, the numbers tell the story of rising crimes in our communities. In my riding of King Vaughan, between 2020 and 2024, assaults increased 73%, robberies 119%, homicides increased by 100%. case we missed it, twice the number of people were murdered between 2020 and 2024. Break-in entries increased by 69%. Sexual violations increased by a staggering 194%. Thefts of a motor vehicle increased by 122%. Between 2019 and 2025, York Region Police charged 19,522 individuals with criminal offenses. Of those, 32.6% were charged again for breaching bail or other release conditions. These numbers show a system that too often fails to protect the public from repeat offenders. Recently, at a town hall in Vaughan, the community came together to hear the story of Darian Haley Henderson Bellman, a beautiful young woman of 25 years who was fatally shot on July 28, 2020. The accused killer, Darnell Reed, had been arrested 4 previous times for violating the condition of his bail for contacting her. He was also arrested and charged in May of 2020 for being in possession of an illegal firearm. The liberal catch and release principles of restraint ensured that he only spent 6 days in custody before being released again. A mere 3 months later, he shot and murdered a young, beautiful soul with her whole life in front of her. Darian's parents, Mr. Paul Henderson and Mrs. Flo Bellman, told the community that courts must make public safety a priority and consider the rights of victims and survivors when deciding bail. Mr. Henderson said, and I quote, "Right now, it's on the police officers, Crown attorneys, and victims to say why the offenders should stay in custody, which doesn't make any sense. What we're suggesting is that this needs to be flipped around. If he hadn't been released on bail again, Darian would be alive today. The courts put faith in a surety to justice bail, even though the same surety had failed multiple times before with no consequences. That failure cost their daughter's life." End of quote. The pain for Mr. Henderson and Mrs. Bellman is unimaginable. They relive the tragedy every single day. The moment their daughter was shot, the grief of losing her, and the knowledge that the system failed her. The sad story for Mr. Henderson and Mrs. Bellman is having to relive the tragic death of their daughter and the brutal way in which she was killed. She was shot 4 times, including once in the eye. Her parents went on to say, and I quote, "The system seems to prioritize the rights of offenders over the safety and well-being of victims and survivors. The daily loss of lives is unacceptable. Violent offenders keep them off the streets to protect those who are most vulnerable in our communities." End of quote. Durham Police Chief Peter Morena said, "The number of people out on bail committing serious crimes is a growing epidemic across Ontario. Without a strong deterrent, these people who have already demonstrated that they don't deserve to be in the public spaces living amongst us are out there reoffending and victimizing more and more people." End quote. York Region Police Chief Jim McSween was clear that the Liberal policy on violent offenders needs to change. Chief McSween stated, I quote, "Once again, we're seeing cases where individuals released on bail are involved in serious crimes within our communities. To ensure public safety, and protect our officers, we need a bail system that effectively addresses repeat violent offenders while maintaining public confidence. End of quote. Mr. Speaker, King Vaughan has seen this firsthand. Months ago, a father of four, Abdul Aleem Faruqi, was shot and killed in front of his children during a home invasion in Vaughan. Just last week, York Region Police announced arrests and charges. One of the suspects, Mohammed Abdulmaid, a 26-year-old from Mississauga, was out on bail at the time of the murder. He faces multiple charges, including first-degree murder, breaking and entry with intent, robbery with a firearm possession, of stolen property over $5,000, and breach of probation. Police said, and I quote, "There are 4 separate forms of release that he was out in the community on. The offenses vary in severity, but it is concerning when this type of event happens." End of quote. In addition, a 16-year-old remains at large, wanted for multiple offenses, including first-degree murder and robbery with a firearm. These tragedies are preventable. If bail laws had prioritized public safety instead of the liberal principles of restraint policy, Mr. Faruqi might be alive today. His children would still have their father, a family that now has to live with this unimaginable loss. Mr. Speaker, Bill C-14 proposes some improvements, but it doesn't go far enough. It fails to remove the principle of restraint, the very clause added in Bill C-75 that tells judges and police to prioritize release. Mandatory minimums repealed by Bill C-5 have not been restored, leaving sentencing highly discretionary. The limits imposed on conditional sentences do not go far enough. Robbery, firearms, and human trafficking offenses can still access home arrest. Mr. Speaker, a police detective recently told me a story about an individual who he arrested in possession of an illegal firearm. When arrested, the individual laughed and said that he would be out before the paperwork was finished. He also told the detective that since the Liberals removed the mandatory minimum, the illegal gun possession, he wouldn't have to do a minimum of 3 years in jail. He would be out in no time. He was smiling from ear to ear. The Liberals have spent years ignoring the mess that they created with Bill C-75 and Bill C-5. They finally admitted that changes were needed, but their so-called reforms still leave dangerous repeat offenders in the systems that prioritize the release over public safety.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. L'honorable député de Alfred.
The honourable member for Alfred Pillon. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like my colleague across the way to answer the following question. The Conservatives have constantly shifted their position on Bill C-75. First, they wanted it to be repealed. Then they wanted to focus on the principle of restraint. Now, they're proposing amendments to it. C-14 clarifies that restraint does not mean someone will be released automatically. Given that the Conservatives keep shifting their position, why would Canadians trust them with something as important as justice?
Mr. Speaker, I would like this member to look at the face of the people in my community and tell them that they have made everything possible. I believe that the Carney Liberal candidate for Victoria.
Interrupt the member. The member cannot use the first name or the last name or the full name of the Prime Minister in the House. So I'll let the member. Members do make mistakes about the rules in this House. I'll let the member for King Vaughan finish.
So the Prime Minister said earlier, the Liberal candidate from Victoria, he's on the record calling to defend the police for disarming most police and promoting drug decriminalization. Mr. Speaker, if they believe that defunding the police. I know I should.
I'm going to interrupt the member. The member cannot use the first name or the last name or the full name of any member of the House, including a certain parliamentary secretary. I will let the member finish in 10 seconds or less, and then we'll go back to questions and comments. I have a for Victoria.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As a newer member of this House, I wonder if the Speaker could speak to whether or not it's appropriate to use personal adjectives and describe other members as very annoying in comments made on the floor.
I suspect that if I say it's a matter of debate, that I'll have further points of order raised by members. Members can describe, as long as it is fair as part of debate. I'm not going to delve into if people have hurt feelings or if they don't like the way certain comments are being described. Order. We've dealt with this matter before, earlier in the House. I would refer members to the rules of decorum, which is in Standing Order 16 and Standing Order 18. And then that's my ruling, and I'm going to invoke Standing Order 10 so that we can proceed with debate before Standing Order 31, statements and question period. I'll let the member King Vaughan finish in 10 seconds or less.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I apologize. I'm just a little under the weather today, but I want to state something very clearly. My community of King Vaughan is very upset because the police officers have no jurisdiction when they arrest someone, put them in jail, they're out before they know it.
You're welcome. Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you to my honourable colleague for her excellent speech. The member comes from the Vaughan area, essentially exactly where my riding is, and she knows all too well the serious consequences that we have had in our community with respect to crime. At one point, we had 7 shootings in just 3 weeks in our community. Something definitely needs to be done. Now, I've been listening to this debate, and I keep hearing over and over again how conservatives, apparently, are delaying bail reform. Mr. Speaker, we've wanted bail reform for the last 4 years. Now that the bill's on the table, we want them to go the full way and get rid of the principal restraint. So I'm wondering, could the member elaborate why this Liberal government needs to take our consideration seriously, our amendments on the principle of restraint, and why they don't need just to clarify it, but remove it altogether?
Oh, good. The honourable member for Vaughan Woodbridge.
Thank you. No, I'm King Vaughan.
King.
That's okay. We all make mistakes. I want to thank my honourable member from Vaughan Woodbridge, and I also want to let him know that we need to protect our citizens. We currently have a citizen that came back to Canada today to testify in committee, and she has to leave. And you know why? Because the law didn't protect her. She is being given death threats every single day. We need to make sure that these individuals stay behind bars so that women and children can live in this country like we used to live with the protection of the police.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Milton East, Halton Hill South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my opposition colleague for highlighting the story of Darian Henderson-Bellman. Her family lives in my riding. It's a heartbreakingly tragic story. The member mentioned that the burden of reverse onus. Currently, the onus is on a Crown prosecutor to prove that an accused should be denied bail. In Bill C-14 as proposed, reverse onus provisions would shift that onus to the accused to prove why they should be permitted bail. Is the member aware of the reverse onus provisions contained in our proposed Bill C-14? And how does she expect those changes to make a positive impact on public safety?
The honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you very much for bringing that question to the forefront, because I will tell you I met with the parents, and I will tell you the problem is
we speak through the chair to the member, not directly to the member with the U. I'll let the member for King Vaughan continue.
I met with the parents. We met with the parents in our town hall, and they let this individual out 4 times. 4 times! And he went and killed their only child. So I asked the Liberals across the way, we have to toughen those laws, we have to remove it and make sure that someone that continuously repeats like, I know you're doing this, but we need to keep him in jail if we're going to keep people alive.
Resuming debate, reprise de débat, the honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. After this lost Liberal decade, Canadians across this country are living with a level of fear and disorder that none of us should ever accept as normal. Every single day, families wake up a new story of violence, repeat offenders being released on bail only to reoffend, sometimes within hours. Every day, Canadians watch consequences of a justice system wrapped by Prime Minister's reckless catch and release ideology. And every day, this government insists that everything is fine. Mr. Speaker, everything is not fine. In my province of Alberta, the city of Calgary, I've seen first-hand devastation Liberal soft on crime bail laws have caused ruckus, and it is the people in these neighborhoods who actually deal with the crimes of repeat violent offenders. It is the families in these communities who bear the burden when repeat sexual offenders breaches their conditions and nothing changes. And it is everyday Canadians who now unfortunately think twice before going out to the park, walking to the grocery store, or just stepping outside after dark. This is not a failure circumstances. It is a direct consequences of choices made by Liberal government. The devastation is clear, Mr. Speaker. Since 2015, violent crime has gone up 55%. Firearm offenses are up 130%. Extortion has shot up insane 330%. And sexual assaults have gone 76%. And homicide across the nation have risen nearly 30%. These are not just numbers. Each data point represents a Canadian who might not come home again. Families that will never be whole again. The communities that will never be same. We are also seeing a worrying rise in extortion across the country. And Calgary and Surrey has become one of the clearest examples. Police have launched dozens of new investigations in just last few months. The business owners being threatened, intimidated, and in some cases even shot at. This situation has become so serious that Surrey created a special police team and set up a $250,000 reward fund just to help stop growing crime wave. This rise in extortion shows exactly what happens when repeat offenders know they can go out revolving door of bail and return to threatening people in their communities. In Calgary and Surrey, Canadians should not be living in fear of criminals demanding money or threatening their families. Yet this is becoming more common under Liberal failed system. And despite all of this, the Liberal continues to defend law that contributes of this crisis. Laws like Bill C-75, a bill prioritizes release criminals rather than protecting communities. Laws like Bill C-5 that replace mandatory minimum sentence for violent firearm crimes and other serious offenses. These actions have led to government treating violent criminals as victims and law-abiding Canadians as afterthought. For years, Conservatives warned the government that their approach to bail and sentencing was unleashing chaos. For years, Liberals denied, deflected, and dismissed. And for years, Canadians paid the price. Now, after nearly a decade of failure, the Liberals suddenly claims they want to fix the bail system. But what they have tabled is too little, too late, and nowhere near enough. Bill C-14 is the latest example of this government scrambling to copy Conservative ideas after spending years of blocking them. In fact, the Carney Liberals have been copying Conservative proposals.
Interrupt the member and remind the member that the member cannot use the first name, the last name, or the full name of the Prime Minister or any member of the House of Commons. I'll invite the member to continue now with that in mind.
In fact, Liberals have been copying Conservative proposals at fascinating pace. Conservatives proposed extending reverse honours for major violent crimes. The Liberal voted against it, then copied it. MP Khanna introduced the Jail Not Bail Act.
Has the member used referenced the last name of the member for Oxford? He can refer to other members by their writing names, but not by their family names or their first names. I invite the member again to continue.
The member from Oxford introduced the Jail Not Bail Act, recognizing attacks on first responders as major offense. Liberals opposed it, then recycled the idea. While the Liberals would have Canadians believe this bill fixes all the bail crisis, it does not. A person who commits a violent crime should not be sitting home and watching Netflix. They should be off from the streets. Mr. Speaker, this is not a plan to protect Canadians. It is a press release pretending to be a bill. That is why Conservatives will work tirelessly to ensure that Bill C-14 actually scraps Liberal bail. Thankfully, we have already put forward the real solution. C-242, the Conservative Jail Not Bail Act introduced by members from Oxford, unlike Bill C-14, which tinkers at the margin, C-242 reshapes the system for protect the public. It repeals the liberal principles of restraint to replaces it with the public safety primary clause, ending with the culture of automatic release. It creates a major offense category and triggers a true presumption of detention. Not just a burden shift on offenses such as firearm crimes, sexual offenses, kidnapping, human trafficking, home invasions, robbery, extortion, arson, and violent assaults. It tightens the risk standard and requires judges to consider the full criminal history of an accused person. Mr. Speaker, C-242 also includes 10-year lockback provision, so that if someone is convicted of a major violent offense, commit another major violent offense while already on bail, they face a near certain presumption of detention, and it is strengthened surely rule by banning individuals which indicate convention and from acting as a guarantor and require passport standard for non-residents where it requires. That is what a real plan to protect Canadians looks like. That is what Conservatives are offering. The need for this reform is urgent. A recent National poll found that more than half of Canadians no longer feel safe in their own neighborhoods. In a country like ours that is thriving, peaceful, proud, that should shock every member of this House. But tragically fear is entirely rational. People see what is happening around them. They see the revolving door justice system. They see police arrest the same offenders repeatedly. They see crime scenes where their children play, and they see government that refuses to take responsibility. We have a Minister of Public Safety who says, without embarrassment, I'm not responsible for the hiring of our CMPA or CBA officers. If the minister responsible for public safety is not responsible for ensuring we have enough frontline officers, who is? This is the level of accountability Canadians are being offered. In Calgary, especially in downtown area or entire city, residents are witness some of the worst increase in violence crime since government took office. Transit stations have become unsafe. Small business owners are robbed repeatedly. Families living in fear, being caught gang-related shooting. Seniors feel trapped in their own homes. These are serious concerns from real people, and they deserve more than symbolic legislation. I would say Conservatives will not stop until we scrap liberal catch and release laws. We will not stop until violent offenders face real serious consequences. We will not stop until safe streets are the norm in Canada, not an exemption. Mr. Speaker, the government has choice: adopt a full Conservative plan, stop the revolving door to the bail system and protect Canadians, or continue down this reckless path of embark on decade ago. Canadians already know which side Conservatives are. We are on the side of victims, families, and safe, strong communities. We are on the side of common sense. It is time to scrap liberal bail on and restore public safety in this country. Conservatives are ready. Canadians are ready. The only question that remains is whether the Liberals are ready.
Before I go to questions and comments, just a reminder to members as we're approaching the hour for Standing Order 31 statements and question period, that Standing Order 16.2 still applies. Members cannot cross between the speaker and the member who is speaking, because that makes it quite difficult to see if the member is done or not. So I invite members to pass it on to other members, that we're not supposed to be doing that in the chamber. With that being said, questions and comments, questions et commentaires, l'honorable député de Alfred Pellan.
Merci. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I don't understand. The Conservatives put policy before the country. Canadians approve of a bill that guarantees that sexual assaulters won't be able to be under house arrest. This will protect survivors and will keep our communities safe. Can one woman across the aisle in the Conservative caucus rise and ask her colleagues why they are against a measure that guarantees that sexual assaulters will no longer be able to be under house arrest? Is there a woman across the way that would be ready to do so across the aisle?
Member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, we are taking crimes very seriously, even the sexual crimes. Mr. Speaker, Bill 247, Jail Not Bail Act, is entirely constitutional, and it covers everything. On this side of aisle, we are here to protect our women, children, and everyone on the safe. That all the Canadians are safe on the street. The Canadian homes are safe. They're not getting threatened by calls. Thank you.
Comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and through you, Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague. I appreciated his intervention. One of the things that I hear, in particular in my community, from the police officers and from victims, is that their victims are afraid to come forward to testify because the person that's committed the crime against them has just been released on bail within minutes, if not hours, of being detained by the police. So the question to my colleague is, does he agree with that? And should there be tougher punishments on criminals?
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Thank you to my colleague. Yes, it is very serious, and we have introduced our Bill C-242 by our members from Oxford, and that's what we need to act on. We cannot release those offenders back on the streets. We have to be serious on them. We have seen in last failed Liberal decade what we have gone through. The crime rate is skyrocketing. Even just Surrey alone, the extortion cases are up almost 550%, and that's a very highly number. We cannot have this in Canada. Thank you.
Questions and comments.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for, let's see here. Pardon?
Windsor West.
Windsor West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, there's a member opposite that has called in the past for the police to be defunded. And his assertion was disarming the police would be the best way to solve crime. I, as a former police officer, find that extremely offensive. So do the rest of Canadians. The question for my colleague is, what is his opinion on this matter of defunding the police?
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, it is a shameful act. A member from across the road, he was involved in a rally to defund our police. And on the other hand, I have spoke to the police officers last week. They're looking on us. They're looking on the government of Canada. We can provide them more tools. They need more men. And there was I think a while ago, there was an announcement they'll be hiring 1,000 new officers, police officers. Nothing is hired. And on the other hand, the Liberals are announcing and they're going through those rallies where they want to defund the RCM with their funding. That's not right.
Questions and comments. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government HoC.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, it's absolutely silly to try to imply that the government or the Liberal Party does not support funding of police. I'll tell you what is serious. We have the Conservative Party consistently wanting to filibuster Bill C-14.
Order, please. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
From the top.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. As I say, it's absolutely silly for the Conservative Party to try to give a false impression that the Liberal Party or the government does not support funding our police. What is real is that the police, the provinces, the municipalities, they all support Bill C-14. They all want bail reform. Canadians want bail reform. It's the Conservative Party of Canada that continues to filibuster C-14, Mr. Speaker. The issue is, when will the Conservatives allow C-14 to pass? Canadians want it. We want it. When won't the Conservatives agree to pass the legislation before the end of the year?
Briefly, the Honourable Member for Calgary Skyview. Very brief.
Mr. Speaker, that was the question he should be asking his own member, own caucus member who joined that rally. He should not be asking us, and that's it. And now it's up to the Prime Minister. Is he going to fire that member of Parliament that's sitting right in his file, or is he going to keep him? And when it comes to the Bill C-14, Conservatives will support any bill that's designed to increase safety for the Canadians. You know, but we believe this bill is so weak. It's better if...
Unfortunately, time is up. We have to go to member statements. Statements by members. Déclaration des députés. The Honourable Member for Oakville West.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise today to recognize the exceptional teachers receiving the Prime Minister's Awards for Teaching Excellence in my beautiful riding of Oakville West. This award celebrates the achievements of educators that go above and beyond. These are leaders in the classrooms, mentors and coaches that support our children throughout their journey, who take the extra step and exceed the curriculum to help students succeed. To date, this award has honored over 2,300 teachers and considers Canada's highest honor for teachers teaching in early, primary and secondary education. I would like to extend my heartfelt congratulations to Ms. Fitron, Mr. Vittorio Iaffarti, recipients of the Regional Certificate of Teaching Excellence, as well as Mr. Kevin Carter, who has been awarded the Regional Certificate of Teaching Excellence in STEM. Thank you for your exceptional contributions to help build the foundations children need to make the best start possible in life. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Niagara Falls, Niagara-on-the-Lake.
Speaker, this week the Tourism Industry Association of Canada is hosting their annual Tourism Congress in Gatineau. This year's theme is Tourism Builds Canada. Tourism definitely powers my communities of Niagara Falls and Niagara-on-the-Lake. In fact, Niagara is home to more than 40,000 tourism workers. Across Canada, 1 in 10 Canadian jobs are in tourism, an industry that generates $130 billion in economic activity, but it could be so much more if not for bad Liberal policies. Under this Liberal government, tourism is simply not a priority. According to TIAC, cuts to the International Convention Attraction Fund, Tourism Growth Program, and Destination Canada's core funding, and excluding tourism from the capital cost allowance undermines the sector's potential. In a country where so much is broken after 10 years of this Liberal government, leave it to these Liberals to cut programs that actually work. Speaker, tourism builds Canada. Unfortunately, this Liberal budget fails to unleash its full potential.
The Honourable Member for Hamilton West, Ancaster Dundas.
Last week, Hamilton welcomed the Minister of Public Safety and the Secretary of State for Sport to announce federal funding for the amazing new Hamilton YWCA. Then the Secretary of State for Combating Crime joined the Mayor's Community Safety Roundtable discussing federal action to stop crime. We hosted the Minister of Industry to advance our government's Buy Canadian policy, meeting student leaders, workers and innovators, supporting Canada's next generation of jobs. And the Minister of Housing and Infrastructure met with Hamilton Housing Partners to continue work making housing more affordable and confirming Hamilton's light rail transit system remains a federal budget priority. This budget delivers billions of dollars in further investment and opportunity for Hamilton and cities across Canada. Mr. Speaker, Leadership isn't American-style slogans, conspiracy theories, anger, and division. Effective government, real leadership, is being part of a great team that delivers results for Hamilton and all Canadians.
The honourable member for Foothills.
Breathtaking colors, more vibrant than one can imagine. Sounds and smells tantalizing your senses, cheering on world-class athletes, the two- and four-legged variety, as they achieve the unimaginable. This is what it means to experience Spruce Meadows, Canada's premier show jumping facility, which is celebrating its 50th anniversary. The bold vision of Ron and Margaret Southern, Spruce Meadows is a world-renowned institution, recognized for equestrian excellence and cherished for honoring the traditions and values of Southern Alberta. The Southern's hard work, prairie hospitality, and deep community roots built something truly remarkable. Their daughters, Linda and Nancy, are carrying on that family legacy, a legacy which is unforgettable as we cheer on Eric Lamaze and Hickstead, Captain Canada Ian Miller and Big Ben, and cheer on Aaron Ballard to be an Olympian and a Canadian legend. To the Southern family, the volunteers, staff, athletes, and fans who poured their hearts into this journey, thank you to Spruce Meadows for welcoming the world to Foothills for 50 years.
The honourable member for Scarborough Centre, Don Valley East.
Mr. Speaker, today is a day to celebrate science. The Office of the Chief Science Advisor and the Canadian Science Policy Centre have brought 45 researchers from across Canada to Ottawa today for Science Meets Parliament. These researchers are among our brightest emerging leaders, representing the full spectrum of disciplines from natural sciences and engineering to health sciences and social sciences. They are on the Hill to share their insights, connect with parliamentarians, and strengthen the vital link between science and policy in tackling Canada's most pressing challenges. Trusting relationships between those who generate evidence and those who apply it are essential. Opportunities like today allow both communities to meet, exchange ideas, and build mutual understanding. As chair of the Standing Committee on Science and Research, I am proud to be a champion for science. Please join me in welcoming the participants of Science Meets Parliament. Thank you.
The honourable member for Calgary Skyview.
Mr. Speaker, I rise today on behalf of the people in Calgary to express concern over the recent sentencing decision that chips away the public confidence in justice system. In case of extortion in our city, the offender received an 18-month sentence in which 6 months are to be served under house arrest. Extremely light outcome given to the seriousness of the crime. This was not a minor offense. The victim was targeted in Calgary and pressured to repay more than $200,000 tied to third-party illegal gambling. He was shown images of cut-up body parts in an attempt to scare him. The threat cannot be dismissed as any less than extremely serious. This case makes one thing clear. Our laws does not reflect the seriousness of the extortion and organized crime. It's a time to strengthen the law so that criminals face real consequences and Calgarians receive the protection they deserve. Thank you.
The honourable member for Surrey Newton.
Mr. Speaker, 30 years ago, human rights defender Jaswant Singh Khalra stood here in Ottawa to urge parliamentarians to pay attention to the disappearances and unlawful killings of thousands of Sikhs in Punjab, India. Just months after the visit, he was abducted, tortured, and killed for his courage and conviction. Before his tragic death, he shared a powerful message, one that continues to inspire people around the world today. He reminded us that we must never stay silent in the face of injustice. As we honor Jaswant Singh Khalra's courage and sacrifice, let us reaffirm our shared commitment to truth, justice, and human rights, the values that form the foundation of our democracy. Thank you.
The honourable member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians spend more on taxes than anything else. They spend more on taxes than they do on housing. Government is the single most expensive purchase we make. Yet these Liberals have the gall to stand here and tell us that making government more expensive is an affordability measure. Liberals had a chance to lower food costs for Canadians by scrapping the industrial carbon tax. Instead, they chose to make food more expensive by increasing the tax. That drives up the cost of fertilizer and farm equipment. Liberals promised Canadians they could eat their cake and have it too. But the price of baked goods is up nearly 6% over last year. Now we know the Liberal plan. They will ban plastic food packaging, removing thousands of products from the store shelves. It's not unaffordable if it's unavailable. Mr. Speaker, Canadians shouldn't have to wait a generation for change. They need an affordable Conservative government now.
The Honourable Member for Joliette-Manawan. Mr. Speaker, philanthropy is a quiet strength which makes our society better. It is a living link between freedom and solidarity between individuals and the community. It reminds us that a people must not be measured just by its laws or institutions. It must be measured by the generosity of its soul. On November 15th, we dedicated a day to remembering the truth of the fact that philanthropy is active hope. And today, I would like to thank from the bottom of my heart the representatives that are here on the Hill. I would like to specifically thank Philanthropie Lanaudière, which embodies this support for justice and solidarity. Their team and partners are reducing indifference and creating spaces where everyone can live with dignity. They prove that true wealth is not a matter of accumulation but of sharing. And so let us remember that philanthropy and giving is a matter of affirming life and preparing the future. It must remain a shining light and a duty for all of us. The Honourable Member for Saint-Boniface Saint-Vital.
Celebrates the memory of Louis Riel, a visionary leader, the founder of Manitoba, and a father of Confederation.
On Sunday, I had the honor of attending with the Prime Minister the 140th anniversary of the execution of Louis Riel. More than a century after a Prime Minister betrayed him, it is particularly significant that another Prime Minister is choosing today to fully honor his legacy. Louis Riel reminds us that still today we must fight for justice and equality. His legacy still exists in Saint-Boniface and elsewhere in Canada, inspiring our commitment to respect, partnership, and reconciliation with the Métis Nation. I would like to thank the Manitoba Métis Federation and the Manitoba St. Joseph National Métis Union.
On behalf of this House, I pay tribute to Louis Riel and to his enduring vision for our country. May this day always remind us of the strength and resilience of the Red River Métis Nation.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is presenting us a red ink budget, a generational credit card budget, Mr. Speaker. Wow. They are spending wildly, and today's taxpayers, as well as future generations, will have to pay the bill. The Liberals think that 1 + 1 = 10. Even the Fitch Credit Agency is warning us about what might happen. And the fact that the Liberals never seem to respect their own fiscal guidelines, that is making our finances worse. Even the Parliamentary Budget Officer is against this budget and has stated that the government seems to have forgotten all about its commitment to reduce the debt to GDP ratio. It's pretty clear why the government wants to get rid of him. This Prime Minister is offering us a blank check, but he is ending up putting our children and grandchildren further in debt. We, the Conservatives, will continue to defend families, workers, businesses, taxpayers, and we will continue to oppose this irresponsible spendthrift government. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Longueuil-Saint-Hubert.
La liberté.
Mr. Speaker, freedom is never merely granted. It must be conquered. These are the famous words of General Jean-Jacques Dessalines. On November 18th, 1803, the Battle of Vertières was waged. It was one of the most important battles in modern history. As a federal MP, but also as a son of Haiti, I rise today to speak to the strength, courage, and resilience of the Haitian people. They fought the powerful armies of Napoleon to throw off their shackles and acquire their freedom. The Battle of Vertières embodies the courage, dignity, and determination of the Haitian people. However, since that time, the country has faced challenges that still persist today. With that in mind, Canada's cooperation remains important. As an ally of Haiti, it must support the country, although that support should never replace Haitian leadership. By speaking about the Battle of Vertières, I wish to pay tribute to the heroes of the past.
The honourable member for Provencher.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians want stronger paychecks, safer streets, secure borders, and a self-reliant country. They cannot get that from a Prime Minister who puts Brookfield, the company he chaired, first. When the Prime Minister meets Donald Trump, he brings home nothing for Canada, only an $80 billion U.S. nuclear reactor deal for Brookfield, giving Donald Trump the jobs, the investment, and a 20% stake in Westinghouse profits. Canadians get nothing. While chair, the Prime Minister directed Brookfield to avoid $6.5 billion in Canadian taxes through shell companies that he established in Bermuda and the Cayman Islands on top of a bicycle shop. The Prime Minister's inflation tax and industrial carbon tax make groceries even more expensive, while Brookfield's CEO claims that inflation boosts their profits. When the Prime Minister goes abroad, Brookfield gets the deal. When he comes home, Canadians get the bill.
Hear, hear. The honourable member for London West.
I know that I speak for the people of London West when I say that we welcome the passage of the budget, and I want to highlight one of the concrete steps that it takes. One that came out directly from a pre-budget consultation held in my riding, the creation of Canada's Climate Corps. This is a practical, skill-driven program that will train young people, young Canadians for real jobs, Mr. Speaker, jobs in resilience, emergency response, retrofit, green construction, and community infrastructure. When I met with young people in London West, the message could not have been more clear. They want opportunities that are hands-on, well-paid, and connected to the real needs of our local economy. The Climate Corps delivers exactly that, Mr. Speaker. It links youth in-demand careers and helps employers fill critical labor shortages. This is what building one strong Canadian economy looks like, by focusing on results, and we are making sure that federal investments land where people actually live. London West helped shape this initiative, and I will make sure that I keep working to ensure that our young people are at the forefront of the line.
The honourable member for Elgin, St. Thomas, London South.
Mr. Speaker, I wish our high-flying Prime Minister coveted results as much as air miles. Since taking office, he's made 28 trips, flying 153,000 kilometers, which is enough to circle the globe 4 times. And he's off again this week, heading to the United Arab Emirates and then South Africa. No surprise from the Prime Minister, who collects passports like Pokemon and identifies as European when he's hanging out in Davos with his fellow global elites. But what do Canadians have to show for this? No trade deals, no tariff relief, just photo ops and hollow letters of intent. He blew past his own deadlines with the United States with no deal. His 8-day junket to Asia, no progress. Chinese tariffs stay, India adds new ones, and not a single tariff lifted on Canadian goods in 8 months. As for accountability, he has appeared in question period just 11 times this fall. If the Prime Minister is this bored of Canada, can he please make his next junket a one-way ticket?
The honourable member for Port Moody Coquitlam.
Speaker, community foundations across Canada are the heart of our neighbourhoods, bringing people together, pooling resources, and ensuring local needs are met with care and community-led solutions. In my community, the Coquitlam Foundation and the Port Moody Foundation continue to make a tremendous impact through support for the arts, the environment, and youth scholarships and grants. This week, Matthew Sebastiani and foundation leaders from across Canada are here in Ottawa, reminding us of how vital their work is nationwide. To all foundation volunteers, donors, community leaders, thank you for lifting people up. You strengthen families, neighborhoods, and the foundation of who we are as a country. Merci beaucoup.
Oral questions, questions orales, the Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Canadians needed an affordable budget for an affordable life. Canadians can no longer pay their bills and pay for groceries. But the Prime Minister is creating more inflation. According to the PBO, the Parliamentary Budget Officer, the Prime Minister has created the largest deficit in Canadian history outside of the pandemic years. It's twice the deficit Justin Trudeau left us with. It's also twice as high as what the Prime Minister promised during the election campaign. That's a broken promise, according to the PBO. There will be $5,000 more inflation for each Canadian family. How are Canadians supposed to pay another $5,000 for a costly, expensive budget? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I'm so happy to see that the Leader of the Opposition read the summary of the budget, but we're not going to take any lessons from the Conservatives. Yesterday, the Conservatives voted against infrastructure investment. They voted against investing in housing. The Conservatives voted against innovation and productivity in Canada. And the Conservatives also voted against investing in defence. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we will always fight for a strong Canada. We will build a strong Canada together, Mr. Speaker. Today, the Conservatives should be asking themselves the question, why aren't we supporting Canadians? What are Canadians getting in exchange for the Prime Minister's 150,000 kilometers of travel? It's the equivalent of going around the earth 4 times. He met with Americans, and they doubled tariffs on steel and aluminum. He met with people in India. They increased tariffs on chickpeas. He went to China. He met with them, and they increased tariffs on Canadian farmers and fishermen, Mr. Speaker. So why is it that every time the Prime Minister takes a flight abroad to meet with foreign representatives, Canadians pay more tariffs? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, that's the question Canadians are asking themselves. They're wondering, how did the Conservatives dare to vote against Canada yesterday, Mr. Speaker? Because in our budget, Mr. Speaker, we address strengthening Canada's sovereignty. We invest in our military capacity. We are investing in our military. So how can Conservatives explain to their constituents that they voted against Canada yesterday at a time when we all need to band together at this historic time for our nation?
Canadians are cash-strapped and needed a break. Instead, the Prime Minister gave them the costliest budget in Canadian history and put it all on the national credit card. The Parliamentary Budget Officer revealed the Prime Minister doubled Trudeau's deficits, added $16 billion more to the debt than he promised, is increasing the debt-to-GDP ratio, breaking another promise. $78 billion of additional debt works out to about $5,000 for every single cash-strapped family in this country. How does the Prime Minister expect single moms and seniors and small business people who can't pay their bills to pay another $5,000 for his inflation?
The Honourable Minister of Finance.
Mr. Speaker, we will take no lessons from the Conservatives. Mr. Speaker, what they did yesterday under this leader, they voted against investment in infrastructure. Under this leader, they voted against investment in housing. Under this Conservative leader, they voted against productivity and innovation in our country. Under this leader, they voted against investment in our sovereignty, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, Mr. Speaker, we'll build a strong Canada, we'll empower Canadians, and we'll protect our sovereignty because we believe in Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
Mr. Speaker, I don't think anybody's been able to cram that many slogans into one answer, and this is coming from me. This is coming from me. Mr. Speaker, let's take housing. He says they're spending billions of dollars more on housing. The results are out today. Housing starts down 17% year over year. Where we need the most in Toronto, down 42% year over year. Vancouver, 36% year over year. Ontario, down 35%. And BC, down 22%. Why is it that the more Liberals spend, the less that we can build?
The Honourable Minister for Housing and Infrastructure.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, the Leader of the Opposition is ignoring the year-to-date results. He's looking month to month. He's twisting the facts. He's getting confused in the numbers. Conservatives have a tough time with numbers sometime. We understand that. Year-to-date, 2025 versus 2024, we are up 5% with housing starts.
Leader of the Opposition.
What are Canadians getting for the 28 trips, 150,000 kilometers, enough to circle the world 4 times that the Prime Minister's billed back to Canadians? Well, he met with the Americans, and they doubled tariffs on our steel, aluminum, autos, and tripled them on our forestry. He met with the Chinese, who increased tariffs on our farmers and fish harvesters. He met with the Indians. They increased tariffs on Canadian peas. He met the Brits, and they're keeping their blockade on our beef. Why is it that whenever the Prime Minister gets on a plane, Canadians end up paying more tariffs abroad?
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Good news for Canadians. Germany just signed a $1 billion deal with Lockheed Martin Canada to support jobs right here in this country. This is what Canadians are getting from the Prime Minister being on the world stage, selling what Canada has to offer. It's about unlocking new markets and creating good jobs here in Canada.
The Honourable Leader of the Opposition.
With the Prime Minister billing millions of dollars for his high-flying trips around the world, 28 trips, 150,000 kilometers, now is the time for a scorecard. The Americans have increased tariffs on Canadian autos, aluminum, steel, and lumber. The Indians have increased tariff on our peas. The Chinese increased it on our farmers, our fish harvesters. Now, allow me to introduce a comprehensive list of all the tariffs the Prime Minister has successfully had reduced on Canada.
The Honourable Minister of International Trade.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative leader continues to stand against support for Canadian workers and businesses. He has refused to support our government's plan to double non-U.S. exports over the next decade. In fact, he called Canadian exports, other than oil, pixie dust. Does the Conservative leader think our $5 billion in beef exports is pixie dust? Or the LNG headed to South Korea from BC? Or what about the $7.6 billion worth of fish and seafood caught by hardworking Canadians? Why there's imaginary taxes or pixie dust, the Conservative leader needs to get on board and out of the way, Mr. Speaker. Thank you so much.
The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, last week, Québécois announced that it will be laying off 87 workers in their media division. In fact, over the past 2 years, nearly 800 TVA employees have lost their jobs. This is devastating for Quebec's culture and for the diversity of information in Quebec. Quebec's largest private TV station is on the brink of collapse, and Ottawa is doing nothing. Ottawa prefers to watch our TV station die a slow death. How many more people need to be laid off for this government to wake up? The Honourable Minister of Identity and Canadian Culture. Mr. Speaker, our thoughts go out to families and communities affected by these layoffs. My Bloc Québécois colleagues' question would be more relevant if the Bloc Québécois had not voted for the most significant budget in Canadian history, which, if they had voted for it, they should have voted for it because we have credits to support journalism. They have voted against money for local journalism in Quebec and everywhere in Canada, so it's incomprehensible, Mr. Speaker. It makes no sense. The Honourable Member for Saint-Jean. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine how the people at TVA are interpreting the message the Liberals are sending them? The Liberals say, we're making historic investments in culture, but there's not a penny in it for you lot. You lot, you can disappear for all we care. That's the Liberals' message to TVA. And these same Liberals were the only ones who refused to take part in a debate on TVA, which was asking for money because it didn't have any left. TVA broadcasts our music and our stories. TVA sparks discussion and debate. Quebecers identify with TVA, but Ottawa doesn't give a damn. What does Ottawa have against our television? The Honourable Minister. Mr. Speaker, in the budget, which the Bloc Québécois voted against, there is $150 million for Radio-Canada CBC, which is the most significant culture producer in Quebec. They voted against it. There's $26 million for the National Film Board, which is in Montreal, Mr. Speaker. They voted against that. There's $127 million for the Media Fund, $48 million for the Music Fund. They voted against all of those initiatives in the budget for culture in Quebec and everywhere in Canada, and that's outrageous, Mr. Speaker. The Honourable Member for Drummond. There's nothing for private broadcasters in the budget, though, Mr. Speaker. Now, Mr. Speaker, in order to please the almighty American president, the Prime Minister decided to scrap the digital services tax. The revenue from the digital services tax could have been used to create a fund to support the culture and information sector in the long term, with support for TVA, which is in dire need of it. Not only did the Liberals refuse to create such a fund, but they did absolutely nothing to secure the future of private television in Quebec and Canada. Why have the Liberals abandoned private broadcasters? The Honourable Government House Leader. Mr. Speaker, just like my colleague who just listed our commitments, my colleague listed our commitments to culture and to the media in our budget. I, like my colleague, don't understand that the Bloc Québécois, they've been calling for ports, they've been calling for quays in Saguenay, landing strips for airports. They want investments in major projects. They want health and housing funding in Quebec. Then what do? They voted against all of that. Why doesn't the Bloc Québécois stand with the Liberals in voting for Quebec and supporting Quebec?
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
Prime Minister's costly credit card budget puts today's reckless spending on tomorrow's taxpayers. He's maxing out Canada's credit card. Watchdogs are exposing the Liberals' accounting tricks. Fitch and the budget watchdogs say Canada's credit score is at risk because the Liberals always break their own made-up fiscal targets. How many more fiscal watchdog reports is it going to take for this Prime Minister to finally rein in his costly credit card spending?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, I got some advice for the leader opposite. He should go back in his lobby and push reboot on Chat CPC, because all it does is rehash the same tired old talking points. Last night, Mr. Speaker, this House passed a generational budget. We're going to invest in infrastructure, in defense and housing. We will transform this country from reliance to resiliency. It's too bad the members opposite didn't support us. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Calgary East.
The CRA's a mess under that guy, and he's trying out to be a comedian in here. The budget watchdog exposed the Liberals' shady accounting tricks. He said Liberals have a less than 8% chance of meeting their own fiscal targets that they made up while trying to hide $100 billion under so-called investments. The Prime Minister tried this trick in the UK. He's trying the same trick on Canadians. Instead of cooking the books to hide his $100 billion ego, why doesn't he just rein in his out-of-control, costly credit card spending?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Mr. Speaker, they want to talk about slogans and quoting slogans. They quoted the food professor so much, you think it was the leader's personal chef, serving up the same tired old leftovers time and time again. Last night, we passed a generational budget that will transform this country. It's too bad the party opposite didn't support our budget. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
Every Canadian should be thanking their lucky stars that we have a parliamentary budget officer whose job it is to be independent and honest about the state of government deficits, debts, and spending. The budget watchdog last week called out the creative accounting in the Prime Minister's credit card budget, saying he's using a definition of capital investment that expands beyond the current treatment in public accounts and international practice. In other words, the Prime Minister is cooking the books, and his out-of-control deficit is pouring more gas on the debt and deficit fires. How many more alarms must go off for the Prime Minister to rein in his spending from his credit card budget?
The Honourable Minister of Jobs and Families.
This budget is a game changer for families across the country, whether it's the school nutrition program, which I know these Conservatives like to talk down, that's feeding hungry mouths in my riding of Thunder Bay Superior North and all across the country, or early learning and child care program that's reducing fees. Listen to this, Mr. Speaker. ELCC has taken a huge mental and financial load off our family, particularly during these times. That's from a parent, Mr. Speaker. You can't beat that.
Honourable Member for Barrie South, Innisfil.
And what's the Liberal response to the interim PBO's warnings? They put him on notice that they'll be looking to replace him with someone who has, quote, tact and discretion. Presumably, that means replacing the budget watchdog with someone from the Prime Minister's inner circle of corporate buddies who take their marching orders from him. The independence and oversight of the budget watchdog is designed to call out the deception and raise the alarms to ensure that every MP and Canadian knows when the books are being cooked. Here's a question. Why is it that the watchdogs who are challenging the wolves on this credit card budget being threatened?
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, of course there's a well-worn process for appointment of the Parliamentary Budget Officer, which involves consulting with all members of this House, including the Leader of the Opposition. We look forward to the members' feedback on that very important job search.
The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lisette-Chemin-Lévis. Mr. Speaker, this Prime Minister's credit card budget is a bill that he is passing on to our children. After 10 years of this government, families are struggling and have to put 50% more of their expenses on their credit cards just to get by, Mr. Speaker. Meanwhile, the rating agency Fitch says that federal finances are at a high risk of deterioration because the Liberals are constantly spending beyond their own limits. Will Fitch's opinion convince the Prime Minister to stop his reckless and irresponsible spending? The Honourable Minister of Government Transformation. Mr. Speaker, it's interesting to hear the Conservatives during question period. It's not surprising that Quebecers and Canadians rejected a party leader who spends all his time drafting cute sentences for question period, but doesn't have a real plan to build up Quebec and Canada. We will invest in defense, for example. That will support good jobs at the Davie shipyard. There will also be investments in Basecamp Connect in Quebec, which manufactures systems for the Canadian Armed Forces. Those are some examples of what the Conservatives voted against yesterday, and it's really unfortunate. The Honourable Member for Bellechasse, Lisette-Chemin-Lévis. Are they trying to tell us that Fitch and the Parliamentary Budget Officer are liars, Mr. Speaker? In fact, in the Parliamentary Budget Officer's latest report, the PBO confirms that the government has abandoned its key financial limits for reducing debt, and the PBO warns that this directly threatens Canada's credit rating and investor confidence. So, how many more alarming reports from the Parliamentary Budget Office will it take before this Prime Minister finally puts an end to the financial disaster? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. It's important that we underscore that Canada has the best fiscal situation of all G7 countries, and we have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio in the G7 as well. We are in a time of great economic change, which calls for ambition and serious work. That's exactly what Budget 2025-2026 does. We're investing in defense, we're investing in productivity, innovation, in the middle class. That's what Budget 2025 is, Mr. Speaker. That's what it's all about.
After 10 years of Liberal deficits, Canadians are having to put nearly 50% more of their expenses on credit cards. Fitch Credit Ratings, the agency that gives the Liberal government its credit score, says the Liberal government is frequently blows through fiscal anchors. On top of this, the Parliamentary Budget Officer is also ringing the alarm bells. Quote, with Budget 2025, the government abandoned the previous fiscal anchor to reduce federal debt-to-GDP ratio over the medium term. My question is, how many more fiscal watchdog reports is it going to take for the Prime Minister to rein in his costly credit card spending?
That's right.
The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let's look at some facts. I know the party opposite doesn't really like to talk about facts. Best credit rating in the world. Lowest net debt to GDP in the G7. The IMF has projected Canada to have one of the fastest growing economies in the G7. Mr. Speaker, we are laser focused on building the strongest economy in the G7. Mr. Speaker, the party opposite talks slogans and rhetoric and outdated slogans, but Mr. Speaker, we're focused on building the strongest economy. Mr. Focus, we will deliver for Canadians because that's what Canadians expect from a serious government. Thank you.
L'honorable député de Jonquière.
The Honourable Member for Jonquière. Mr. Speaker, here's the proof that the budget does not meet Quebecers' needs. Yesterday, the very day the budget passed, the forestry company Arbeck in Amos laid off nearly 100 workers. Yet, just 3 short weeks ago, the forestry industry was in Ottawa to ask for support. Arbeck was there too. The industry urged the federal government to advance them 50% of all future countervailing and anti-dumping duties payable. They also demanded a wage subsidy to avoid having to lay off their workers. The budget ignores the forestry industry, and as a result, What do we have? 100 workers are losing their livelihoods. What is the government waiting for to take action? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, I thank my colleague for his question. We will always be there for forestry workers. We have a fund which is there just to help businesses. But yesterday, guess what happened? Quebecers voted, the Bloc Québécois voted against projects in Quebec. They voted against expanding the Saguenay port and expanding the Montreal port. They voted against a pavilion for sharks. They're against that. They're against the Florian shipyard. They are against development in Montreal North. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers can't understand what they're doing today. Where was the Bloc Québécois yesterday to support them? The Honourable Member for Abitibi-Témiscamingue. Mr. Speaker, our hearts go out to the 100 Arbeck workers in Amos who have been laid off. The company had no choice. Why? Because Ottawa ignored the needs that the forestry industry and the Bloc Québécois have been insisting on for weeks. A wage subsidy is needed in order to avoid layoffs like these. And for the industry in general, the federal government must advance 50% of the American countervailing and anti-dumping duties. The Liberals did nothing in their budget, and now 100 families have found out that they'll be spending the holidays in financially vulnerable situations. What's the government going to do for these people? The Honourable Minister of Finance. Mr. Speaker, yesterday, the Bloc Québécois was very busy voting against the budget and against development and projects in Quebec. But we have some news for them, Mr. Speaker. We're already talking to Arbeck. We are already negotiating a line of credit for them. We are here to support them, to help them transition, Mr. Speaker, to help them get through this. The Bloc Québécois, rather than vote against projects for Quebec, they should work with the government so that together we can build our country better and stronger.
Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's costly credit card budget puts today's reckless spending onto tomorrow's taxpayers. After 10 years of these Liberals, Canadians are having to put nearly 50% more of their expenses on their credit cards. The Fitch credit rating says that federal finances run a high risk of further deterioration since this government frequently blows through its fiscal anchors. How many more fiscal watchdog reports is it going to take for this Prime Minister to rein in his costly credit card spending?
Good question. The Honourable Secretary of State for Financial Institutions.
Mr. Speaker, as a proud member from Southern New Brunswick, like the member opposite, I believe in this budget we passed last night. That budget has transformational, generational investments in defense, in infrastructure. There is a $5 billion trade corridor fund that will be an amazing amount of dollars for Port St. John and Port Belledoon. Mr. Speaker, on this side of the House, we listen to Canadians. We believe in our budget. We know our budget will transform Canada. It's too bad the members opposite didn't support us last night. I know Canadians stand with us. We will.
The Honourable Member for Fundy Royal.
Mr. Speaker, this member knows that his constituents and mine are struggling to make ends meet, and it's this government's reckless spending that's making matters worse. Not only is Fitch credit ratings warning that Canada's economic position is at risk of getting worse, thanks to the Liberals' disregard for sticking to their own fiscal anchors, the Parliamentary Budget Officer is also warning that this deterioration is already taking place, and Canadians are the ones paying the price. It's no wonder that this Prime Minister wants to fire the Parliamentary Budget Officer, because he's actually telling Canadians the truth. And the truth, Mr. Speaker, hurts. So I'll ask again, how many more fiscal watchdog...
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, that member is an experienced member, so experienced, in fact, he was here for that 10-year river of Harper red ink, the biggest budget deficits on record in the history of the country. And it's funny, he wasn't talking about that then. And what he's done now is he's voting against a budget that creates opportunity right throughout Atlantic Canada, right throughout the province of New Brunswick, that creates opportunity for young people in New Brunswick, in energy, in infrastructure. We're going to keep building this country despite that member, his history of red ink, and his negativism.
The Honourable Member for Côte-du-Sud, Rivière-du-Loup, Katiskomik-Témiscouata. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's deficitary budget passes the buck to tomorrow's taxpayers At the same time, Canadians are stuck with nearly 50% more spending on their credit cards. Fitch, the credit rating agency, has warned that there's a high risk that federal finances will deteriorate further. The PBO adds that borrowing costs will rise. Mr. Speaker, how many more reports from the fiscal watchdog will it take before this Prime Minister stops his irresponsible spending? The Honourable Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. On this side of the House, we're investing to build families and strong communities. Our investment in this budget will create jobs and quality careers for young people. It'll protect the supports that help families advance. At the same time, our government is delivering a budget that will grow Canada and strengthen it. I encourage the members across the aisle to vote in favor of our budget this afternoon.
St. John, St. Croix.
Mr. Speaker, after 10 years of Liberal mismanagement, Canadian families are putting 50% more of their household bills on credit cards than just 10 short years ago because of Liberal inflationary spending. Fitch rating warns that the government overspending puts finances at high risk of further deterioration. The budget watchdog warns Liberals have abandoned their own debt-to-GDP anchor, which is key to preserving Canada's AAA credit rating. No wonder the Prime Minister, this costly Prime Minister, is trying to fire anyone who can use a calculator in this place. When will the Prime Minister stop maxing out Canada's credit card and get back to basics?
The Honourable Minister responsible for Canada-US trade.
Mr. Speaker, like his colleague from Fundy Royal, that member would remember very well the time that he served in Prime Minister Harper's office, and they were overrun with credit card spending and government cutbacks. They pretend to be interested in things now like the fight against crime, and they were cutting CBSA officers and underfunding the RCMP. And what did they do yesterday, Mr. Speaker? They voted against investments in his province, in my province of New Brunswick, in infrastructure that will build the strongest economy. We've got no lessons to take, as the finance minister said, from that member.
No lessons. The honourable member for Yorkton Melville.
The Prime Minister's costly credit card budget loads today's reckless spending on tomorrow's taxpayers, while Canadians are having to put nearly 50% more of their expenses on their credit cards, fearing potential loss of their homes, businesses, and facing the threat of bankruptcy. If only this government was concerned. The warnings from Fitch and the Parliamentary Fiscal Watchdog are ringing alarm bells. Abandoning one fiscal anchor and replacing it with another is already failing to build investor confidence in Canada. How many more fiscal watchdog reports will it take for this Prime Minister to rein in his costly credit card spending?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Seniors.
Yesterday in this House, the Conservative Party voted against Budget 2025. They voted against
Not from the top, but the member can continue.
Those Conservatives voted against food in schools for children. They voted against an income tax cut for the middle class. They voted against $75 million in apprenticeship training. They voted against a refundable credit for personal support workers. They voted against $45 million to address violence against women, and they voted against crucial support for seniors like the old age security. Mr. Speaker, Canadians want to know who...
The Honourable Member for Rivière-des-Mille-Îles.
No. D'accord, allez-y.
Go ahead.
Speaker, Northern Ontario has a proud mining legacy. We are known across the globe as a mining powerhouse, and we are ready to lead in the clean economy. The Minister of Energy and Natural Resources visited our region last week, where he saw firsthand the real opportunities that Northern Ontario offers to our government's plan to grow our economy. Having major projects from Northern Ontario included on the list sends a clear signal that Northern Ontario is at the centre of Canada's critical mineral future. Can the Minister tell us what this means for the workers and local communities of our region?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank the member for that question. The Crawford mine will help anchor Canada's leadership in clean industrial materials. It will supply high-grade, low-carbon nickel for batteries and green steel, with projected emissions close to 90% lower than the global average, while creating 1,000 direct jobs and 3,000 indirect jobs over the 40-year mine life. This is an example of acting decisively, building stronger, more reliant Canada, and getting projects built faster with the Major Projects Office.
The Honourable Member for Foothill.
This Liberal government is the most expensive in Canadian history, and every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pocket of hardworking Canadians, driving up the costs of everything. Food prices are 50% higher than the target rate, and experts have warned the Liberals the industrial carbon tax is driving up the cost, fertilizer, farm equipment, and food. Now, the Liberals like to say this tax is imaginary, but they're increasing their own imaginary tax in the budget. Is that what they tell parents of the 700,000 kids lined up at food bank, as you're imagining things? Why is the Prime Minister increasing the industrial carbon tax when food is already unaffordable?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, this budget meets the moment, speeding up national building projects, boosting trade diversification for agri-food and agriculture, for our economy, and those generations he speaks of to come. $150 billion in infrastructure alone in the plan, including trade corridors, agri-marketing, ag stability, clean fuel regulations, biofuel incentives, CFIA funding for digital trade, investments in can export, EDC, global affairs, all for trade diversification and growing agriculture, Mr. Speaker. And Buy Canada plan, Mr. Speaker, that's so important to all our agriculture farmers and ranchers out there. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Foothill.
What this budget did was put intergenerational debt on Canadian families. But here's the fact that the minister just ignored entirely. Canada, food inflation in Canada is 40% faster and higher in Canada than is the United States. Canada is the only G7 country where food inflation has actually increased in 4 straight months. We have a record-shattering 2.2 million Canadians forced to a food bank in a single month. Why is the Prime Minister breaking his promise to Canadians, increasing an industrial carbon tax, increasing food costs for Canadians who already can't afford to put food on the table?
The Honourable Minister.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, we all know the Canadian Climate Institute most recent research shows Canada's industrial carbon pricing system have essentially no impact on households. Agriculture plays a significant role in their achievement, Mr. Speaker, to lead the G7 nations. We're going to stand alongside our growers, our ranchers, and our farmers. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Battleford's Lloydminster.
This Liberal government is the most expensive in Canadian history. Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians and drives up the cost of everything. The cost of baby formula has jumped nearly 84% since 2017, and the growing reports of parents going to desperate measures to feed their babies is truly alarming. Yet, when the Liberals had a chance to lower food costs, they chose to increase it. Why is the Prime Minister increasing the industrial carbon tax and making food more expensive?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Rural Affairs. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I just want to point out when it comes to the budget that Saskatchewan is watching. Saskatchewan is here, Mr. Speaker. For 10 years, those Sask Conservatives have voted against billions of dollars in project commitments and programs that would have helped my home province to move faster and build stronger. They did this just for their petty and immature political games. That ends today, Mr. Speaker, because this Saskatchewan MP is voting for the budget and voting for the interests of Saskatchewan.
The The honourable member for Battleford, Lloydminster, Middle Lake.
Mr. Speaker, the Liberal budget and those initiatives are not working. Parents are still struggling to afford baby formula under this Liberal government's watch. And now Stats Can is reporting another year-over-year increase of 6% on the price of baby formula. The Liberals had a chance to lower food costs for Canadians by scrapping the industrial carbon tax. But they chose to make food more expensive by increasing it. So I will ask again, why, when so many parents are struggling to feed their babies, is the Prime Minister increasing the industrial carbon tax and making food more expensive?
The Honourable Secretary of State.
Now, Mr. Speaker, I know they haven't developed a budget in the last 10 years, so they're a little out of practice, Mr. Speaker. But I'm going to ask them, what part of this budget would they cut? Would it be the RCMP Heritage Project? Would it be the thousands of houses that are going to commit to building in Saskatchewan? Would they shut down the nation-building mine in northern Saskatchewan? The $370 million in biofuels to benefit our canola farmers? Would they vote against $257.6 million for firefighting aircraft? Where would you cut? What would you sacrifice on Saskatchewan's behalf?
Once again, through the chair, please. The honourable member for Montmorency Charlevoix.
Mr. Speaker, I was in Château-Léger last week, and they talked about the industrial carbon tax, which increases the cost of energy, transportation, processing throughout the supply chain. And this leads to a 17% increase in beef prices for these clients. According to Stats Can, orange, apples, fruit juice, and coffee are also up by over 30%. 40% faster prices are rising here than in the U.S. The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, perhaps we could start by telling them that the industrial carbon price does not apply to Quebec. So perhaps you could look at this. But not only this, across the country, the price on industrial carbon is not increasing food prices. We have to show that we can continue to fight against climate change and support families across our country, and I hope that they will decide to help families as well. The honourable member for Montmorency Charlevoix. There's another tax. That's been invented. That's the carbon tax. And the Liberals had a chance to drive down food prices by eliminating this tax, but they chose to continue to make food even more expensive. At food banks in Quebec, we're seeing families and couples that each have jobs that are showing up to get food because they have to choose between having food, paying their rent, or having gas to drive their cars. It costs an extra 17% per litre every time they go to the pump. How come the Prime Minister is keeping his carbon tax, and continuing to make food more expensive? The Honourable Minister. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Yesterday, he had the opportunity to vote for a tax cut for 22 million Canadians. Yesterday, he had the opportunity to vote for a school food program for the most vulnerable young people in Quebec. He had the opportunity to vote for investment in housing and infrastructure, in transportation. Yesterday, he had the opportunity to invest in defense, to increase the salaries of our CAF members. He voted against, but good news. He can make up for this just after question period, support our Ways and Means motion, and perhaps take a walk behind the curtains like some of his colleagues did.
Southeast.
Mr. Speaker, this Liberal government is the most expensive in Canadian history. Every dollar the Prime Minister spends comes out of the pockets of Canadians and is driving up the cost of everything. They could have lowered the food cost by scrapping the plastic packaging tax, which drives up the cost of produce by 34% and costs the average household $400. Instead, the Liberals chose to keep it. Why is the Prime Minister keeping this packaging tax and making food more expensive?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, Why does the member opposite keep on choosing to make things up? There is no plastic packaging tax.
Terrible.
Do you want me to repeat it for him, please? There is no plastic packaging tax. I wish that they would look at the facts, and I wish that they would work with us to continue to work for Canadians.
The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
Mr. Speaker, every dollar the Liberals spend comes out of the pockets of hard-working Canadians. Senior Liberal appointee Pierre Tremblay nearly doubled his former travel budget to allow him to spend thousands of dollars on unnecessary limo rides. Instead of asking young Canadians to sacrifice their future, why doesn't the Prime Minister ask one of his top bureaucrats to maybe sacrifice a limo ride here or there?
Here.
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, what this government is doing is spending less so we can invest more. We've invested $60 billion in the first tranche of major projects, $57 billion in this. This is creating jobs and making Canada stronger, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Northumberland Clark.
We hear that tired line from this government and the previous one. Canadians have never had it so good. But the reality is Canadians are struggling, families are struggling, workers are struggling. And yet this government keeps defending the indefensible. While Canadians are lined up in record number at the food banks, Liberal bureaucrats are living the Liberal life of luxury. Will this government take any disciplinary action against this individual? Maybe even curtail his travel budget?
The Honourable Minister of Natural Resources.
Mr. Speaker, that agency is an independent agency. It does good work. It is helping us build a nuclear future for this country. We are building at Darlington. We are building at Pickering. We are building at Bruce. Mr. Speaker, we are building Canada strong.
The honourable member for Compton-Stanstead. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In regions, as we see in the eastern townships, we have media, local media, and francophone cultural institutes that allow us to live our culture. Today, in a digital world and globalization, our way of consuming culture is evolving. I'd like to ask the Minister of Culture and Canadian Identity how the government will protect and promote our diversity and cultural wealth that is our strength. The Honourable Minister of Identity. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for her question. In the face of global uncertainty, it is essential that we protect our cultural sovereignty and identity. And that's why, as part of our budget, we're investing historical amounts in cultural and identity, with $38 million for local media across our country. Our government is making a strategic choice to strengthen our cultural sector and our media sector with millions in CBC Radio Canada and $65 billion this represents in GDP and nearly 670,000 jobs. We're investing in our future and preserving the stories told by Canadians.
For Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, extortions are out of control, up 330% across Canada and nearly 360% in Ontario since 2015. 2 weeks ago, a home in Windsor got sprayed with bullets in an extortion attack. As a former police officer, I know criminals are taking advantage of our weak bail laws and lack of tools for law enforcement. Canadians deserve safety, not excuses, Mr. Speaker. When will the Liberals get serious and support our concerted plan to crack down on rampant extortion and protect our communities? For God's sake, do something.
Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, we take extortion very seriously in Canada.
Right.
Extortion with a firearm carries a maximum sentence of life in prison, Mr. Speaker. But you know what? These extortionists think they're not going to get caught, and you know that's why that is, because we haven't given law enforcement the tools they need to catch extortionists. And those tools are in our C2 bill, Mr. Speaker, but except the Conservatives do not agree with that bill, and they will not give our police lawful access tools in order to catch these extortionists, so they know they're going to get away with it.
The honourable member for Cloverdale Langley City.
At a time when Canadians are being terrorized in their own neighbourhoods, our globe-trotting Prime Minister jet-setted into BC for a carefree stroll down the White Rock Pier. A stroll while families in Surrey are barricading their doors. A stroll while homes and businesses are being shot up for the second and third time. A stroll while a sunset stroll while gangs tell victims, give us 5 more names to extort or you're next. It's mind-boggling mind-boggling that he flew out to crack jokes on the pier instead of tackle extortion. Why won't they support the Conservative plan to crack down on extortion crisis?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives have no plan. If they had a plan, they would support C-14. In C-14, we make sentencing for extortionists consecutive. C-14 also makes it harder for extortionists to get bail, Mr. Speaker. That's why it's so important that they support these measures. It's so important that they support C-2. But, Mr. Speaker, I think they don't support it because that would mess up their fundraising plans.
The Honourable Member for Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge.
Mr. Speaker, CTV just reported an extortion-related shooting in Abbotsford. In BC, entire communities are living in fear as extortion has exploded nearly 500%. This is unacceptable and an indictment on this soft-on-crime, hug-a-thug Liberal government. Right. Conservatives are providing solutions. The Liberals are silent. Just this morning, our Conservative leader requested emergency debate on extortion. The Liberals shot it down. When will the Liberals take this seriously and not give empty platitudes?
The Honourable Minister of Justice.
Mr. Speaker, just because my colleague doesn't read the legislation the government puts on the floor of the House of Commons doesn't mean it doesn't exist. I would invite him to read Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Act, which makes it difficult for people who are charged with violent extortion to be released on bail. I invite him to read Bill C-2, the Strong Borders Act, which gives tools around lawful access to law enforcement to actually catch the guys who would commit extortion before it impacts people in his communities. If he wants to reduce the temperature in this House, work across partisan lines, there is something he can do. He can vote for these bills to crack down on extortion, or he can continue to make partisan hay out of it.
The Honourable Member for Mont-Saint-Bruno-L'Acadie. Mr. Speaker, as a young person who has benefited from a summer job, I know how important Canada Summer Jobs is to skill acquisition, and it helps young people to start their careers off to a good start. The Honourable Secretary of State. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The member for Mont-Saint-Bruno is an excellent example of how Canada Summer Jobs helps young people to succeed. It supports well-paid seasonal jobs that allows young people to gain skills and workforce experience. Next summer, we'll be supporting approximately 100,000 summer jobs for young people, and together we'll be supporting more than 75,000 jobs, and we'll be building a strong Canada.
Member for Brampton West.
Mr. Speaker, extortion is up 330% across Canada since 2015. This is a national crisis. Yet again, the Liberals refused an emergency debate. In Peel, police charged a man in two shootings in Brampton and Caledon linked to organized crime. Extortion cases are skyrocketing. Communities are afraid. Families are worried. Businesses are being targeted. Conservatives have a plan to stop this surge. When will the Liberals finally act and support our Conservative plan to crack down on Canada's rampant extortion crisis?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Combating Crime.
Mr. Speaker, what is the Conservative plan? We heard it in the House earlier today. It's to stall our legislation, Mr. Speaker. We've brought C2, we've brought C12 and C14, all measures that will help in these types of crimes, Mr. Speaker. It'll give them tougher sentences. It'll make it harder for them to get bail. But they don't want to support real solutions, Mr. Speaker. They just want to delay, they want to cut, and they want to fundraise for their own personal means, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Last year, this Parliament passed legislation to deliver diabetes and contraceptive medications to every Canadian through our public health care system. This is vital to millions of people's health and the foundation of universal pharmacare. Liberals promised Canadians in Budget 2025 they would protect pharmacare, but they didn't allocate any money to it. No. Will the Prime Minister clearly confirm that he will keep his word and make funding available to every province and territory who wants to sign a pharmacare agreement with the federal government.
The Honourable Minister of Health.
Speaker, I want to thank the member of the opposition for his question.
There is a lot of noise in the chamber. And I would ask the member to start her answer again, please. From the top.
I can. So our government will always protect Canada's healthcare system, including pharmacare and dental care. These are clear commitments, and we will keep them. I am having conversation with all provinces and territories to see how we can best support them to strengthen our healthcare system, including on pharmacare. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nunavut.
Inuit rely on hunting and trapping in a harsh environment. Nunavut is vast with over 45,000 kilometers of coastline with no search and rescue base. When Nunavut Mill are in trouble, they must wait for help from Halifax over 2,000 kilometers away. Wow. Nunavut needs a centrally located search and rescue in Sanirayak. Will this government do that or continue to keep Inuit at risk of losing their lives while they are out on the land?
The Honourable Secretary of State for Northern and Arctic Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Budget 2025 makes historic investments with the new $1 billion Arctic Infrastructure Fund. This is designed to strengthen airports, seaports, and all-season roads, which are critical lifelines for search and rescue. By improving northern transportation and communications infrastructure, the budget directly enhances the safety of the North. It's ensuring faster response times and better coordination when emergencies occur on land, sea, or ice. So these are the investments that reflect our commitment to equity, reconciliation, and protecting the lives in Canada's North.
Hear, hear.
Before we proceed, I would just like to mention that it is not permitted to take pictures in the House. I didn't see any of that going on today, but yesterday I saw members and others saw members taking pictures with their phones. So I just want to make that point. Pardon? Well, anyway. Okay, Mr. Champagne, seconded by... No.
Oh, no. Orders of the day. Okay.
Orders of the day.
Ordre du jour, ordre émanant du gouvernement, voies et moyens.
Government orders, ways and means. Motion number 7, consideration of a Ways and Means motion to introduce a bill entitled an Act to implement certain provisions of the budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025.
Mr. Champagne, seconded by... Sorry, is the member standing for... No, not a point of order or anything? Okay, shall I dispense? Okay. Okay. If a member si un député participant en personne désire...
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be adopted or adopted on division, yes? On division?
We agree? Agreed? Okay. Adopted. Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried on division.
Nous allons attendre... Pardon? Oui, mais il sait que... Monsieur Champagne, appuyé par...
Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Solomon, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Implement Certain Provisions of the Budget tabled in Parliament on November 4th, 2025. This motion is deemed adopted. Mr. Champagne, seconded by Mr. Solomon, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. I wish to inform the House that the earpiece volume will now be reset. Orders of the day.
Orders of the day, government orders, government bills, commons, resuming consideration at second reading of Bill C-14, Bail and Sentencing Reform Act.
The honourable member for Barrie Springwater Oro Medonte.
Am I up?
Okay.
We'll just ask for a little order. The honourable member for Barrie Springwater Oro Medonte has the floor.
Ron was going. Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to rise today to speak on behalf of the great people of Barrie Springwater Oro Medonte.
Order, order. Order. I'll just ask members that are having private conversations to please either exit the chamber or stop having private conversations. The House is setting. We are resuming debate. The member for Barrie Springwater Oro Medonte does have the floor, so just ask for a little order. And I know some of the noise is coming from outside the chamber itself, and I'm sure that will be taken care of. But I'll ask the member from Barrie Springwater Oro Medonte to begin his remarks. The honourable member.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Maybe perhaps I should take a minute or two and thank the great people of Barrie this past weekend who attended the Barrie Santa Claus Parade, even in the rain. It was great to see everybody out there. So it was nice. Good parade. Thank you to the Chamber of Commerce for putting that on. All right, let's get into the fun stuff now, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to speak on behalf of the great people of Barrie Springwater Oro Medonte about Bill C-14. Bill C-14 seeks to amend the Criminal Code, Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defence Act to clarify that the principle of restraint introduced by the Liberal government does not require release. It also expands reverse onus offences and directs courts to weigh the number and gravity of outstanding charges when determining bail. Finally, it adds new aggravating factors, mandates certain consecutive sentences, restricts house arrest for sexual offenders, and strengthens youth custody and disclosure powers. Conservatives have been pushing for meaningful changes to fix our broken bail system for years, and I am pleased to see that steps are being taken to ensure safety in our communities after decades of decline under the Liberal government. In fact, this piece of legislation is a rare admission from the Liberal government that their approach to the criminal justice system has failed. By tabling this legislation, they are acknowledging the 41% increase in the Violent Crime Severity Index in the past decade and the increases in homicide, sexual assault, and extortion offences that happened under their watch. Residents in my community across Canada are living in fear. Communities that were once peaceful and welcoming are now plagued by crime. The downtown core of almost every major city in Canada is overwhelmed by drug use, break-ins, and public disorder. The numbers don't lie, Mr. Speaker. Since 2015, violent crime is up 55%. Firearms crime has surged by 130%. Extortion has skyrocketed by 330%. Sexual assaults are up 76%. And homicides have risen by 29%. The Macdonald-Laurier Institute recently released the Urban Violent Crime Report, which studied the crime rates in 20 of Canada's largest census metropolitan areas. The results are shocking. Over the past decade, the violent crime rate and sexual assault rate increased in all 20 census metropolitan areas. Notably, the violent crime severity index is up by 71% in Kitchener, 63% in Quebec City, and 61% in St. Catharines. These aren't just numbers. These troubling statistics represent shattered lives, broken families, and communities living in fear. So how did we get here? The Liberal government introduced soft-on-crime legislation like Bill C-5 and Bill C-75, which gave high priority to releasing repeat violent offenders and took away mandatory jail time for certain violent crimes, unleashing a crime wave across the country. Specifically,
Bill C-75 enshrined the principles of restraint in law, which directs the courts to release offenders at the earliest reasonable opportunity and under the least onerous conditions. Bill C-5 abolished most mandatory minimum sentences and made house arrest a possibility for serious, heinous crimes like sexual assault and drug trafficking. In 2023, the Liberal government tabled C-48, which expanded reverse onus provisions, but did not expand it to make it more difficult to get bail, and did nothing to make it harder for repeat violent offenders to get bail. I have talked to police services across the country, and I've been on ride-alongs in several cities from coast to coast. And I hear the same thing time and time again. A very small number of people are responsible for the major crimes, the majority of crimes. These are offenders that are arrested and released from the same day and go on to commit crimes while on release. These individuals are placing a strain on our courts, our communities, and our first responders. We witnessed a string of violent incidents over the summer, including the tragic murder of Bailey McCourt by her ex-husband just hours after he was released on bail following an assault conviction. In my own community, OPP Constable Greg Priscilla, a Barrie resident, was ambushed and murdered by a violent repeat offender who was out on bail and under a lifetime firearms ban. Just last year, Constable Jim Peters, a Barrie police officer, was stabbed while on duty by a repeat violent offender who was on probation at the time of the stabbing. Thankfully, Jim has recovered. In the 2 years leading up to this incident, the individual responsible had been arrested and released 17 times and had over 100 interactions with the Barrie Police Service. Recently, Tom Stamatakis, president of the Canadian Police Association, appeared before the Justice Committee. I asked him how incidents like these are affecting the mental health of officers on the front lines. He told the committee that officers are being assaulted every day by repeat offenders. He shared a horrifying story from April, where an offender attempted to set a police officer on fire by pouring flammable liquid on him during an arrest attempt. Thomas Carrick, who is the OPP Commissioner and President of the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, told the Justice Committee something similar. He stated, quote, "When these perpetrators are brought before the courts and when they are released and the officers can clearly see an elevated risk, they're released into communities and they further victimize innocent, law-abiding Canadians, including police officers, in the lawful execution of their duties. It is very demoralizing for our officers," end of quote. Police services are facing serious recruitment and retention challenges because of the extraordinary risks officers face when trying to apprehend these individuals. This is not just a public safety crisis, it is a mental health crisis for those in the front lines. Officers are exhausted, demoralized, and leaving the profession in record numbers. And who suffers? Every Canadian who depends on them for safety. These tragedies are not isolated and did not happen in a vacuum. They are a result of dangerous offenders being released on bail time and time again. As a result of the Liberal government's catch-and-release bail laws. While the Liberal government was denying that there was any issues with our bail system, Conservatives were fighting for solutions. Just in this session, Canadians have introduced several pieces of legislation to address skyrocketing crime rates, including the Jail Not Bail Act to extend reverse onus for major crimes to protect first responders in Bill C-246, which proposes to make consecutive sentence mandatory for crimes like sexual assault. The Liberal government has ignored or voted against both of these pieces of legislation. And while we welcome any constructive efforts to try and fix our broken bail system and bring safety back to our communities, Conservatives believe that this legislation does not go far enough. The most significant example of this legislation missing the mark is on the principle of restraint. Bill C-14 now confirms that restraint does not require release. However, it still provides a pathway to release and retains the directive to apply least onerous conditions on an offender. Conservatives believe that the principle of restraint clause should be replaced entirely by a clause that prioritizes public and community safety as the governing principle. We also believe that this bill does not reform sentencing in a truly meaningful way. Conservatives believe that we must restore mandatory minimum sentences for serious violent offences, including firearms, kidnapping, human trafficking, robbery, extortion with a firearm, arson, and others. The repeal of these sentences under Bill C-5 was wrong and has led to crime and chaos in our communities. Another point that we hope to see improvements on is what offences would be eligible for house arrest. We are very concerned that individuals charged with robbery, drug trafficking, and firearms offences would still be eligible for house arrest under this legislation. That being said, it's promising to see changes proposed to the youth criminal justice system. Last session, while studying the auto theft crisis in Canada, we learned about the startling prevalence of young people involved in violent crimes. OPP Commissioner Thomas Creek noted that a significant number of youth are participating in organized auto theft rings, many of them armed. Deputy Chief Robert Johnson of the Toronto Police Service told the committee that 1/3 of individuals arrested for carjacking in Toronto were young offenders. Beyond auto theft, Clayton Campbell, president of the Toronto Police Association, recently informed the Justice Committee that in Toronto alone, more than a dozen youth were charged with murder in the past year, and 102 illegal firearms were seized from youth in the city. This underscores the urgent need to update our justice and bail laws to reflect the changing landscape of offender profiles in Canada. Conservatives will work collaboratively to ensure that this legislation is strengthened and genuinely achieves the goal of keeping our communities safe. We hope that all parties will come together during the committee process to pass reasonable amendments. Unless these changes are made, serious and dangerous offenders will continue to walk free, communities will remain at risk, families will continue to live in fear. Canadians deserve better. They deserve a government that puts their safety first. They deserve a justice system that provides victims, not criminals. That's why we are calling on the Liberal government to work with us to end the scourge of crime, chaos, and disorder in our streets. It's time to restore safety, accountability, and justice for all Canadians. Conservatives will always stand on the side of victims, families, and safe communities. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Well done. Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And you know that during question period, we heard a number of members talk about the issue of extortion. And, you know, extortion is such an important issue, whether it's the Prime Minister, many of my colleagues have been raising it. And when you take a look, whether it's Bill C2 or Bill C14, there comes a point in time, Mr. Speaker, when the Conservative Party needs to recognize that Canadians want action. This is action. It's substantive. Bill C14 will help address extortion and many other issues. Will the member commit to seeing this legislation ultimately pass through the system before the end of the year?
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank you for the question above, and thank you for, I got to be honest, not yelling at me like you were all morning at everybody else. I appreciate that, so thank you for that. But I will mention, when you say you want action, the type of action that I'm hearing from the Liberal Party across was from action like from your member from Victoria, who calls on, he's on record for calling for defunding the police, for disarming most police, and for promoting drug decriminalization. That's on record. This Conservative Party does not stand for any of those motions. That's the type of action we'll be going for, is putting criminals away under a tighter bail system.
And I'll just remind the Honourable Member to address his comments through the Chair. Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Moose Jaw, Lake Centre, Lanigan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank my colleague from Barrie, Springwater, or Medonte. I'm very familiar with this community. I was there this past summer, riding through there on the 400. It never disappoints, and unfortunately, he wasn't there at the time. So, Mr. Speaker, my colleague spoke about action. One of the concerns I have is convictions, and Mr. Speaker, he spoke about someone within his community 17 times being arrested and released, but never convicted. What is falling short in the Liberal bill that the Conservatives are suggesting that should be adopted by the Liberals, and what are his thoughts, please?
The Honourable Member for Barrie, Springwater, Oro-Medonte.
Thank you to my member from Moose Jaw for those kind words, and thank you for dropping by Barrie in the summer. I welcome all my colleagues from both sides to get off that Highway 400 and come into Barrie. It's a great city. We're always welcoming everybody there, and we'll give you a little tour around. We're doing a great job right now. Our mayor is currently cleaning up under a state of emergency, cleaning up what's been left behind and trying to clean up encampments, and it's looking quite good. So come by and look at the fine work that Barrie and the Barrie City Police and the mayor are doing there. But thank you for those words on my city. And yes, I'm glad you mentioned that tragic incident of the Barrie police officer who was stabbed while on duty at a local fast food restaurant just trying to enjoy himself, but got caught in a situation there. And as I had mentioned, this perpetrator had been arrested just within the past 2 years prior to this for 17 times and released on bail, 17 different times, 2 years, and had over 100 interactions. So today, We're talking about reforming the Bail Act. It's amazing we're reforming something that's been done over and over under the Liberals, but we're not getting it straight. We need to get this right. We need to make sure the public is safe. We need to make sure police officers are safe, and we need to make sure that criminals, especially ones who've done 17 different arrests and convictions in 2 years, stay behind bars. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions, comments, questions et commentaires.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for La Pointe-de-L'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. The bill would eliminate the principle of scale. It would reverse the onus, the burden of proof. We, the Bloc Québécois, challenge that. Supreme Court rulings never said that it was forbidden, and I'd like to hear my colleague on that.
50 seconds.
Thank you for that. I do have to apologize, Mr. Speaker. There was a little bit of my lack of getting my translator up to my ear in time, so I'll just go over some of the things that we're trying to resolve here today, and hopefully this helps him with some of his answers, because I'd like to highlight that through 2015 through 2023, total violent crime was up by 49.84%. Total homicides were up 27.75%. Sexual assaults were up 74.83%. Total violent firearms offenses were up 116.41%. Extortion was up 357%, Mr. Speaker. Auto theft up 45.7%. Total sexual violations against children up 118%. Just absolutely atrocious numbers, Mr. Speaker. These are all numbers that have happened under this Liberal watch from 2015 to 2023. We need to take a closer look at bail reform and make sure criminals stay behind bars, Mr. Speaker.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the opportunity to speak to Bill C-14, a bill the government has introduced to strengthen bail and sentencing laws. With over 80 proposed clauses, it represents a major step in modernizing Canada's criminal justice system and reinforcing public safety. Today, I'd like to speak to you about 3 of the amendments that aim to protect our communities by strengthening our sentencing regime. These amendments would create new aggravating factors targeting offenses against first responders, as well as theft and mischief offenses that harm essential infrastructure and retail theft. Recently, I met with Keegan Gordon and Steve Piccolo of the Coquitlam firefighters, who were here in Ottawa for the annual Firefighters Legislative Conference. Both Keegan and Steve spoke of the need for protections this bill offers to first responders. An aggravating factor is a circumstance or detail about an offense that makes the crime more serious and can lead to harsher sentences. These factors send a message to the court that certain conduct justifies harsher sentences. Among these amendments are specific provisions aimed at better protecting our first responders who face a disturbing rise in violence and threats while doing their critical work. Every day, firefighters, paramedics, and police officers put themselves in harm's way to keep our communities safe. They accept that their jobs come with risk, including running toward burning buildings, volatile scenes, and the unknown. However, no one should have to accept being assaulted while doing the job. Risk is part of the job, abuse is not. And yet across Canada, the stories keep coming. More first responders being threatened or attacked while simply doing their jobs. In October, a paramedic in Kamloops, BC was assaulted while refueling her ambulance at a gas station on a Sunday evening. An unknown man walked up and hit her, unprovoked. In March, Greg Stubbs, a paramedic on Vancouver Island, was attacked and seriously injured while responding to a call at an encampment in downtown Victoria. And in Winnipeg, union leaders reported nearly 100 assaults on first responders in 2025 alone, including a firefighter struck in the face with a metal pole while on duty. Our police officers, paramedics, and firefighters need to know that their safety matters. Bill C-14 proposes a new aggravating factor at sentencing for offenders who commit violent acts and other crimes against all first responders in the course of their duties. This amendment would respond to ongoing calls to denounce and deter violence against first responders. The proposed amendment would build on earlier amendments, including former Bill C-3, which amended the Criminal Code and the Canada Labour Code to create an aggravating factor where the victim of an offence is a healthcare worker. Ultimately, this change would ensure that judges consider imposing tougher sentences where violence targets those who serve. The message in Bill C-14 is clear. If you target first responders, expect zero tolerance. You will be held accountable for your conduct. Just as we must protect those who respond in moments of crisis, we must also protect the systems they rely upon to do their jobs. Our power grids, communication networks, and transportation corridors. Bill C-14 aims to do this by enacting a new aggravating factor that would apply to theft and mischief offenses that impact essential infrastructure. Across Canada, we have seen a sharp rise in thefts and damage targeting power lines, railways, and telecommunications networks. These are crimes that may look like property offenses on paper, but can shut down hospitals, delay first responders, and put whole communities at risk. According to Statistics Canada, metal theft, which includes copper wire, along with other things like manhole covers, grew 56% between 2018 and 2022. Bell has documented more than 2,200 instances of copper theft nationwide since 2022, with hotspots in Hamilton, Cambridge, Windsor, and Quebec's Saguenay region. In Calgary alone, there have been over 40 incidents targeting telecommunications infrastructure, causing more than $1.4 million in damages and repairs. Copper wire theft affects entire neighborhoods, leaving homes without electricity, internet, or access to emergency communications. And when these crimes go unreported, the danger only grows, putting lives at risk. Bill C-14 makes it clear that attacks on infrastructure are not minor property crimes. They are serious threats to public safety. The bill proposes an aggravating factor when offenses like theft, mischief, or robbery interfere with access to essential infrastructure, disrupt its functioning, or make it unsafe or unfit for use. If you steal, damage, or disrupt the systems people in Canada count upon, our power, communication, or transportation networks, it is a threat to public safety. The bill proposes that our justice system treat it this way. Bill C-14 would also seek to address crimes that harm our businesses and communities, namely retail theft. When we talk about retail theft, we are referring to high-volume, profit-driven crime. These are thefts carried out repeatedly, often by organized networks, with the intent to resell, barter, or fraudulently return merchandise. The government has heard concerns raised by provinces, territories, and industry stakeholders about the growing problem of this type of theft. We have seen media coverage and industry data that show organized retail theft in Canada has exploded, costing billions of dollars, involving repeat offenders and violence, and crippling local businesses. Specifically, the Retail Council of Canada has reported that retailers lost an estimated $9.1 billion to theft in 2024, an increase from previous years, and organized theft has been identified as a contributing factor to several retail store closures. The RCC also reported that approximately 45% of theft incidents in 2024 involved violence against employees or customers. In the city of Vancouver, police reported nearly 7,700 shoplifting incidents last year, an increase of about 12% compared to the year before, with shoplifting in the downtown core up 40%. Bill C-14 recognizes and responds to this reality, seeking to ensure our justice system treats organized, repeat, profit-motivated retail theft with the seriousness it deserves. While courts have long considered profit motivation an aggravating factor under common law, this amendment codifies that principle in legislation. Codification is important because it ensures consistency across the country and clearly signals to judges, offenders, and the public that these crimes are serious and will be treated as such. Bill C-14 introduces aggravating factors at sentencing to ensure our courts recognize the seriousness of these crimes. By highlighting the impact on public safety, critical systems, and communities, the law signals to judges that these offenses are not ordinary property or assault cases. In closing, whether it is an attack on those who run towards danger, damage to the systems we rely upon, or theft that undermines our communities, Bill C-14 makes it clear that this conduct is unacceptable and will be treated with the seriousness it deserves. We are standing with first responders, protecting critical infrastructure, and supporting Canadian businesses and communities. With these measures, we're sending a simple but powerful message that Canada will not tolerate attacks on its people, its systems, or its neighbourhoods. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire, the honourable member for King Vaughan.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I want to say that I appreciate my colleagues' comments on the importance of our police officers and the work that they do to keep us safe. But my question to the member is, what does he think of his colleague from Victoria who is calling to defund the police?
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I think that all of our systems and first responders need to be appropriately funded and appropriately supported. I'm not sure what the remarks are that the member has mentioned, but I certainly support the continuing proper funding of our police services and our emergency services in general.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Mr. Speaker, during the 44th Parliament, the Bloc Québécois tabled a bill to oversee use of the Jordan Principle so that primary offenses like sex crimes, kidnapping, firearm-related crime, or terrorism, so that the Jordan Principle could not be used. I'm wondering how my colleague feels about this Bloc Québécois suggestion.
I'm not sufficiently familiar with the Jordan Principle to respond to that, but I note that in this legislation we are emphasizing the importance of increasing the severity of sentences for violent crimes, for sex offenders, and to inform our judicial system that we consider these matters of great seriousness and that they should be very careful around these kinds of crimes when granting bail, when considering release, and we're implementing reverse onus provisions in many new crimes as well to ensure that our judicial system takes more awareness of the danger of some of these individuals present and keep them off the street.
Questions and comments, Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if my colleague can just provide his thoughts in regards to the manner in which there's support for Bill C-14, whether it's provinces, you have municipalities, you have law enforcement agencies, many first responders, a general willingness from Canadians to see bail reform. This is really an all-inclusive number of people that have been advocating for the changes that Bill C-14 is bringing forward. And if he could just provide his thoughts on how important it is that we respect the many consultations that have taken place and want to see this legislation passed before the end of the year. Could he provide his thoughts in terms of the importance of getting this legislation through and ultimately passed before the end of the year?
The Honourable Member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for the question. I think it's a great question. We have, of course, consulted very broadly, very widely with first responders, with police, and with legislators across the country to provide the direction that we're going here, to get this direction underway. It's critically important that we do pass this legislation soon so that we can take the appropriate action in a timely manner. And as the member mentioned, it's very critical that we be able to do so before we rise for the break.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Regina Louvain, about 35 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just want to add to the fact that we know that the member from Victoria wants to defund the police, but I had a conversation at a Remembrance Day ceremony with Mike Locken, the commanding officer of Depot Division. And I wonder if this member knows this budget cuts $98 million from the RCMP budget. Did he know when he voted for this budget that they're cutting the RCMP budget by $98 million, so they're asking the RCMP to do less with more?
The honourable member for Coquitlam, Port Coquitlam.
I know that in the budget we are making a great many adjustments. One of the things we are doing going forward is we're going to be adding 1,000 members to the RCMP as well as 1,000 members to the CBSA, so that. But as we go forward, we're also adjusting various government expenditures right across the board to make sure that we're paying for the right things at the right time.
Order. Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Colleagues, it's time to speak plainly today, because families in Surrey and across Canada deserve the plain truth, not another round of empty words from Ottawa. Over the past months, as I've met with business owners and families across Surrey, Cloverdale, Clayton, Langley City, the conversations have been sobering. Everywhere I go, people lower their voices, look over their shoulder, and tell me the same thing. Tamara, we don't feel safe anymore. Not long ago, I hosted a small business roundtable in my office with several local business owners. One of them runs a handful of small restaurants in Surrey. Family-run places where food is good, the staff knows your name, and the community keeps them alive. He sat across from me, hands folded, the way people do when they're trying to stay composed. And I asked, how are things going? And he took a moment and said, Tamara, we've had staff followed to their cars. We've had threats. We're watching the parking lot instead of watching customers. This is not how we want to run our business. He wasn't angry. He wasn't dramatic. He was simply describing the quiet fear that has settled over too many hard-working families in our community. Families who came here believing Canada was safe, stable, and full of opportunity. He was sad, and that should trouble every single one of us, because what he described is not normal. It is not the Canada that we built, and it's not the future we intend to hand down to our children and grandchildren, because Surrey is facing something no community should ever face. We have seen extortion-related shootings at banquet halls, restaurants, insurance offices, and family homes. We have seen respected businessmen murdered. We've seen houses shot at twice in the same week because criminals felt confident enough to return. And in neighborhoods like Cloverdale, neighborhoods that once symbolized calm, quiet, and safety, families are now installing cameras, reinforcing doors, and staying home instead of accepting invitations to birthdays and family gatherings. This is not how Canadians should live. So when the Liberal government introduced Bill C-14, people hoped Ottawa had finally woken up and wanted to fix the mess that they'd created. They hoped this would be the moment government understood the scale of the crisis, that extortion, gun crime, and organized criminal activity were no longer occasional headlines, but daily realities for innocent people. They hoped that at the very least, there would be a sign of courage. But hope collapses when leadership fails to show up. Unfortunately, Bill C-14 doesn't meet this moment. It's not strong enough. It's not decisive enough. It lacks the moral clarity that a government needs when the safety of its people is on the line. To understand why, we need to look at how we got here. Criminals in this country have learned there's very little to fear from our justice system. They've learned that punishment is often shockingly lenient. They've learned that the federal government's reforms over the past decade have tilted the balance away from holding criminals accountable towards releasing criminals faster than police can file the paperwork. The principle of restraint, the rule that police and courts must favor release on the least strict bail conditions, remains intact. Bill C-14 does not remove it. That principle may sound gentle and humane, but in reality it tells violent offenders that the justice system is more concerned about their comfort than our safety. Mandatory minimum penalties, the clearest signal that a country can send to that violent crime will not be tolerated, were dismantled by this government in 2022 with Bill C-5. What Canadians need to know today is that Bill C-14 does not restore them, not one. And as a result, there is no certainty in sentencing, no clarity, no firm line drawn in the sand. Worse still, crimes involving firearms, robberies, drug trafficking, and even extortion can still be punished with house arrest. No real jail time, not a secure facility, house arrest. In the very neighborhoods where the victims live. It is impossible to overstate the danger of such a system. It doesn't say, I don't say this lightly. The criminals orchestrating these extortion networks understand our laws better than most members of Parliament. They understand the loopholes. They understand that even if they're caught, the consequences may be minimal. They operate with boldness because the law allows them boldness. Among G7 countries, Canada stands out for how frequent and fast-growing extortion has become in our national crime data. This is a crisis created by Liberal laws putting violent offenders ahead of victims. Let me repeat. This crisis is the direct result of Liberal government choices, and the numbers speak with brutal clarity. Violent crime has risen sharply since 2015. Firearms offenses have more than doubled. Extortion has risen at rates that should alarm every elected official in this country. Sexual assaults have increased dramatically, with women paying the highest price for this government's softness. Which brings me to an equally painful truth. Violence against women remains an afterthought in the federal justice policy. I've spoken with women here in Surrey, in Cloverdale, in Langley, still carrying the trauma of assault. Some can't sleep. Some avoid certain streets or times of day. Some feel unsafe in their own homes, and when they turn to the justice system for protection, they are too often met with leniency for the offender. Bill C-14 could have changed that. It could have drawn a line that repeat violent offenders, sexual predators, and men who harm women would face serious consequences. But it doesn't. It keeps in place the same mindset that set far too many dangerous people and let them slip through the cracks. It keeps the possibility of simple house arrest for violent predators. It keeps the system tilted toward giving offenders second chances while leaving women to manage the fear on their own. A government that claims to defend women cannot continue to defend the men who harm them. That's why the Conservative position is so different and so necessary. We believe the first duty of any government is to protect its citizens, not to soften the truth, not to sugarcoat a danger that's staring families in the face, to protect. That means restoring mandatory minimum sentence for serious violent crimes. Because a society that will not offer consequences has no hope of restoring order. It means ending the era of get-out-of-jail-free cards for violent offenders. The law must defend the innocent before it comforts the guilty. It also means ending house arrest for crimes that were never meant to be served at home. There is nothing compassionate about allowing a violent offender to live steps away from the people he has terrorized. Firm justice isn't cruelty. Firm justice is protection. And it means strengthening our border and supporting our police. Not with announcements, but with action. For too long, criminals have smuggled guns into this country faster than the government has responded. For too long, police have asked to do more with fewer resources. A safe nation requires a government that gives law enforcement every tool it needs, not one that merely stands at a podium promising to do something someday. Let me close with this. I often think about my grandchildren. I think about the Canada they deserve. A Canada where children pedal their bikes in their neighborhood without fear. A Canada where women walk to their cars without hesitation. A Canada where business owners open their doors in the morning without checking the shadows in the parking lot. We can build that Canada again, but we will not build it with timid half measures or softened legal language. We will build it with clarity, with conviction, and with the courage to declare that safety is not optional. It is foundational. Bill C-14 is not enough. Canadians deserve a justice system that stands up straight, speaks plainly, and puts their safety first. Not as an afterthought, but as the beginning of every decision. We must place public safety at the very top of the law. Nothing should outrank it. We need to restore mandatory jail time for those who use firearms and for those who commit sexual offenses. A nation that won't punish these crimes can't call itself serious about justice. We have to end the absurd practice of allowing house arrest for robbery, drug trafficking, and firearms offenses. These are not minor offenses. They are acts that tear the fabric of our communities. And when a person has shown time and time again that they're violent, the law must begin from a simple position. They remain behind bars to keep the public safe. These aren't radical ideas. They're the minimum standards of a country determined to protect its citizens. Canadians are resilient and decent, but they are also tired of watching their neighborhoods grow less safe while Ottawa proposes weak laws. Thank you.
Questions and comments to the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Thank you very much.
How does she justify to the members of Cloverdale-Langley City her stance on this legislation, which has been acknowledged by time and time again by the Federation of Canadian Municipalities, by mayors across the country, by ministers of justice, even in her own province, and by police associations, including the Canadian Police Association, the Canadian Association of Chiefs of Police, the Police Association of Ontario, the Ontario Provincial Police Association, the Ontario Association of Chiefs of Police, the Toronto Police Association, the London Police. Like, these are police associations that represent the rank and file, those men and women that are protecting our community day in, day out, that have been advocating for these changes. All of them say the same thing, that this legislation takes major steps in the right direction. How can she possibly call this legislation weak? Why won't she stand up for a strong piece of legislation to build stronger, safer communities across Canada?
Hear, hear.
The Honourable Member.
Speaker, I would like to call attention to a letter that the Minister just received, the Public Safety Minister, Mr. Ananda Sangri, from the Surrey... Oh, excuse me.
I'd like to remind the Honourable Member that you cannot name a person by their name, but rather by their title.
Minister for Public Safety just received from the Surrey Police today. I'd like to quote, Surrey is one of the fastest growing cities in Canada, and what we are now facing is a significant extortion crisis that has emerged in just a few short years. Demands swift, decisive, and collective action. No Canadian should live in fear, and we therefore respectfully request an urgent meeting between City of Surrey, local, federal, and provincial leadership and senior leadership from all over the Lower Mainland. This is a crisis that has not been dealt with, and this is from the Surrey Police.
Questions and comments. I would ask for decorum in this House. The Honourable Member for Pontigny. Mr. Speaker, at the Bloc, generally, we're opposed to minimum mandatory sentences because they haven't shown to dissuade criminals from committing crimes, and they've shown that they can lead to many injustices in terms of determining the sentences. Can my honourable colleague say if she's seen studies that show that mandatory minimum sentences have a dissuasive effect on crime? Is she not concerned that there are many injustices because in determining the sentencing? The Honourable Member.
Mr. Speaker, what we do actually have is proof that mandatory minimums do work. Prior to them changing the laws, we did not have an extortion crisis, a crime crisis like we have now. And it leaves the soft on crime framework is intact in this bill still. It keeps the culture of release. It offers no mandatory penalties for dangerous offenders, and it refuses to place public safety at the top of the law. What's missing is exactly what Canadians have been pleading for: firm consequences, clear standards, and laws that favor the innocent over the violent. Until that happens, until they fix it, nothing will truly change.
Questions and comments to the Honourable Whip.
Just referenced that mandatory minimums. She said that they have proven that they actually can change behavior. Can she cite one actual credible report that's based on data that backs up that claim? She said it's been proven. That those were her words a moment ago. I'm looking for one actual report that has data in it that actually backs up that claim.
Good luck.
Honourable member.
Mr. Speaker, Canadians are tired of that spin. The government's Bill C-75 and Bill C-5 turned our justice system into a revolving door of catch, release, repeat. Since then, violent crime is up 41%. In my own riding, I've sat across from small businesses who are terrified of extortion and families afraid to walk home at night. Those are perfect examples of why the system does not work when you loosen it up.
We have time for a 15-second question. Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Pointe-l'Île. 15 seconds. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. These Conservatives want to tighten up the fight against criminality. Does my colleague agree that they're tightening the screws on these criminal organizations? But we could do so by creating a registry of these organizations. 15 seconds, Stan.
I believe that at this point in time, we've already done a few things that needed to be done, which was, for instance, call the Bishnoy Gang what it was. But I think it's really important that we understand that right now, people are facing gunfire and extortion in our neighborhoods. Canadians need a bill that restores mandatory jail time for gun and sexual offences. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Mississauga.
Bravo. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise in the House today to address an issue that goes to the very heart of Canadians' confidence in their justice system, bail reform. This is not a matter of legal procedure. It's about the safety of our communities and directly tied to the responsibility we bear as parliamentarians to uphold both justice and fairness. Across the country, Canadians are seeing the impacts of more sophisticated criminal networks, of repeat violent offenders, and of organized crime-driven offenses. They're asking us a very simple question: are we doing enough to keep them safe? Speaker, that question carries immense weight because when public trust in the justice system erodes, the very fabric of our democracy is weakened. With the introduction of Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act, we strengthen this fabric. This bill sets out a clear, responsible path forward, one that protects public safety and upholds the rights enshrined in the Charter.
Right.
Speaker, the purpose of our bail laws is straightforward. It's to ensure that individuals awaiting trial are managed in a way that reduces risk, it supports accountability, and it maintains the presumption of innocence. And let's be clear, this conversation about safety isn't theoretical. It's not happening in law school lecture halls or legal symposiums. It's happening, Speaker, in living rooms, in small businesses, at community safety meetings. In Mississauga, Malton, I've heard from families, from workers, and local leaders who see the consequences of repeat violent offending and organized crime firsthand. That's why our response, guided by experts throughout the justice system, introduces stronger, smarter tools for courts to assess risk and impose meaningful conditions. And let me be clear, we do not abandon restraint, we honor it. But restraint cannot mean complacency, restraint cannot mean turning a blind eye, and restraint cannot come at the expense of public safety. Speaker, we know the stakes. We're not debating abstract principles. We're debating whether a survivor of violence feels safe coming forward, whether a neighborhood struggling with auto theft sees justice done, and whether families feel secure walking home at night knowing that dangerous repeat offenders aren't slipping through the cracks. This legislation recognizes the urgency of that reality, Mr. Speaker. Firstly, we're expanding the reverse onus provision so that individuals charged with some of the most serious offenses, from human trafficking to violent extortion to organized crime-related auto theft, must demonstrate why they should be released. That is a balanced approach, one that puts public safety first while safeguarding constitutional rights. Secondly, we strengthen bail conditions, ensuring courts consider real, concrete restrictions, including curfews, geographic limits, and prohibitions on weapons or break-in tools. Thirdly, we give judges more information. We extend the look-back period for prior convictions from 5 to 10 years, because courts should see the full pattern of behavior and not just a fragment of it. Mr. Speaker, we also reinforce the critical principle that Canadians have been championing for, that victims and communities deserve to feel safe. But let me say this clearly, because the stakes demand clarity. These reforms are not about abandoning the presumption of innocence. These changes are not designed to punish those who pose no risk at all. They're about ensuring that when someone poses a risk, a repeat violent offender, a member of a criminal organization, an individual with a pattern of dangerous conduct, that our justice system has the tools to respond firmly and responsibly. That balance is a cornerstone of a democratic society where by protecting rights, we protect people. Speaker, Bill C-14 speaks to the kind of country we want to be in, a country where our justice system is not feared, but trusted. In my riding, many people work late hours in logistics, in transportation, airport services, and hospitality. Many are newcomers who walk home at night alone or rely on public transit at unconventional hours. These are the people who stand to benefit the most from a justice system that takes repeat violent offenders seriously. And these are the people to whom I am accountable when I stand in this chamber. Our laws must evolve to respond to the challenges that we face right now. And yet, Mr. Speaker, we must hold on to something else close. Justice cannot simply be punitive, because justice without hope is not justice. Accountability without rehabilitation is not progress. And punishment without possibility leads to dangerous cycles that we've seen before.
Hear, hear.
We must hold dear that belief that we can make ourselves into better people, even after we have wronged. In fact, especially after we have wronged. The justice system should be a part of that rehabilitation. We need to make sure that the policies that we bring forward work in criminal law terms, that they have a positive effect on recidivism, that we are not simply punishing people who should be helped through other channels. We have to keep in mind that sentencing less serious crimes, imprisonment is often ineffective, unduly punitive, and leads people down a path from which they may not return. We must remain a country that is vigilant about equity. We shamefully know that Indigenous, Black, and marginalized Canadians are disproportionately represented in the criminal justice system.
Yep.
That is why the implementation of this bill will be accompanied by clear data, careful oversight, and continued collaboration with provinces and territories. Because safety and fairness, let me repeat, safety and fairness are not opposing forces, they are dual pillars of a society committed to justice.
Good point. Yeah.
Mr. Speaker, the debate on bail reform is not simply about legislation, it's about the protection of Canadians. It's about the strength of our democracy, and it's about the trust that people place in their justice system every single day. Our government's reforms strike the right balance, firm where firmness is required, fair where fairness is essential, and grounded in the belief that public safety is inseparable from justice. So I urge all members of this House, support this legislation, stand for safer communities, and stand for a justice system worthy of the people that we serve. Not for political gain, but for the families, for the workers, for the small business owners in the riding, and across all ridings across this country who simply want to feel safe in the place they call home. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Bravo.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I would like to thank my friend for his very eloquent speech. I know that he has a background in law, and I think a lot of parts of his speech were particularly poignant, but he mentioned the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and I know that some of the things that the Conservatives accused the Liberals of doing were actually overturned by the Supreme Court because they were found to be unconstitutional, because they lead to some of the things that we see in our justice system. Does he believe Canadians want us to uphold the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, or should we just use the notwithstanding clause every time there's a political uproar about something?
The honourable member for Mississauga-Malton. Thank you, Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for that question. I think Canadians hold the Charter of Rights and Freedoms very dearly in their hearts. During the election, during periods where the leader of the opposition campaigns, he consistently refers to 3 strikes and you're out rule. That law would be unconstitutional from the very foundation from where it comes, right? And that is not the type of law and society that Canadians want to see. They want to see laws that work in synchronous with the Charter of Rights and Freedoms. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Skeena-Bulkley Valley.
Thank you to the colleague for that. I agree, it was a very eloquent speech. But the Liberals have put a lot of focus on the Charter of Rights. And we have not heard one comment talking about the victims yet, or the charter rights of the victims. So when we're talking about these situations that hit home, and a repeat offender molests a 12-year-old boy, is released on bail, and then sexually assaults a 3-year-old girl that has to go to the hospital, and the news is full of these stories. Does the member still agree that the Charter of Rights rises above the 3-year-old victim's rights or her well-being, or the 12-year-old boy that got molested?
The honourable member for Mississauga-Malton.
Thank you, Speaker. I thank my colleague for that question. I think the question is unfounded because if he were to listen to my speech and actually read this bill, he'd see that we are strengthening bail laws so that bail is harder to get in a case exactly like the one that the member just mentioned. And so if he supports the rights of victims, and the victims that I've spoken to support this bill, and I hope the colleagues from the other side can get on board as well. Thank you.
Good answer.
Question et commentaire, l'honorable député de la...
The honourable member for La Pointe-à-L'Île. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In this bill, we're removing a lot of latitude from judges. In a number of cases, we're ensuring that detention take place even though these crimes may not constitute a risk for the public. For example, auto theft. Just because you're accused of auto theft doesn't mean either that you're necessarily guilty or that you're a threat to the public. So the Bloc Québécois is not necessarily against reversing the onus of proof, for example, when it's a matter of domestic violence. But I'd like to hear more from my colleague on this.
Member for Mississauga-Malton.
Thank you, Speaker. Again, I thank my colleague for that question. The ultimate responsibility for deciding bail and for deciding what the sentence eventually will be always lays with the judge, and so the judge has that latitude to be able to play with. When we talk about the reverse onus specifically brought in for auto theft, it's violent auto theft where the reverse onus is activated. So when we're talking just about auto theft, we see that the principles of justice are maintained, and then bail is actually guaranteed by the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and so that principle will always be applied. Thank you.
Well said.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Sandwich Gulf Islands, a very brief question, about 30 seconds.
A brief question. We keep referring to the Charter, and as somebody who actually thinks C-14 is important because we do need bail reform, but I think we need to reflect on the principles of our entire body of law from the Commonwealth through to Canada. It starts with Blackstone's principle from 1760. It's a hard one to hear right now, but it's foundational, that it's better that 9 guilty men go free than that 1 innocent man be imprisoned. These are tough choices, and it's not just the Charter.
The honourable member for Mississauga-Malton, a brief response.
Thank you. I thank my honourable colleague for those comments. We know that the Canadian law and the Constitution of Canada is a living tree, and so I think it makes sense to be able to look at other jurisdictions and their laws. When we look at the Charter will always apply to legislation that we bring forward, and so I suggest that all colleagues support this bill. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Prise de débat. The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And thank you for the chance to allow me to rise today and speak on Bill C-14 on behalf of the people of London Fanshawe. Every week when I speak with residents across my riding, I hear concerns about how crime is affecting their daily lives. People tell me that they no longer feel the same comfort and predictability they once felt in their own neighborhoods. They talk about rising incidents of crime in their communities and about a justice system that feels too quick to release the same offenders again and again. People ask why the consequences for serious and repeated violent crimes seem weaker than ever. These concerns are especially felt in the East End of London, in the community that I represent. but it is no longer just an East London problem. In recent weeks, I've attended town hall meetings alongside colleagues in nearby communities, and I'm hearing the same stories and frustrations all around London and beyond. People everywhere are dealing with the same patterns, the same risks, and the same reality that repeat offenders are being pushed through a system that releases them by default. And when we look at Canada-wide data, we see that these concerns reflect a national trend that has been growing for years. Across Canada, we have seen the consequences of a system that defaults to release. We've seen heartbreaking cases where individuals with long histories of violence were released only to commit another serious offense days or even hours later. Families across the country have endured tragedies that should have never happened. Community groups, victims advocates, and frontline workers have pleaded for change because they see firsthand what happens when warnings are ignored. These voices deserve to be heard. They deserve a justice system that supports them instead of leaving them to pick up the pieces. For nearly a decade, Canada's bail and sentencing laws have been shaped by Liberal bills C-75 and C-5. These bills weaken deterrence, reduce meaningful consequences for serious crimes, and told judges to prioritize release. They created a system that made it easier for repeat violent offenders to walk free. Police services across the country have been dealing with the consequences ever since. When I speak with frontline officers, they describe the same pattern: a number of prolific offenders cycling through the system without meaningful consequences. Officers tell me about the frustration of seeing the same individuals arrested on a Monday, released on a Tuesday, and back in custody by the end of the week for another violent offense. This is not a theoretical problem. It's a day-to-day reality for the people tasked with keeping our communities safe, and they are asking Parliament to finally give them a system that works. In London, the effects are clear. Communities that once felt predictable and safe now report rising incidents of property damage, violent behavior, and threatening encounters. Residents describe feeling uneasy on evening walks they used to feel routine. Families talk about being more cautious about where their children go after school. People who finish work late tell me they feel anxious waiting for transit or walking through parking lots. Neighbors who once left their doors unlocked now obsessively check them throughout the day. These experiences are real, and they weigh heavily on people who simply want to feel safe in their own community. London's chief of police has spoken clearly about this. He said the current system is broken and that violent repeat crime is a symptom of a much larger problem in our justice system. He has stressed that communities are being put at risk when individuals with serious histories are released without meaningful safeguards, and that Londoners are paying the price for decisions that fail to account for real patterns of violent behavior. The chief of police called for urgent bail reform and tougher penalties for those who commit serious violent offenses, making it clear that the status quo is failing the very people it is supposed to protect. And he has insisted that it is time to move toward a jail not bail approach that reflects the reality officers and communities are facing every single day. These warnings did not begin this year. They have been raised constantly by police chiefs, frontline officers, survivors of crime, mayors, and community leaders. And for 10 years, my Conservative colleagues have been raising these same concerns in this House, calling for stronger bail reform while the Liberals ignored everyone sounding the alarm. Now, with Bill C-14, the government is finally acknowledging that the system it created through legislation like C-75 has failed. The bill introduces a few measures that move in the right direction. It expands some reverse onus rules. It adds new aggravating factors, and it makes limited adjustments to sentencing. Police services appreciate any help they can get, but these steps alone do not solve the underlying problems. The core issues remain untouched. Bill C-14 does not repeal the principle of restraint introduced in Bill C-75. That principle directs judges that if they choose to release someone, they must impose the least strict conditions possible. The instruction sits at the heart of the entire catch and release system. It remains embedded in the culture of bail decisions across Canada and it continues to shape outcomes in a way that leaves communities exposed to unnecessary risk. Bill C-14 says restraint does not guarantee release, but it leaves the same framework in place. It keeps public safety as an afterthought rather than the starting point. It does not create a true presumption of detention for violent or repeat offenders. It does not restore mandatory minimum sentences for serious violent crimes. It does not require judges to treat a long record of violence as a serious risk that it is. And it does not address the concerns raised by police services, including those raised in London, that the system continues to function as an open door for offenders who pose real danger. This is exactly why Conservatives have put forward a practical solution through our Jail Not Bail plan, a plan built to close that open door and put public safety back at the center of bail decisions. Under this plan, violent offenders face a presumption of detention instead of release. People who reportedly break conditions do not get endless sequence of chances. Serious crimes like sexual offenses, robbery, human trafficking, kidnapping, arson, and major firearms offenses cannot be handled through conditional sentences or house arrests. Judges must consider full criminal history every time. People with serious criminal records cannot act as guarantors. Non-residents who may flee must surrender passports, and consequences for breaking bail conditions must be automatic. These reforms reflect what people expect from a justice system that protects them. They line up with what Londoners tell me they want. They match what police officers across the country say they need. And they reflect a simple principle: safety must come first. Conservatives will support Bill C-14 at second reading because it moves in the right direction. But we will work to make it stronger. We'll push to repeal the principle of restraint. We will push to restore public safety as the main consideration. We will push to bring back mandatory minimums for serious violent crimes. We'll push to expand eligibility for house arrest. We'll push to create a real presumption of detention for repeat violent offenders. And we'll push to ensure judges must consider full criminal histories and outstanding charges. Speaker, people in London Fanshawe want to feel safe. They want to know that violent repeat offenders will not be released without meaningful safeguards. They want a justice system that protects them, supports victims, and holds dangerous individuals accountable. Bill C-14 does not go far enough, but we will work to strengthen it. We will work to rebuild safety and trust in our communities. We will stand up for victims, families, and every person who deserves to feel safe in the place they call home. Thank you.
Questions and comments? Questions et commentaires? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. You know, it's concerning when we hear members of the Conservative Party talk as if they genuinely want to see bail reform, and then when they have the opportunity to stand up and vote for it, to actually allow bail reform to take place in Canada, they back away. They're more concerned about raising money for their political party. They're more concerned about raising the issue and just having talking points than they are in regards to actions. Will the member that just spoke make a commitment that he will do his very best at pushing the Conservative caucus to allow bail reform legislation to pass through the system before the end of the year?
The Honourable Member for London Fanshawe.
I'd like to thank the member opposite for his question, but also I feel personally offended with regards of making this a partisan issue. Canadian safety is what is being discussed here, especially with regards to the justice system. But what I want to add, though, is Bill C-14 does not go far enough, but it has support. Because London Fanshawe cannot afford more delays while Parliament debates the perfect solution. There is, for C-14, I am supporting C-14 at second reading because people like me are asking for change right now. But supporting a bill that to move forward does not mean pretending that it fixes the core problems created by C-75 and C-5. It simply means I want the bill to reach committee where it can be strengthened. Londoners want real safety, not half measures, and I'll be pushing for real improvements. To add on that, C-14 C14 expands reverse onus for violent offenses. Expanding reverse onus is better than doing nothing.
Order. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. Now, member for Cloverdale, Langley City.
Yes, I know that the Surrey Police Board recently sent a letter to the Minister of Public Safety begging for meetings with the federal government. And I'm wondering, does my colleague think that if the Liberals had supported our bail not jail motion, that we could have actually been much further ahead on protecting citizens today already?
The honourable member for London Fanshawe.
I would like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. And yes, I do agree that with the Conservatives' proposal, we would have gotten a lot further with dealing with the issues we have at hand, courtesy of C75, the Liberals' bill of C75 and C5. But I do also want to expand on what I was discussing earlier. Is C14 expands reverse onus for violent offenses. Expanding reverse onus is better than doing nothing. The issue is that reverse onus still operates inside the same framework the Liberals created with C75, where release is still the normal outcome. For people with long violent histories and repeated breaches, the starting point should be public safety. C14 does not make that shift, and that is why Conservatives want a real presumption of detention for serious, repeat violent offenders. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for La Pointe-de-l'Île. Thank you. In the 44th Parliament, the Bloc Québécois tabled a bill to regulate use of the Jordan decision so that criminals are not released because the delays were too long. We don't want people to be able to use the Jordan decision for very serious crimes like firearm-related crimes or terrorism. How does my colleague feel about that?
I'd like to thank member opposite for asking that question. My apologies. I'm not familiar with the Jordan bill, or I wasn't here during the 44th Parliament, but I do want to ask with regards to this bill, C14, that police chiefs and stakeholders were consulted widely, but because of this consultation, it's not the same as action. Police chiefs have been calling for real bail reform for years. Communities have been saying the same thing. The government is only now agreeing with C75 created serious problems. C14 picks up a few pieces, but it does not address the core issue. The principle of restraint is still there, but an automatic release is still the culture. Listening means action, and acting on time, not years later. Thank you.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Finance.
Thanks, Mr. Speaker. It's great to rise today to speak on bail and sentencing reform legislation. It's clear that every Canadian deserves to feel safe and secure in their community. Yet too often people tell me that their sense of security has been shaken. Shaken by the headlines that they see, but also by repeat violent offenders in their communities that have them worried whether the laws are keeping up with today's realities. Public safety, we all can agree, is a foundation of trust in every community. It's a trust between citizens, it's a trust between citizens and their government, between citizens and a system which is supposed to uphold justice. It allows our communities to thrive, businesses to grow, for families to live without fear, and for children to grow up in safe neighborhoods. That's why I'm proud to support Bill C14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. This bill takes concrete steps toward building that trust and ensuring the law protects everyone it is meant to serve. It gives law enforcement the tools they need and the ones that they've been asking for. As the Member of Parliament for Whitby, I have the privilege of meeting residents from every walk of life, families walking their children to school, small business owners opening their doors every day, educators shaping our future, and first responders keeping us all safe. And without fail, they share a common expectation, which is to live in a community where they feel safe and can rely on our justice system, not just on paper, but in practice. Safety is essential for a healthy community, and Canadians deserve to know the law will protect them and their loved ones. Now, public safety is not just a commitment that I have as being an elected representative, but it's also personal to me. My father served with the Peel Regional Police Service for 3 decades, serving and protecting our community the one that I grew up in. Thank you. From him, I learned that keeping people safe requires courage and commitment. It requires a strong sense of duty, but also a thick skin and, yes, compassion, and especially for those impacted by crime. Now, I have vivid memories growing up as a young boy of my dad's pager going off in the middle of the night because he was a homicide detective for much of his career. He put a bulletproof vest on and ran out the door to be the first on the scene to apprehend violent offenders. Many violent offenders in our community were brought to justice by the work that my father did over 3 decades. Thank you. My dad was and remains my hero. And if he's listening today, Dad, I hope you know how much I appreciate your long and distinguished career in law enforcement and just how much I've learned from you over the years. He was dedicated to enforcing the law. In many ways, I've followed in his footsteps. We joke about it, but by improving laws today, hopefully I'm making him proud. Well, Bill C-14 is one such effort. I've confirmed with my father, who I know supports this bill, who says these legislative efforts that we're here to debate today are pursuing a path that takes significant steps in the right direction. So, Mr. Speaker, I also want to extend my heartfelt thanks to the officers of the Durham Region Police Service, the men and women who patrol our streets, respond to emergencies, investigate serious crimes, and comfort families in the aftermath of tragedy. Their courage is what holds the fabric of our community's safety together, and we appreciate their work wholeheartedly. Thank them for that work every day. In September, I had the opportunity to meet with our police chief, Peter Morera, and his leadership team to discuss growing challenges in our community: repeat offenders, auto theft, organized crime, human trafficking, hate-motivated violence, and the persistent social challenges at the intersection of poverty, homelessness, mental health, and addictions in our region. And when those charged with protecting our communities tell us this bill matters, I believe we should listen. Effective public safety demands coordination, investment, and the right tools for law enforcement. Canadians want a justice system that prioritizes safety and accountability, and that's exactly what Bill C-14 delivers. Earlier this year, I hosted a public safety roundtable in my community and was happy to have the Minister of Public Safety join us, followed by last week I did a virtual town hall on this legislation in my community with our Minister of Justice and Attorney General. We engaged directly with law enforcement, service providers, victim service organizations, residents, all of whom urged us to pass this legislation to continue moving forward, many of whom urged us to put aside any partisan politics, and I would urge members opposite to put aside the delay tactics here and get this bill to committee. C-14 answers the call that strengthening bail for serious offenders, expanding the reverse onus provisions for repeat violent crime, and ensuring courts put the safety of victims and communities first. It answers the call to those that have been asking us to make these reforms. These reforms reflect what Canadians have asked for and will make a real measurable difference in preventing harm and restoring confidence in our justice system. With over 80 targeted amendments, including changes to the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and National Defense Act, this bill aims to enhance the effectiveness of the justice system by clarifying processes and sentencing standards. New sentencing measures under Bill C-14 include protections against crimes targeting first responders, penalties for organized retail theft, and safeguarding critical infrastructure. The bill also mandates consecutive sentences for repeat violent crimes, removes house arrest as an option for serious sexual crimes, and reinstates mandatory driving bans for offenses causing death or physical harm. These are real, responsible changes that protect people and help restore faith in our justice system. This is what accountability and community protection, community safety looks like in action. Justice must serve everyone, especially victims. The bill matters to people in my community, like Kimberly Black, who was violently attacked while jogging in Whitby. Miraculously, she survived, but she's still recovering from the trauma of that attack. And an 83-year-old woman, Eleanor Donnie, who was fatally attacked in her own front yard by a 14-year-old. Stories like these are the kinds that tear at the fabric of society and leave lasting impressions, negative impressions on people throughout the community. So C-14 matters to the victims of crime and is really a victim-centered approach to justice system reform. Now, I also want to say, Mr. Speaker, that police associations welcome Bill C-14 as a necessary step. They highlight that victims, officers, and communities deserve safety, knowing violent offenders will not continue to harm neighborhoods. They have advocated for exactly the kind of measures that this bill contains. So, for example, the Durham Region Police Association says it's optimistic with the introduction of Bill C-14. They also say this is a much-needed step forward in our criminal justice system. They've also said, and I quote, many of these recommendations that they've made are reflected in the legislation. Those include consecutive sentence options for repeat violent offender, restrictions on the use of conditional sentences, amendments to the principle of restraint, expanding the tertiary grounds for detention to include the number of, or seriousness of outstanding charges, expanding reverse onus provisions for violent repeat offenses, empowering police to identify young people in the most serious and urgent circumstances, and requiring courts to consider that a victim was a first responder in the line of duty as an aggravating factor at sentencing. So that's my local police association. And again, my police association continually reminds me, and they're right, that they represent the rank and file, which is the beat cops that are on the ground in community, not necessarily always reflecting the leadership, the chief and superintendents, etc. Sometimes they have differences of perspective, and that's real. What's remarkable in this case is that police associations, the police chief associations, and the associations agree that this Bail and Sentencing Reform Act is taking meaningful steps forward. Now, keep in mind, they also urge us to respect the Charter of Rights and Freedoms in their statement, including the provisions to strengthen bail conditions and prioritize public safety, while ensuring those posing the greatest risk to communities remain in custody. So in short, we have lots of support for this bill. Bills can always be improved through the parliamentary process. I never discount the fact that lively, good faith debate in committee can surface issues, can find ways to strengthen bills. So to the members opposite who like to bring up what I would call excuses for not voting this bill through to committee, I would say let's get this bill to committee. Let's strengthen it if it needs to be strengthened. Let's continue to put community safety first and ensure that we give law enforcement and our justice system the resources and tools that they've been asking for to ensure that we can really keep our communities safe. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Good. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you to the member opposite for his speech about bail reform. I think that there's probably broad agreement in this House that we need bail reform for serious repeat violent crime. And I'm happy that C-14 is taking a step in the right direction. But my question is today about repeat non-violent crime, property crime that is plaguing our downtown cores. I have some statistics from Downtown Vancouver Business Improvement Association. Property damage, 143 calls. Theft from auto, 357. Open drug use, 4,960. People are just coming out, they're arrested. Later in the day, they are released. The next day, they're repeating these crimes again. Not violent, but they are a nuisance and a plague to our cities.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
So I agree with the member opposite that some of the things he points to are real issues, but to say that because everything is not addressed in one bill, I mean, this bill has a specific focus on bail reform, sentencing reform to address what conservatives have said is a system over and over again which doesn't take the right balance, ensuring that communities are safe, ensuring that people are held without bail in cases when it can be established that they're a threat to public safety. The repeat violent offenders is what this Bail and Sentencing Reform Act is focused on. So are you saying by asking that question that we shouldn't move forward with the most egregious violent offenders and ensuring that our bail system is stronger because it doesn't deal with petty theft in our communities? Because that seems absurd to me.
Again, address comments to the chair. Questions and comments. Question et commentaire. The honourable député de Bourassa.
The Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much. I thank my colleague for his remarks, and I thank him and his father for everything they did for society. Can he now explain to me how this bill could help with collaboration with regional and municipal bodies, and also how this can limit offending by people who could be very dangerous?
Well, thank you very much. I mean, this bill, I mean, in particular, the reverse onus on serious violent offenses that this bill includes is really significant. Obviously, it reverses the onus such that, you know, the offenders and their counsel are going to have to prove that they're not a risk to society, and rather than bail being sort of the default when a repeat offender is being considered for bail, putting those reverse onuses in place is significantly going to strengthen the ability for our justice system to hold those individuals without bail, especially and only when those individuals are up on charges that demonstrate a clear history of repeat violent crime. Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Rockies.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll respectfully ask the member across the way. You know, I appreciate your father's service, but you were part of he was as a member part of the previous Trudeau government, who brought in C5, C75, that caused all the problems that we're now that the member's trying to unwind with C14. I guess I just don't understand why, if you're having to fix it now, why did you bring in C5 and C75 in the first place?
Again, through the chair, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, the Minister of Finance.
So through the chair, thank you to the member opposite for the question. Obviously, this government is committed to addressing public safety issues and ensuring that repeat violent offenders, where it makes sense, do not get out on bail, that they have tougher sentences. I think we've always maintained that. I know the members opposite like to put forward proposals and legislation that would get struck down by the Supreme Court, that would be deemed unconstitutional or unaligned with the Charter of Freedoms. We're looking to strike the right balance, and where we see our justice system not striking the right balance between the liberties that Canadians enjoy and the consequences for people that choose to break the law, we are zeroing in and addressing those issues. We've consulted all across the country, and we're very clearly doing the right things in this bill and legislation because mayors, ministers of justice at the provincial level, and all the police associations agree with us. Thank you.
Order. À l'ordre. J'ai l'honneur d'annoncer.
It is my duty to inform you that the Senate has transmitted a message to the House to inform the House that it passed the following bill and that it submits to the wishes of the House Bill S-201, an act on a national framework on a disease.
It is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows. The Honourable Member for Regina Louvain, the economy. The Honourable Member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke, carbon pricing. The Honourable Member for Riding Mountain, mental health and addictions. Resuming debate. Reprise de débat.
The Honourable Member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise today, Mr. Speaker, to speak to Bill C-14 with respect to bail. And this whole issue of justice and amending the justice system is at the heart of what we're studying, for example, at the Status of Women Committee. And my Liberal colleagues at committee, well, I remember when I talked about studying the 810 aspects with respect to security and women who are victim of family violence. The Conservatives also talked about bail and other aspects of the justice system to see if it adequately met the needs of women with respect to family violence. I remember my Liberal colleagues were saying, Adrienne, we don't need to do this study because there's a bill that's coming and it'll solve these issues of violence towards women. And I remember I said, wait, first, we can make a parallel study at our standing committee, also with Long, and study the justice system, because it's a specific issue, because there's a lack of trust that women have, because they don't want to denounce people because they've lost confidence in the system. So we could do this study and then look at your bill. And I realize I still have some reservations, and we hope that we'll be able to study this bill more seriously at committee. So that was my introduction, and now I'll give a general context. The Liberal government is proposing C-14 to toughen bail. This bill is a political response to high-profile cases of violent repeat offenders. Particularly, we saw what happened in Manitoba, and we know there are places in this country that deplore family violence towards women. They even some of them even call it an epidemic. So it's a very serious issue. We recognize this, and we know the Conservatives are pushing for an even tougher approach with C-242. And often it's a populist approach with their 3 strikes and you're out system. And would this principle necessarily help the issue? We're wondering, because what we're seeing right now is that the system is already under pressure. 72.56% of people, well, I'll give you a few stats, in custody in Canada in 2022-2023 are awaiting trial. And this is an all-time high. In 2019-2022, this rate was 64.89%, so an increase of nearly 8 points in 3 years. And only 26.51% are detained after conviction. So the conclusion is the problem's not bail. It's the slowness of the system and insufficient resources. And the principle of restraint is called into question with C-14, and it specifies that the principle of restraint does not require release. And this runs counter to the presumption of innocence and the St. Cloud, Antic, and Zora decisions, which define release as the rule and detention as the exception. So the Bloc is concerned about the judicial setback and the reduction of judges' discretionary power. It's something that we want to study at committee. There's also an increase in reversals of the burden of proof. C-14 increases the number of situations in which the accused must prove that they can be released. There's additions, motor vehicle theft, extortion, breaking and entering into a dwelling house. They're also talking about human trafficking offenses. And I'd like to study that a bit more because right now, with a multi-partite group we've created with human trafficking that we have here at the House of Commons, we're studying this issue, and we've seen there's a lot of statistics and a concerning rise in this type of crime. So could this bill help solve this issue, which is on the up? We'll see. There's also offenses involving choking, suffocation, and strangulation during an assault. And there are many victims that have told us about such crimes. It's a true horror, and they come up a lot. Choking, suffocation, strangulation. We've heard some rather troubling testimony from victims at committee, and they've also talked about the risk of turning pretrial detention into an automatic detention for a large number of cases. So we have to look at this in greater detail. So I'll say right now we have critical support for this bill. The vote will vote for this bill to go to committee, but we do have many reservations, and our main concern is we want to protect victims without undermining the presumption of innocence. So we have to strike a balance here. And the real issues of crime, and I will talk about what experts have repeated. There's disruptions in life paths that stem from the housing crisis. It's very striking when a woman can't find a home and she'll stay in a cycle of family violence, which can lead her to poverty. Otherwise, she'd find herself in the street. And there's also the whole issue of addiction, which has made the crisis worse. Often there's a lack of health transfers, and it makes for this health crisis. There's also a lack of psychosocial services. In Quebec, we have a different model. We have public services, and often at committee, I've heard community groups in Quebec who benefit from this system. It's not just hospital-centric. We've created a psychosocial services system that is an integral part of what we offer as care to victims. And there's also extreme poverty. It's an issue, and it also leads people to crime, and it keeps people also in a cycle of family violence. Last week, we talked about there was an event in Granby about women in finance, and some women succeed, but they were in a cycle of poverty and violence, and they decided to find their financial independence and to pull themselves out of poverty, to find a job and to develop their wealth. They were able to get out of this cycle of violence. But where do their responsibilities lie? The federal government is amending the criminal code, but justice is administered by Quebec and the provinces, which lack funding, and that we forget this. It's another example of a fiscal imbalance that is detrimental to the hiring of judges. And the federal government keeps on talking about hiring judges and appointing them. Sometimes they do so, but without respecting the rules, reasonable time limits as well. The availability of correctional and clinical services as well. It also has an impact. And the problematic elements of C-14, what are they? Implicit withdrawal of the principle of scale. There are too many obligations imposed on judges. The risk of automatic justice. There are mandatory consecutive sentences that can create injustice as well. And problematic framework in the Youth Act. For example, confusion over the calculation of time already served. And in this aspect, there's the Youth Act that needs to be studied at committee. What the Bloc is proposing is a real fight against organized crime, a registry of criminal organizations, that's really important, and a ban on parading with patches for these criminal groups, and reversal of the burden of proof for the seizure of criminal property. Also, criminalization of the recruitment of young people by gangs is important, and there's the regulation of the Jordan decision for the most serious crimes. Sometimes timelines mean that criminals get off, so we have to create more guidelines around this. And there's a removal of religious exemption for hate speech. And C-14 does contain good intentions, but there are several risks that could threaten the presumption of innocence, increase the detention of innocent people, and reduce our confidence in the justice system. And my colleague talked about that and explained it even better than me. But the Bloc aims to strengthen security without sacrificing fundamental rights. And I will end with a few interesting statistics. In Quebec in 2022, women accounted for 89% of police-reported sexual assault victims. And the 157.5 women reported sexual assaults per 100,000 women. So that's 19 versus 19 for 100,000 men. So it's roughly 6% for men. So with respect to domestic violence, offenses committed by an intimate partner or ex-partner, in 2021 in Quebec, women accounted for 76.4% of women. And it was 725.3 per 100,000 for the 25 to 29-year-old range. And in March 2025, women victims of domestic violence, their shelter, called on the government to address the inadequacy of legislative measures and resources to protect women who are victims of violence. So thank you very much. Questions question.
L'honorable député de Bourassa.
The honourable member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague greatly for her presentation. And before I ask my question, I'd like to say I agree on many points that she raised based on my service at the Montreal Police, and as the chair of the Security Committee, I saw this, and I saw this increase in violence and also in intimate partner violence. But we're talking about appointment of judges and all this. I agree on these points, but can she also talk about the help we can give on prevention? It's very relevant. How can we help, whether it's in Quebec or elsewhere in Canada? How could we help in this respect? The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his question. Even this morning, I heard on the radio an ECHO project that I need to look at. It's about housing for shelters for women who are victims of violence, and this could help the situation. What we hear at committee often is that we have to look at things holistically. We can't just think that with just one thing with the justice system can be solved, we'll fix everything. No, we have to look at prevention. There's also an anti-feminist movement that will be studied.
L'honorable for Langley Township, Fraser Heights.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the honourable member for her speech on C-14 bail reform. We hear a lot about the Liberal government introducing this bill as workarounds to their old Bill C-75, which introduced the principle of restraint. So my question to my colleague would be, why not just get rid of the principle of restraint as introduced by Bill C-75, rather than doing these awkward workarounds, which likely are not going to be as effective as they could be?
The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd simply like to tell my colleague, well, at committee, obviously the Conservatives asked a question about C-75, and for the time being, this principle of restraint is not unanimous either in terms of groups or actors in the justice system. It's not unanimous. That's what I'd say. The honourable member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank the honourable colleague for Shefford for her excellent speech. I'd like to hear a bit more about what proposals the Bloc has and about the Jordan Principle guidelines that she mentioned. Thank you. The honourable member for Shefford. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. The Bloc tabled under the previous Parliament a bill to provide some guidelines around the Jordan Principle. It was on the request of many victims and women's groups who are victims of family violence, and that under the Jordan Principle there are violent offenders who don't go through trials, and so we need to provide guidelines for some specific crimes. It was something that was asked for by victims, and that we know when we ask questions to the victims about this bill under the previous Parliament, many victims groups supported this, and this came up a lot. So we'd like to bring this very important issue up again in this Parliament.
Commentary, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader, about 30 seconds.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the member can just provide her thoughts in regards to recognizing that when you think of the issue of bail reform or justice in general, that it is a shared responsibility. Municipalities, provinces, and the federal government all have a role to play, and we need to take that into consideration when it goes to committee also.
The honourable member for Shefford. I'd like to thank my colleague, and it's true. I'll end my speech by reminding everyone of the importance of the imbalance that this creates, because when we vote on legislation here federally, it's nice, but then they put everything on the backs of provinces and their municipalities, this issue of crime. Quebec takes care of the administration of justice, but there's also homelessness, which also involves spending and insecurity for municipalities. They have to deal with all of this. But That's why we have to be careful upstream on the legislation we vote on here, because they just pile everything onto the back of provinces and municipalities. Thank you.
Debate. Reprise de débat. The honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to rise today to speak about public safety in Canada, or more accurately, the lack of public safety in our country under this Liberal government. Bill C-14 is another classic miss by the Liberals. Right now, we should be strengthening Canada's bail laws and protecting law-abiding citizens. We should be making the public safer and keeping criminals in jail. We should be protecting victims from dangerous offenders and keeping murderers behind bars where they belong. Instead, the Liberals have put forward this bill, and it doesn't come close to the changes we need to fix Canada's justice system. We need to be tough on crime. We need to keep criminals in jail. We especially need to keep repeat violent offenders behind bars. We should be increasing penalties for repeat violent criminals, including people who commit sexual assault. This is about public safety, Mr. Speaker. It's just common sense. Conservatives have been pointing this out for years. The Liberal soft-on-crime approach to bail simply is not working. We have taken issue with their generous bail laws in the past and sentencing reforms that return criminals to the streets. Time and time again, their laws have granted criminals the freedom to keep causing chaos. These revolving door policies allow criminals to reoffend. Unfortunately for Canadians under these Liberals, criminals essentially have a get-out-of-jail-free card. It's a dangerous game of monopoly. This summer, our country was plagued by a string of high-profile violent crimes. It's heartbreaking to know that each and every one of these crimes was preventable, and each crime was a failure of our system to protect our citizens. Sadly, many of these crimes occurred in my community of Edmonton. Just this summer, Cody Desjarlais was in jail facing 27 charges, including impaired driving, and yet he got bail. He was released July 4th, but less than 2 weeks later, he went on a crime spree. He stole a vehicle. He then used this stolen vehicle to plow into a 59-year-old cyclist. After that, he attacked and stabbed a 40-year-old man. He now has a laundry list of charges, including attempted murder, aggravated assault, possession of stolen property, 2 counts of dangerous operation, driving while prohibited, breach of release order, possessing a dangerous weapon to the public, assault causing bodily harm, assault with a weapon, failing to stop after an accident, and theft of a motor vehicle. Desjarlais never should have had the chance to go out on this crime spree. He should have remained behind bars. The public should have remained safe from him. Mr. Speaker, Desjarlais' crimes were severe and dangerous enough. Sadly, crimes committed by others who got out on bail have been even worse. Here's one story of a crime that did not have to happen. It was horrendous. The murder of Bailey McCourt. Bailey was murdered in a parking lot by her ex-husband, James Plover. But here's the thing. Plover had been released on bail following an assault conviction just hours before murdering Bailey. Mr. Speaker, this murder obviously should never have happened. James should have been behind bars. He'd been convicted of choking someone and uttering threats just that afternoon. He was a dangerous offender who should have been locked up. Instead, he was out and free to cause even more harm. Our justice system had the chance to protect Bailey McCourt, but our laws failed her. Another person who fell victim to the Liberals' weak bail laws was Marina Simar. Marina was just 18 years old, with her entire life ahead of her. Sadly, she was murdered by her 26-year-old brother Tyrone. Guess what? He was out on bail. There are so many heartbreaking examples of this happening, Mr. Speaker. There are too many to share in my time today, but I also must mention Savannah Kula. Savannah was a 29-year-old mother of 4. She was brutally shot and killed at a Brampton strip mall. And her killer, Anthony DeShepper, surprise, surprise, he was out on bail. Following Savannah's senseless murder, one detective shared some stark comments about the crime spree with the Toronto Sun. The detective told reporters, "If you continue to release these sorts of people, events like these are going to happen. It's inevitable. There are so many people out there like this. No community is safe. And now, because of the broken bail system, a young woman has paid with her life." This murder was preventable, Mr. Speaker. It's just a matter of keeping criminals behind bars. How hard is that? Mr. Speaker, my heart goes out to the families and loved ones of these victims. To the families of Bailey McCourt, Marina Simard, Savannah Kula, I am so sorry for your loss and for the heartbreak you've endured. Let this be a reminder to all of us. The legislation we pass in this place has real consequences. We must stand up for Canadians. We must protect them. We must keep them safe. And as I've said, Bill C-14 is a missed opportunity to do just that. It's a missed opportunity to gain strength, to strengthen penalties for serious violent offenses. It's a missed opportunity for the Liberals to recognize the disastrous mistakes that are being made. It's a missed opportunity to keep Canadians safe. The laws in our country must change. Since 2015, violent crime is up 55%. Firearms crime is up 130%. Extortion has risen 330% across Canada. Sexual assaults are up 76%, and homicides are up 29%. A recent poll by Leger Marketing asked Canadians about public safety. Unfortunately, the results confirm what Conservatives already knew. Canadians do not feel safe. The poll found that 51% of Canadians say they're worried about general safety in their own neighborhood. And more than half of Canadians feel that the justice system is working against the interest of citizens. Police officers across this country know that the lax Liberal laws aren't working. The Saskatoon Police Chief, Cam McBride, has called for urgent bail reform. He said, quote, "There are, at any point in time, violent offenders in our communities that really need the support and structure of incarceration or remand. The Police Association of Ontario has blasted Canada's bail system, warning it's putting communities at risk. The president of the association said, quote, "Every day our members work tirelessly to ensure the safety and security of the communities we serve. Yet, violent and repeat offenders are routinely released on bail and returned to the streets. This ongoing threat undermines public safety, erodes confidence in our justice system, and puts both police officers and innocent people at risk." There's one good thing this bill accomplishes, Mr. Speaker. It's an admission by the Liberals that their criminal justice reforms have failed. In a press release, the Liberals acknowledged this problem themselves. They noted there's been a 41% rise in the Violent Crime Severity Index since 2014. That's outrageous. Mr. Speaker, Conservatives will always work to toughen bail laws. We must put public safety and community safety ahead of the rights of criminals. We must keep serious, dangerous offenders off our streets. My colleagues and I are calling on the government to end crime, chaos, and disorder in our streets.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Prince George, Peace River, Northern Ireland. I apologize.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member from Edmonton. Appreciate him actually being back in Ottawa, back in the chamber. Good to have him back.
Here.
And he alluded to some of the mistakes of the previous Trudeau government for the last 10 years. C5, C75. We're really into the place where are now with sort of rampant crime and problems because of that failure. But I just would ask the member, C14, and he alluded to it in his speech, C14 really is one thing, and it's an admission of a failed Liberal attempt at justice. Does he agree?
The honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Oh, absolutely, and I hear it all the time, Mr. Speaker, in my community. It really is terrifying and so sad that in a country like Canada, that people are afraid to be out on the streets in their own neighborhood. And I think as a parliamentarian, I truly believe that the first order of business for Canadians, for parliamentarians, is to keep citizens safe. That should be job one. There should be no reason that people should not be able to walk their own community day or night safely and not afraid to be out and about at any time of day or night.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. Then Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Speaker. One of the things that I think should be highlighted within the legislation, in which I believe has a wide spectrum of support from all members, and that is in regards to the first responders. In terms of the at times violence that goes against first responders, and it's really somewhat sad when that takes place, but this legislation also deals with that particular issue, and I'm wondering if he could provide his thoughts on our first responders.
The honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
Well, you know, unfortunately, first responders are also often victims of crime, and because they're first in responding, they are always under danger. And you know what? I've talked to first responders personally. They feel very strongly that we need tougher laws so that they are not in danger, so that the people who are repeat violent offenders are kept in jail, and that they can do their job as they should be, and treating people, not having to deal with assaults on their person.
Questions and comments? Question et commentaire. The honourable member for Regina Louvain.
For all those paying attention tonight, the Liberal member from Winnipeg North just did something very interesting. He brought up a piece of Bill C-14, which him and his colleagues could have had passed already. Our private member's bill, brought forward by the member for Caribou Prince George, could have been passed 2 weeks ago to help protect first responders and make it an aggravating cause if you actually harm a first responder during the line of duty. That private member's bill was put forward by our member of parliament, and the Liberals would not let it pass with unanimous consent. And then they say, pass this bill to protect first responders, when that's exactly what we put forward last week, and the Liberals didn't allow that bill to pass. It's bait and switch, and the Liberals do it quite often. Would my colleague agree with that?
The honourable member for Edmonton, Griesbach.
I would absolutely agree with that, and we hear it all the time. I hear it from people in my riding. You know, it's soft on crime. That's what we get.
We have time for a very brief question. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I'm wondering if the member could provide his thoughts in regards to the importance of passing the legislation through the system so that before the end of the year, Canadians will have bail reform.
And an equally brief response, the Honourable member.
This legislation needs a lot of work, Mr. Speaker, obviously.
Resuming debate of the prise du débat, the honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, it is with great honour that I rise today on behalf of my constituents of Elmwood, Transcona to talk about Bill C-14, the Bail and Sentencing Reform Act. We have seen crime increase year after year since the Liberals passed Bills C-5 and C-75. These bills broke an otherwise normal functioning bail system and directed the courts to release accused persons at the earliest reasonable opportunity under the least onerous conditions, otherwise known as the principle of restraint. This has led to a revolving door criminal justice system which saw the same repeat violent offenders receiving bail nearly immediately after they were initially arrested. Now, many years later, we have businesses closing, extortion, auto theft, and home invasions on the rise, and chaos in our streets. We hear story after story about victims that are injured or even killed by a repeat violent offender that is out on bail. Marina Simard was stabbed to death by her brother in northern Manitoba. Tyrone Simard was out on bail on the condition that he stay away from his sister. Bailey McCourt was murdered by her ex-husband, James Plover, just hours after being released on bail following an assault conviction. Savannah Kula, a 29-year-old mother of 4, was shot and killed in a Brampton strip mall while her killer was out on bail. These aren't just horror stories from a Stephen King novel. These are real people, victims of Liberals' soft on-crime bail. These laws put the rights of criminals ahead of the rights of victims. We now see the consequences of these policies every day in our streets. Violent crime is up 55%. Illegal firearms crime is up 130%. Sexual assaults are up 76%. Homicides are up 29%. And extortion is up a whopping 330%. It never used to be like this. These are unnerving statistics, and they are a direct result of Liberal hug-a-thug bail laws. We cannot get numb to this reality. This should not be our new normal. This Liberal government has now tabled Bill C-14 to try and fix the problem that they caused. It's a little bit like having the same plumber come back and fix the system that they didn't install properly the first time. Bill C-14 is a start, but it falls short of what this country needs for crime legislation. It does not remove the principle of restraint that releases criminals on the least onerous conditions. It does not restore the mandatory minimum sentences that were removed through Bill C-5. It does not remove the option of house arrest for repeat offenders, and it does not do enough to protect public safety by ensuring that judges are required to hold criminals to account for their actions. We know we cannot fix this problem on our own, and we want to work with all members of this House to make a positive difference in the lives of law-abiding Canadians. However, we want to ensure that any new measures that get passed by this House actually work toward fixing the problems we see in our communities. I've heard from my neighbors and my members in my community that they are concerned with the overwhelming rise in crime over the last few years. Parents are afraid to let their children walk to school. Stores are closing down due to theft, and people no longer feel comfortable leaving their doors unlocked at night. According to a Post-Media Leger poll, over half of Canadians say that they no longer feel safe in their neighborhoods and that the justice system is working against their interests. This is a heartbreaking statistic. What has become of our great country when the majority of our citizens say that they don't even feel safe living here? We've let fear control our justice system, and we've put the feelings and comforts of criminals ahead of the safety of law-abiding Canadians. The reality is, we need to empower law enforcement to do their job rather than demonize and belittle them. Officers do their job to protect our community, yet the same people they arrest in the morning end up back on the street, usually victimizing the same person by the afternoon due to our current broken bail policies. Let's take a local example from my community. In Winnipeg, dozens of 7-Elevens have closed due to the crime wave. Not only is it no longer profitable to operate some businesses due to theft, but the safety of employees is constantly at risk when repeat violent offenders are not held accountable for their actions. We are incentivizing bad behavior by not punishing the perpetrators. Recently, some of my Manitoba colleagues and I hosted a Jail Not Bail town hall to meet with Winnipeggers to discuss the damaging effects of crime in our city and what can be done to stop it. During this town hall, I heard many harrowing stories. For example, Julia, who lives in Valley Gardens, the neighborhood I grew up in, no longer feels safe going on walks alone at night. It didn't used to be this way, and it doesn't have to stay this way. Members of my community who are scared to even leave their homes are looking to all of us for leadership. We must work together to pass meaningful legislation that protects victims and punishes repeat violent offenders. To that end, Bill C-14 is on the right track to fix the Trudeau-era bail policies, but it still needs work. It may be surprising to some, but outside of the victims, the people who struggle the most from the current disastrous bail policies are actually the police. I recently spoke with a family friend who works for the Winnipeg Police, and he recounted how dangerous the job is for him now compared to years past. How he spends days arresting the same people for committing similar crimes and victimizing the same people. The scary truth is that more often than not, it is a small group of people committing the same crimes over and over again. In Vancouver, the same 40 people were responsible for over 6,000 crimes. That is nearly 150 crimes per person in a single year. Our society cannot function like this. Hearing from our brave police officers how demoralizing it is to arrest the same people over and over for the same crimes is heartbreaking, and the reality is we can do something about it by passing concrete bail reform legislation that reverses the disastrous policies that have burdened our communities for nearly a decade. Bill C-14 is the government's own admission that their bail experiment has failed. We have seen a 41% rise in violent crime severity index since 2014. This means increases in homicide, sexual assault, and extortion across Canada. This has led to the marginalization of law-abiding Canadians in favor of repeat violent offenders. The current system is broken and backwards. It is unacceptable that law-abiding Canadians are living in fear, and it breaks my heart that my grandkids are now not being raised in the Canada I grew up in. The Canada where you could leave your front door unlocked, where you could walk around your neighborhood at night without fear, and where you could spend time downtown without having to look over your shoulder. This was avoidable, and we need to give future generations the same safety guarantees that we grew up with. I want to reiterate that the bill itself replicates a lot of the asks of our party that our party has made to the government regarding bail reform. It is on the right track. It rights the wrongs from the previous Liberal government and seeks to hold criminals accountable. However, it is not perfect, and it is unfortunate that it took this long to reach this conclusion. When I listened to the Justice Minister introduce this bill, I finally felt that the government is starting to get it. They are finally on the right track when it comes to addressing the serious bail reforms that needs to be undertaken in Canada. Bill C-14 has the backing of law enforcement and gives them some of the mechanisms they need to do their job. At this point, though, law enforcement are desperate for a solution, and we are ready to work with every member in this House for the betterment of all Canadians. However, in the spirit of collaboration and working together for the good of Canadians, I hope the government will act upon our recommendations and ensure that Bill C-14 mandates jail, not bail, for repeat violent offenders, and that career criminals remain off our streets in order to keep our communities safe. The stats show that when criminals are off our streets, crime rates go down, and crime is disincentivized. We are all human beings, and we all make mistakes. Everyone in this room believes in second chances. Some of us might even have needed one, but we do not believe in 18 second chances. At a certain point, enough is enough. As lawmakers, we must replace the current status quo with the principle of restraint, with the principle of public safety, and instruct judges to hold criminals accountable for their actions. Thank you.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentaires. L'Honorable Secrétaire parlementaire de la Ministre de l'Intérieur.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to thank my colleague for his speech. I'm curious if whether, in his point of view on the situation, and I do agree that armed violence is something that is very serious in our society. Anyway, I'd like to ask whether, from his perspective, what would he have to say about weapons control?
A member for Elmwood Transcona.
What?
Mr. Speaker, thank you for the question from my colleague across the aisle. I am a licensed firearms owner myself. I'm not a criminal. I think that the current firearms confiscation is money being spent in the wrong area. We're confiscating firearms from legal firearms owners, and it does not properly address illegal firearm crime.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Saskatoon University.
Mr. Speaker, to my honourable colleague, we've heard from experts since 2015 that if we brought in Liberal bail, we would have problems in our streets. And 10 years later now, we have premiers from coast to coast demanding to get rid of this Liberal bail. We've heard from police associations that want the Liberal bail gone. Now we have lip service from the Liberals about reforming the system. And what we really need is to go back to how it was before they got elected, before C5, before C75. And I'd like to hear his comments on why he thinks that this government is so deaf to all the premiers and police associations that are demanding this.
Here, here. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Mr. Speaker, I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I think that they are deaf to this because they don't want to face the fact that their policies of C5 and C75 have failed, and they would have to admit defeat.
Questions and comments? Parliamentary Secretary, the Government House Leader.
So thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an amazing question I just witnessed there. At the end of the day, there is wide support for this legislation. The Prime Minister, who was just elected Prime Minister back earlier this year, Mr. Speaker, has brought forward substantial bail reform legislation. I think I and the stakeholders that are out there are very pleased that it would appear as if we might even see it get into the committee stage. But the real issue is, will the Conservative Party allow for Canadians to have bail reform legislation in place, passed through the system before the end of the year? That is what's...
Order. Order. The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
I'd like to thank the honourable member for the question. This bill needs a lot of work, and I guess it's going to depend on if the Liberals are going to work with us on addressing the issues that we have with this bail reform.
Question et commentaire dans la député.
Questions and comments, the honourable member for La Pointe-de-Lille in 30 seconds. 30 seconds, all right. Well, what the Jordan decision is that after a certain amount of time goes by, criminals who have committed serious offences, they can be released because the wait time was too long for a hearing. Would my colleague agree with me that we should not be able to invoke the Jordan decision and release people just because the legal process takes too long?
I'd like to thank my honourable colleague for the question. I believe that there's a lot of work to be done. We have many issues to tackle, and I think that the Liberals need to address some financial issues with the provinces regarding court systems and prison systems.
Resuming debate. Reprise du débat. The honourable member for Saanich Gulf Islands.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This has been a very difficult debate, and in the time I have at the moment, which is going to be brief, I want to thank members for contributing to this from all sides of the House. Canadians are crying out for bail reform, but we're still crying with a certain amount of lack of knowledge. This debate needs more evidence. Now, C14 attempts to balance things, attempts to recognize that the Charter of Rights and Freedoms is fundamental, but there are some other principles here that are being, I think, and I fear, so politicized that we're losing track of a basic reality. Bail is granted to people who have not been convicted of anything. Bail is so people who are innocent can continue to hold down a job, be with their families, contribute to society until we've determined if they're guilty of anything. So we must recall that our system of justice is based on the presumption of innocence. Now, the lawyers who've studied this bill in the Canadian Bar Association. I used to be a practicing lawyer, so I used to be a member, but don't hold it against me. There's a recovery program for lawyers as well. But the Canadian Bar Association has looked at this and said the effect of C-14 is that innocent people will be jailed. Because when you place a reverse onus on someone and they have to prove why they should be allowed to be out on bail, the expression out on bail is used in this place as though we're talking about convicted murderers who suddenly get a free day pass. We do need bail reform, but let's look at it with a larger lens. In the time I have, it's not purely federal responsibility. The administration of justice, things like, are sureties ever required to provide the money that they put down as a surety for someone who's out on bail? No. So if someone's out on bail and they've asked someone to provide a guarantee, a financial guarantee, a surety that they will abide by bail conditions if they violate those bail conditions, and this is all provincial jurisdiction, there almost never is someone asked to provide the money that they've said they would provide. Another really significant issue is that the provincial courts are understaffed, underfunded, and it takes so long to get people through the system to determine their guilt or their innocence, that many of the jails can be overcrowded. Provincial and territorial jails are overcrowded. But yet 71% of the people within provincial and territorial jails who apply for bail don't get it. So much of the debate in this place since C-14 was tabled has been based on the presumption that people get bail in Canada easily. But the data doesn't show that. In the time I have, I also want to mention that we have a real problem with the collection of that data. So federally and provincially, we have no data at all on how often a person on bail commits a crime. We have lots of anecdotal evidence which must not be discounted because the conscience of a community, the pain and grief of the stories that we have been hearing, and they are anecdotal, but they're important. They can't be dismissed. But making significant changes to bail reform should be based on evidence. That evidence needs to be collected. There's no, I'll repeat this, no standardized data collection on how people conduct themselves on bail from the federal, provincial, and territorial governments. It's not collected, so we don't know. Passing laws in this place is serious business. Passing laws on criminal justice that could result in more innocent people being in jail is very serious business. I don't like flying blind. I don't like knowing from the experts that we simply don't have the data to know how many of people who receive bail and are on bail conditions honor those conditions, whether bail contributes to crime, whether we could do so much better if we funded provincial courts, funded more judges in provincial courts to make sure that the time between arrest and release is very, very brief. I will now sit down. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. I believe the member for Winnipeg North has a point of order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I suspect if you would ask, there have been discussions amongst the parties, and if you seek it, you'll find unanimous consent to put the question on Bill C-14 for second reading.
All those opposed to the honourable member moving the motion will please say nay. The House has heard the terms of the motion. Agreed. The House has heard the terms of the motion. All those opposed to the motion will please say nay. Carried. The question is as follows. Mr. Fraser, seconded by Mr. Sarai, moved that Bill C-14, an act to amend the Criminal Code, the Youth Criminal Justice Act, and the National Defence Act, bail and sentencing, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. Si un député participant en
If a member participating in person wishes that the motion be carried or carried on division, or if the member of a recognized party participating in person wishes to call for a recorded division, I invite that member to rise and indicate that to the chair.
Big North.
Mr. Speaker, would suggest it would pass on division.
Agreed. 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 Je déclare la motion adoptée.
I declare the motion carried on division.
Projet de loi.
Accordingly, this bill stands referred to the Standing Committee on Justice and Human Rights. And I believe the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader is rising on a point of order.
of order, Mr. Speaker. I am rising to respond to the question of privilege raised on November 17th by the member for Edmonton West respecting a letter from the Parliamentary Budget Officer concerning the response from the Comptroller General of Canada, which was tabled by the Speaker on November the 17th. I submit that the government is working in good faith to provide the Parliamentary Budget Officer with the information his office has requested in a timely manner. This is in keeping with the subsection 79(4)(1), the Parliamentary Budget Officer is entitled to free and timely access to the information under the control of the government. That is not into dispute at all. The letter from the Comptroller General to the Parliamentary Budget Officer states that the government will comply and endeavour to respond to the request by early December. I would further note that the request for information by the Parliamentary Budget Officer had a due date of November the 19th, that is 7 days after the Parliamentary Budget Officer filed notice with the Speaker on November the 13th, and 3 days before the member raised his question of privilege. This is not a new concept for members to understand. When the House or the committee of this House would like information from the government members work with the opposition members to come up to a compromise or an understanding of when the information can practically be provided. And in some cases agree to a mechanism to provide protected information that would not otherwise be made public. In exceptional circumstances, the Speaker is called upon to mediate the request. The facts before the House are clear. The Parliamentary Budget Officer requested information from the government. The government responded that it was working on compiling that information but needed some more time to produce the information. That is how it actually works, Madam Speaker. The Comptroller General provided a justification in her letter as to why the government would need a bit more time to do so. She said, and I quote, as you know, proposed savings from the CER are subject to parliamentary approval. Once approved, they will be communicated to all relevant parties in a timely manner in accordance with the obligation of the employer to do so when the employee's position, may be impacted. Circumventing this process by providing the information to the third party beforehand could compromise employees' trust in the government and jeopardize the management-union relationship. Once departments have had a chance to review the decisions, update their plans where relevant, and once the budget has received the support of Parliament implementation, including workforce changes, will begin in the transparent and respectful manner. This will ensure that we are providing you and your office with accurate and reliable information. End of quote, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member is suggesting something that is not the case. The government wrote to the Parliamentary Budget Officer on November the 10th, 9 days before the due date set out by the Parliamentary Budget Officer, to advise him that the certain steps would be required to be able to comply with the request. Moreover, the member suggested that members need this specific information before they could vote on the Ways and Means motion for the budget. This is not accurate. The motion that the House had before it on Monday, November the 17th, was, and I would quote, that this House approve its in general budgetary policy of the government, end of quote. A slight delay in providing the information to the Parliamentary Budget Officer did not in any way interfere with the member's ability to vote on the General Ways and Means motion on November 17th, nor has the government stated or intimated that it will not comply with the request of the Parliamentary Budget Officer. In fact, the opposite is true. The government has stated compelling reasons for the slight delay to the Parliamentary Budget Officer to ensure that he and his office is provided with accurate and reliable information to enable him and his office to report to Parliament. In conclusion, there are no facts before this House to find any grounds to find a matter to be a prima facie question of privilege. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
It being 5:34, the House will now proceed to the consideration of private members' business as listed on today's order paper. Ordre du jour.
Orders of the day.
Members' business, consideration at second reading of Bill C-221, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, disclosure of information to victims, standing in the name of Mr. Arnold.
Mr. Arnold, seconded by Ms. Kirkland, moves that Bill C-221, an act to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, Disclosure of Information to Victims, be now read a second time and referred to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security. Debate. The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I rise today as the member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies, and I thank the constituents for the trust they have vested in me to represent our region that is blessed with a rich history and endless splendor. Shuswap, Central Rockies would not be the great region that it is if not for the citizens that call the region home, and I'm honored to be their voice and advocate here in Parliament. Madam Speaker, Canadians invest their trust in us. And they expect and deserve a return on that investment. They look to Parliament and every member of this House and the other chamber to work collaboratively to deliver meaningful results for Canadians. And what kind of results do Canadians want? When I speak to the good people of Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies, I'm told that citizens want affordability, opportunity, conservation, safety, and security. For safety and security, Canadians want laws and regulations that effectively denounce and deter crimes, and Parliament has work to do in this regard. Our fellow Canadians also tell me that they want transparency and accountability in government. When Parliament or a government entity makes a decision that directly impacts the lives of citizens, citizens appropriately expect transparency and accountability of how the decision was determined. Governments are meant to lead and to be led and administered by representatives chosen by Canadians, and it is important that Canadians be provided explanations of why decisions are made and how they're made. Transparency and accountability are core principles of our democracy, and the bill we debate today seeks to enhance the application of these essential principles, specifically for the benefit of victims by crime. Madam Speaker, I'm honored to be the sponsor of Bill C-221 that contains proposals identical to a bill introduced in previous parliaments. The proposals of this bill were proposed in the 44th Parliament by my friend and former colleague, Dr. Colin Carey, who served as the Honourable Member for Oshawa for over 20 years. Dr. Carey was inspired to champion the proposals of our bills by tragic events and pained experiences of a constituent of his, Ms. Lisa Freeman, whose father, Roland Slingerland, was brutally killed in Oshawa in 1991. Ms. Freeman's experiences were truly tragic. From the murder of her father, through numerous bail procedures, and the eventual release of her father's murderer, Ms. Freeman experienced years of stress, anxiety, and pain, some of which was caused by her uncertainty of the status of the man who murdered her father. We as parliamentarians must examine the experiences of victims of crime like Ms. Freeman and resolve to support legislative proposals that reduce the stress, anxiety, and other burdens that victims of crime live with. My honourable colleague, the new member for Oshawa, worked with Dr. Carey's bill in the last Parliament as a member of his staff and will also be speaking on C-221 today. I understand she will provide more context of Ms. Freeman's experiences that were the original inspiration for the proposals of this bill, and I thank her for her contributions and for being the seconder of this bill today. Madam Speaker, in the last Parliament, Dr. Carey's Bill C-320 progressed to a very advanced stage in the legislative process with unanimous support in all stages of review by both houses. In the last Parliament, C-320 passed committee review in the other place and was reported back to that chamber December 17, 2004, which was the last day that the 44th Parliament was convened. When the 44th Parliament was dissolved last March, C-320 died on the order paper, ending its path. but I have chosen to bring these proposals back because they need to be passed. The bill we examine today, C-221, contains the same proposals as C-320 did in the last Parliament. I hope that members of both houses may once again support these worthy proposals and work collaboratively and unanimously, as we did in the last Parliament, to move them to completion in this 45th Parliament. Madam Speaker, this bill, C-221, is aimed at supporting victims of crime. As such, it is important to expand on what is meant when we speak of victims of crime. This bill seeks to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act, and that act defines a victim as being, quote, an individual who has suffered physical or emotional harm, property damage, or economic loss as a result of the commission of an offense, end quote. By this definition, a victim is not just the person or persons who have directly suffered physical or emotional harm, property damage, or economic loss as a result of a crime. People who suffer emotional harm are also victims. When a criminal offense results in the taking of a life, yes, the individual whose life is taken is a victim. But the suffering mentioned in the definition of victim in the Corrections and Conditional Release Act does not end with the one who loses their life. The suffering includes those who experience emotional harm because of criminal behavior. These are also victims. This bill is important because it proposes to increase a victim's understanding of corrections and conditional release. Under current federal law, victims who share their contact details with the Correctional Service of Canada or the Parole Board of Canada and who fulfill the legal definition of victim are entitled to specific information about those responsible for harming them. This information includes key dates indicating when offenders may be eligible for review and release. Should this bill pass, it would amend the law to ensure that victims both know when offenders could be released and, importantly, be provided the reasons for how officials determined those eligibility dates. Victims of crime and their families seek clarity and transparency, and they deserve to have their voices heard within the justice system and to know the reasons behind release or parole. By providing victims of offenders more advanced information about crucial eligibility and review dates, this bill is aimed at providing the clarity and transparency that those victims seek. This legislation also lets victims know that we, as their elected representatives, hear them. As I mentioned earlier, the proposals of this bill were inspired by and advocated for by Ms. Lisa Freeman, who was victimized when her father was brutally murdered. Ms. Freeman suffered the exact kind of emotional harm that the Corrections and Conditional Release Act cites in defining the word victim. Crimes, especially that cause loss of human life, have a ripple effect, like a stone thrown in a pond. It creates ripples of effect that emanate from the point of impact outward in all directions. There are many Canadians whose lives have been forever changed by emotional harm caused by criminal acts, especially crimes that take the life of a loved one. Madam Speaker, I am one of those Canadians, and yes, I have a sense of the stress, anxiety, and fear that victims like Lisa Freeman, her family, and others in similar situations experience when they are not provided an explanation as to why the individual who has traumatized their life forever is released. I have that sense of understanding because every time I have to drive past a local pub only a few kilometers from my home, I experience it. A pub built by an individual who had only a few years earlier killed my brother while driving impaired.
You got this, Mel.
My brother Rick was 17 when he was killed 47 years ago. And it still pains me every time I drive past that place that was built by the man who killed him. My mother and father and the rest of our family paid the great price for losing Rick and never knowing or understood how the person who took his life was released and seemingly continued his life as if nothing had happened. I've never spoken about this pain before, not even to family. Across Canada, there are victims of crime that live in fear of the release of the criminal who has caused much suffering and loss when the release occurs. Victims are not provided the reasons for the release. I have brought forward the proposals of this bill back to this Parliament for the many, many victims of crime across Canada who live with the burdens as victims of crime. When the proposals of this bill were debated and examined in the last Parliament, victims' rights advocates provided compelling testimony detailing how the passage of these proposals can support victims of crime, victims who already carry burdens. In the last Parliament, MPs and senators heard from the voices of victims and afforded the proposals unanimous support that carried these proposals very close to completion. The 44th Parliament came to an end. Now, in this 45th Parliament, every parliamentarian is faced with a new opportunity to once again listen to the voices of victims and move these proposals forward for the benefit of victims of crime in all 343 constituencies represented in this House. I wholeheartedly believe in this bill, and I hope every member of this House and the members of the committee that will study this bill and the members of the other chamber will once again recognize the merit of this bill, C-221. In this 45th Parliament, let us hear the voices of victims and act on their behalf as we did in the 44th Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? There are none. Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Salaberry-Soulanges. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I would like to congratulate my colleague. If we sit on a Friday, we have private members' bills that are based on personal experience and that are very touching. I'd like to thank my colleague for having tabled this bill, and I can assure him that he'll have the support of the bloc. But my question is, would it not be possible, in his opinion, to go a bit further in this bill and that systematically families could be signed up to be informed and not the opposite, where the family of the victim has to ask for the information? Would it not be easier just to have a systematic system?
For Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the member for that thoughtful question. And I believe that having it automatically happen may also impose on the victims possibly rights or some victims may not want to know. To have it mandatorily imposed on them may cause more problems for some. I don't think it's a great burden for them to sign up, but at least they will be provided the details for the reason of the decisions if this bill passes. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And if I may just start off by complimenting my colleague across the way. I know at times it's very difficult to share a personal story. The loss of a brother, Rick, in this case, no doubt one can only imagine and have a great deal of sympathy, but unless you've lived through that experience, it's difficult to have that empathy. And so I do want to express my condolences. You could see the passion that the member speaks of, and I respect that. And I think that we need to look at victims, and I appreciate the legislation that the member has brought to the House, and I look forward to its passage to committee. And if he wanted to add anything else to his general comments, I would appreciate that too.
The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Parliamentary Secretary for those comments. And I appreciate everyone that's here today listening and the people back home. I'm not speaking just for myself. I'm speaking for the hundreds, thousands of victims out there. I can manage. You can tell it's emotional for me, but there's others that I think struggle with it far more than I do myself. And it's for those that we, as parliamentarians, must see this bill through to completion as soon as possible. Thank you.
Questions et commentaires?
Questions and comments?
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Bourassa. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. First, I would like to say that it's with emotion that I rise today to speak to Bill C-221, particularly after listening to my colleague earlier. This is not just a bill with text and regulation and clauses to amend. It's above all legislation that is very sincere and is deeply human. And for me, this is deeply human, the way our justice system recognizes or sometimes forgets, unfortunately, those who have suffered the most, namely the victims. When a victim speaks to us, they're not asking for a privilege. They're asking for something much more essential: to be seen, to be heard, and to be respected. And often they tell us that they feel invisible in a system they don't understand, a system where decisions that affect them are taken without explanation, without context, and sometimes even without warning. And that's precisely what this bill seeks to remedy. Madam Speaker, for many victims, one of the deepest wounds comes from feeling left out of the processes that determine the trajectory of the offender who has disrupted their lives. Learning that a convicted person is eligible for temporary absence or parole without understanding how these calculations were made is like a second sentence for these victims. One that we have the power and the duty to prevent. So let's be clear. Our institutions, Correctional Services Canada, the Parole Board, do important and sensitive work above all. They support more than 9,000 victims every year. They offer them a portal, newsletters, supportive services, and personalized support. And I'd like to highlight this work, which is neither simple or obvious. But despite these efforts, something fundamental is still missing, and that is understanding. We're talking about humans here, and of course the victims. And not just the dates, but the meaning of the dates. And not just the decisions, but the logic behind these decisions that are taken or have been. Because understanding, Madam Speaker, is not just an administrative detail. Understanding is already a start towards breathing again and you can stop fearing an unpredictable loss, and it means you gain some more control in a life that has been turned upside down, unfortunately. And Bill C-221 aims precisely to do this, to explain to victims how certain key dates are calculated, why they are calculated, and what this means for them in concrete terms. It's a simple but profoundly fair approach. It does not call the courts into question. It does not compromise public safety. It does not hinder correctional system professionals. It reinforces a fundamental principle, namely the dignity of victims, of these humans. And Madam Speaker, we know that this issue transcends party lines. It is not about politics. It is about compassion and is about humanity. Behind every case, there is a story. And today, we heard our colleague talk about their story, and we understand through the trajectory of this story how angry these people, these victims can be. And that's where this bill stems from. It comes from a feeling of being left behind and not being heard and to not understand what's happening. And that's where this bill comes from, the suffering of family that I share. I share this opinion because it's essential in our duty to remedy the situation. A spouse who lives with a silence that will never fade, a family that relives the trauma with every update, every decision from a court, and every deadline at a court. This bill does not claim to solve everything, but it does represent concrete action, a true step forward, a step toward a system that better recognizes victims and their experience. Because when we give them clear, transparent, and understandable information, we're not just explaining a calculation, we're sending a message that their suffering matters, that their safety matters, that their presence in the judicial process is not incidental, but rather essential. Madam Speaker, I deeply believe that a justice system is stronger when it protects those who have been made vulnerable, and that is why I believe this bill is a necessary step toward building a fairer, more humane, and more dignified system. More dignified for every Canadian. It's a small step for the legislative apparatus, perhaps just a small step, but it is a giant leap for every victim who, tomorrow, will finally receive the explanation that they've been waiting for so long. And so, thank you, and I would like to ask everyone to support this bill. Thank you very much. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Salaberry-Solange, Huntington. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I was able to do so earlier, but I would like to congratulate my colleague for tabling this bill, which will allow us, well, I understand hearing the speeches that this is unanimous, that the victims have rights. They have rights to information. And what our colleague is proposing in this bill is almost the same as another bill, Bill C-230, which went through all the legislative steps here in the Parliament at committee, but unfortunately it died on the order paper. And I would say that today's legislation that is tabled is part of a series of rules or regulations that seek to modernize the conditional release process, and it's time to think of the victims and to be attentive to their rights when someone has committed a horrible crime to someone they love. So this bill to amend the Corrections and Conditional Release Act provides that the information that is disclosed to the victim of an offense regarding eligibility dates and review dates applicable to the offender in respect of a temporary absence, release, or parole must include an explanation of how the dates were determined. So it seems simple, Madam Speaker, But in the real life of a family that has been through such a traumatic event, understanding the conditions behind the release and why a date was chosen and when it will come into force is the information that some families need to know so they can complete their grieving or have a feeling of safety. So as my colleague also said, some families don't want to know this information because it's also part of their grieving process. But like him, we think it's important to be able to review the whole issue he's proposing in his bill, namely the dates, the eligibility dates for temporary release or parole, whether there's temporary absences, releases, or parole, the eligibility dates and review dates for parole or conditional release. And it also amends the Act with respect to temporary release with or without an escort. So what this bill does, Madam Speaker, it requires information to be communicated to the family so they have additional information about the offender.
Évidemment, au Bloc.
And of course, in the Bloc Québécois, we agree with that. We agree that if victims wish to have the information, they should be informed about the whys and wherefores of these dates. And in some cases, these families or their loved ones could access this information without even having to ask for it. They could simply be told the information is available, but if you don't want to have it, then you won't get it. I think that would simplify the procedure here. It would simplify a lot of things because ultimately the victims often end up having to do a lot of work. So those who don't want the information could say, I don't want it. But those who do want it would be able to have it automatically. We need a clear process like this because currently there doesn't seem to be a clear, fair method for managing all that information for victims. Let me give you an example of something we had recently in Quebec, where the family of the victim asked for more communication on the release of the offender who had killed their daughter. I'm speaking of the 17-year-old Brigitte Serre, who was stabbed 72 times during an armed robbery at a gas station in Saint-Léonard in 2006. The person who committed the crime, Sébastien Simon, had a parole hearing, and the family appeared and was opposed to that. And a few years later, the family learned that there would be another one of these hearings to see if the offender could perhaps get conditional release with the escort. And the family was informed after the fact. It actually only learned some months later that the offender had been authorized to leave to even work in a community center 40 hours a week without the family being informed. And the family was very concerned because they felt that it was very inappropriate that the family only heard after the fact. This bill from my Conservative colleague wants to do something about this and wants to prevent other families from having to suffer what Brigitte Serre's family experienced in Quebec. It wants to ensure that the correctional service has to document and explain why the prisoner was released at such and such a date, and so on. Of course, currently, under existing legislation, some information is given to families, but not with detailed information about the dates. What families are asking for here is to know that when the offender has their parole hearings, and if they convince stakeholders that they are on the path of rehabilitation and that they are ready to gradually reintegrate society, under circumstances like that, it's very important to communicate that to the family. So, Madam Speaker, you understand that what we're asking for is very simple, but there are a few issues with this bill. It's about an important principle informing families of victims, but it doesn't specify how the information should be transmitted to families. Should it be sent in written form? Should the information be accompanied by support, some kind of emotional support? So if the family, for example, gets an email or a letter that states that, for example, the killer of their child has received permission to leave prison and that will happen at such and such a date, will that re-traumatize them and cause them to suffer additional pain? We in the Bloc Québécois are wondering how the information will be disclosed and what kind of support, especially because in our party, we really care about the issue of how we support the family in how they receive that information. Because, of course, very few victims' families are going to be pleased to learn that the killer of their loved one now has received permission to leave, escorted or unescorted, before 25 years. So we are concerned about how this is going to be announced to the families. I don't know if my colleague is going to discuss this at the Public Safety Committee, but I think this is very important. We all, I think, agree that victims have a right to communication and information. But now we need to discuss how exactly it will be done. And this is, I'd say, a concern. We're a bit concerned about how correctional services will integrate this to their processes, especially given that they have a labor shortage. How will they communicate this information to families? But we know that there are victims' associations that do a lot to advocate for information to victims, and we fully agree with everything they're asking for. So I would encourage my colleague to continue promoting his bill, because it's very clear that we want to see it at the committee, to hear more about what he has to say, and to have the privilege also of amending our criminal code in order to have greater compassion and greater access to information for victims of crime.
The Honourable Member for Oshawa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. It is a privilege to rise in support of this bill, which holds deep meaning for victims of violent crime and for me personally as a resident and the newest Member of Parliament for Oshawa. Bill C-221 builds upon years of advocacy for greater transparency and fairness in Canada's parole system. It also continues the work of my predecessor, former Member of Parliament for Oshawa, Dr. Colin Carey, who introduced this initiative as Bill C-320 in the 44th Parliament. And it is inspired by the strength and determination of Oshawa resident and my good friend, Lisa Freeman. I had the privilege of working with Dr. Carey during this time he advanced this bill. We listened to victims and pushed for a justice system that acknowledges their needs. I saw how deeply Lisa's experiences and advocacy shaped this legislation. Bill C-221 is rooted in real stories and responds directly to real failures that have left victims without clear information, timely notice, or the transparency that they deserve. I want to thank my colleague, the member for Kamloops, Shuswap, Central Rockies, for reintroducing this crucial legislation and providing me the honor of seconding. Mr. Speaker, to understand why this bill matters, we have to understand its origin. Madam Speaker, excuse me. More than 30 years ago in my community, Oshawa was shaken by the murder of Roland Slingerland in Oshawa. I remember that time. I was a young teenager, and the shock of his death spread quickly through the city. People talked about it in school, in the neighborhood, and around the dinner table. It was one of those moments that made the entire community stop and confront the reality of violence in our midst. Roland was a caretaker at a rooming house. He was a Navy veteran. He was a father of 4 daughters, and he was murdered while trying to protect a woman fleeing domestic violence. The axe murderer who killed him had gone looking for his estranged girlfriend, and Roland refused to reveal where she was living. He did what any decent person would do. He put someone else's safety first, and for that courageous act, he lost his life. What our community later learned was even harder to process. The man who murdered Roland Slingerland was on parole at the time for previous offenses. He had already been released back into the community, and the system that was supposed to safeguard the public did not do so. It failed Roland and his family, and the impact of that failure has lasted more than 3 decades. For Lisa, that impact did not end with the trial. She has spent most of her adult life navigating the parole process, not by choice, but because every decision made about the offender directly affects her sense of safety and her family's well-being. Yet time and time again, she was left without the information she needed. Major decisions were made without her knowledge, transfers happened without notice, security levels changed with no explanation, hearing dates shifted unpredictably. Too often the reasons behind these decisions were never provided at all, and at times she was shut out of the process completely, except Lisa refused to stay silent. Many Canadians believe that when a judge hands down a life sentence with no parole for 25 years, the meaning is clear. But for victims and their families, the reality is far more complicated. There are multiple forms of conditional release, multiple review stages, and multiple opportunities for offenders to return to the community, sometimes years earlier than the public expects. And even that the sentence implies. When victims are not given the information they need, this complexity becomes overwhelming and damaging, and it forces families to relive trauma again and again. This is what Bill C-221 addresses. The current mandate under the Parole Board of Canada is they are able to provide certain information to registered victims, but this practice is inconsistent today. Victims do not always receive timely or adequate information. They are left with vague dates, incomplete updates, and no understanding of how decisions were made. This is not a minor administrative issue. It is a systematic failure that has caused real harm. This bill strengthens the Corrections and Conditional Release Act by requiring, by law, that when the parole board provides information about eligibility dates or review dates for temporary absences, releases, or parole, it must include an explanation of how those dates were determined. Victims will no longer receive information without context. They will no longer be forced to interpret a system that feels deliberately opaque. They will receive clear reasoning so they can understand what is happening, prepare for what is coming, and participate meaningfully in the process as they wish. For victims, this is not symbolic. It is practical and essential. It provides predictability where there has been stress and uncertainty. It recognizes that victims are not observers on the sidelines. They are people deeply affected by each step of the parole process, and they deserve to be treated with dignity. What is also important in the overwhelming support this bill has earned. The previous version, Bill C-320, passed unanimously in this House. It passed unanimously at committee. Every party in this House supported it. Independent senators supported it. Victims' rights organizations across Canada also voiced their support because they recognize that transparency in the parole process is essential to restoring trust. The bill was as close to becoming law as possible before this government prorogued Parliament so they could hold a leadership race. It made it all the way to third reading in the Senate. The consensus was clear across political lines across both chambers and among those who work directly with victims every day. Today with Bill C-221, we have the chance to complete that work. We have a chance to take a bill that has already earned national agreement and turn it into real protection for victims and their families. This bill doesn't fix every problem with our parole system. Much more needs to be done to ensure that victims' rights are upheld and that their participation is respected at every stage. However, it is a significant step. It is targeted and reasonable. It addresses a specific gap that has caused hardship and fear for too many Canadians. Above all, it ensures that the experiences faced by Lisa and her family are not repeated. Lisa never sought recognition or public attention. She simply refused to accept a system that repeatedly disregarded her. She supports other victims. She's written books, holds workshops and vigils, and continually pushes for transparency so that no one else will have to suffer what her family endured. Lisa's father showed courage that day when he protected someone in danger. Today, she carries that courage forward in her advocacy for victims. And this bill reflects her determination to create a better path for future victims. It won't change what she went through, but she hopes that others will be able to go through the parole process without the same harm and hurt that she did. Bill C-221 is a testament of what can be achieved when victims speak and when lawmakers listen. It shows what is possible when a community refuses to let injustice stand unchallenged. This bill is ready to become law. Victims deserve information they can rely on, and they deserve a system that treats them with respect. This bill delivers a simple and necessary change that will finally give victims transparency where there has only been disregard. I urge Parliament to finish the work that began years ago, make this protection permanent, and pass it through all stages quickly and unanimously. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Yes, thank you, Madam Speaker. And maybe to start off by picking up on the point that was just made in terms of the support that I perceive within the Chamber is overwhelmingly positive for the private member's bill. And when I think in terms of the process that we enter into, as members know, that there's a limited number of private members' bills and motions that will ultimately hit the floor of the House of Commons. And there's two things I would point out about the member from Kamloops, and I know it's a much longer name than just Kamloops. I'll just stick with Kamloops. Madam Speaker, number one, we need to recognize that you're very fortunate if you can get a bill passed through the House. And a little bit it relies on luck because you got to kind of get part of the draw. And if you look at it, the number of the bill is C-221, which tells you that the member has been fortunate to get the bill drawn. And second is that when you're provided that opportunity, there's a multitude of different issues one can actually bring to the floor of the House. And the member has obviously prioritized this as a very important issue. And we have seen governments of different political stripes talk about victims. And now we have a private member who has brought forward legislation, and he shared a very intimate story. And I always appreciate when members have the courage to share a personal story, because I can appreciate the fact that it's a very difficult thing to do. It made me reflect on an incident a number of years ago where I'm at someone's home where her son was missing, and she got a dreaded knock on the door from a local law enforcement, and she was told that her son's body had been found. And you know, the emotions that were tied into that and how she collapsed and how she had the courage to go through a procedure that is very complicated and exceptionally frustrating. One can only imagine the emotions that someone actually has to live through in order to really appreciate why it's so important that when we talk about legislation, that we must incorporate our victims, the victims of crime. And that's how I see Bill C-221, as a piece of legislation that ultimately has wide support, not only here in the Chamber, but as has been pointed out from my friend across the way, in all sectors of society. And I believe it has that support because people can understand the rationale in the need to see it ultimately pass. I'm anticipating that when we take a look not only at the need to be informed, but also to have the explanation that follows. Why it is that a parole hearing has been scheduled, for example. And so you have a better appreciation of the system. What I have found, and I used to be the justice critic in the province of Manitoba, is that there is a general lack of knowledge in terms of the whole process of how our judicial system actually works, Madam Speaker. I've had the opportunity to raise it here on the floor of the House on several occasions, that it is indeed both federal, provincial, and municipal, not to mention the many different stakeholders. When I reflect on the whole issue of drinking and driving that was raised, there's a phenomenal organization called MAD, Mothers Against Drinking Drivers, or drivers that are drunk, Madam Speaker. I might be a little bit off on the acronym, but the point is that there is so many stakeholders that are out there that are all trying to improve the system. And by improving the system, a part of that is through education. As complicated as it is, imagine being thrown into a position where something horrific has taken place in your life, and you find yourself having to go through a process that is emotionally exceptionally difficult to deal with, and you want to find out what has happened to the perpetrator. And obviously, when I take a look at the legislation, on the surface, it comes across very straightforward, as it is, Madam Speaker. And that's why in the question I had posed and hopefully implied is that the government or myself, because it is a private member's piece of legislation, is very supportive. We saw, as it's been pointed out, that there was previous legislation, and for whatever reasons, it didn't get the royal assent that was ultimately necessary, Madam Speaker, along with other pieces of legislation. But it doesn't take away from the efforts that are being presented to us today by a member in highlighting the issue once again. I reflect on Bill C-11, Madam Speaker. C-11 is important legislation that also deals with victims' rights. You know, when we're transferring from the military into the civilian courts on issues of sexual abuse, and the victims of sexual abuse and the support that they require, Madam Speaker. You know, the establishment of a victims liaison office to help facilitate that transfer over, Madam Speaker. Again, I think what it does is it demonstrates very clearly that whether it's a private members or government, the sponsoring of legislation, that there's a certain expectation that's before us as legislators. And that is ultimately to see legislation go to committee, and ultimately, if the need is there to change, to amend, then we should look at that. You know, I was actually encouraged to hear what it is that the member from Bloc put forward in terms of a question, because I thought the same thing too. I thought, well, why wouldn't you just automatically send the information? It seemed to make sense, Madam Speaker. What made more sense was the response. At the end of the day, I'm sure there are individuals that don't necessarily want to know. They don't necessarily want to be reminded. And I think that's the true value when we go into a standing committee, whether it's a private member's bill or it's a government bill. And that is, you're afforded the opportunity, Madam Speaker, to have the dialogue that's necessary amongst the legislatures, because with a very short answer, I support the answer, Madam Speaker, and I don't necessarily support an amendment that would actually change it because of that. Well, I look forward to the legislation actually going to committee. As it's been implied, there might be some other potential amendments that could be brought forward. And I would trust that any sort of amendments would have, at least in principle, the support of the member and be within the scope of the legislation, because that's ultimately what it is that we hope to be able to achieve going through standing committees, to have that dialogue, but also, and this is where I would like to highlight, because, Madam Speaker, you're telling me I don't have very much time left, is we have to listen to what it is that the stakeholders are also saying. Those interest groups, the victims themselves, Madam Speaker, and at least afford the opportunity for them to be able to come to committee and possibly share their experiences, like the member from Kamloops shared his personal story with the House, Madam Speaker. I really do believe that we need to do what we can as legislators, as a legislator, to support the victims of crime. That is something in which I applaud the member for bringing the bill forward at this point. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First, I commend my colleague on his bill. In the current context and given what the member experienced personally, it must be so difficult. I can't even imagine being in the member's shoes. I've never experienced anything like that. And victims do have the right, or should have the right, to know as much as possible. Victims should receive information about authorizations and absences. It's comforting to hear that this bill goes beyond party lines, and we hope that all parties will support this in a nonpartisan manner, because this is the humane thing to do. We feel that the bill is similar to what a Quebec group called for. They wrote a statement saying that it's essential to explain how decisions about eligibility dates and review dates applicable to the offender in respect of temporary absences, releases, or parole are determined. And there's an association in Quebec wondering, though, how exactly this will be done. The member said the member tabling the bill said that people do want to receive this information and that the information must be received in a clear format. This group feels that as soon as sentencing occurs, then we should know what the offender will have a right to when it comes to eligibility dates and releases or parole. For this group, Correctional Services Canada documentation is accessible online about release or parole, but it's very complex. It's written in a complex way. Even experts find it written in a complex way. So when it comes to victims, the Quebec organization feels that the information should be explained very simply and clearly, and that a telephone meeting to explain it should be available. That support should be available through correctional services and should help victims understand the steps to come, which will enhance their feeling of safety. There should be a support service to help people process and understand this information. The Quebec organization is wondering how explanations about how the dates were determined will be communicated with victims. Will this be communicated only in writing? Another question, what types of supports will be available to victims when they receive this information? It's essential to guarantee that this information is communicated with great sensitivity and that victims have the possibility of reaching someone who is trained in victim support. Even if the victim says they want to access this information in writing, we still need to ensure that victims can have an appointment with someone who is trained and sensitive. For instance, someone in the National Victims Support Office. This person can explain the explanations and how those dates will be determined. We feel that this bill is incredibly important. We hope that all members will support this bill so that we can move as quickly as possible to have it passed. We don't want it to end up like the previous version, dead on the order paper. I thank the colleague for moving this bill. We hope that we will be able to move forward quickly. Thank you.
Member for Pickering, Brooklyn.
Mr. Speaker, Madam Speaker, I wish to thank the Honourable Member of Kamloops for sponsoring this legislation. I also wish to thank all members who have contributed or who will contribute to our consideration of this bill. As you know, Madam Speaker, this legislation has already been tabled by the members opposite in previous sessions. It's an important, non-partisan bill that focuses on the rights of victims of crime and their families. Our government firmly believes that victims across Canada deserve our compassion, respect, and support. Under the current federal law, victims of crime are entitled to receive certain information about the person or persons who harmed them. This information includes eligibility dates and review dates applicable to the offender of temporary absences or parole. If adopted, Bill C-221 amends the law so victims of crime would be entitled to know not only when offenders could be released, but also how officials determine these eligibility dates. Victims of crime and their families want clarity when it comes to the justice system. They also want transparency and they want their voices to be heard. Bill C-221 would give victims and their families the clarity and transparency they seek. It would help victims to get information about key eligibility and review dates up front. At the same time, Bill C-221 is no way detracts from the rights of offenders. Their privacy and legal entitlements are in no way diminished or threatened. Madam Speaker, the bill also aligns with the advancements we have made in this country to recognize and uphold the rights of victims of crime. Our understanding of those rights and our willingness to apply that knowledge is the work of many people and governments. Governments of all political stripes and members from both sides of the chambers have taken and supported action. This advancement of victims' rights began in Canada in 1988. That year, the House first endorsed the Canadian Statement of Basic Principles of Justice for Victims of Crime. This watershed development had soon followed by federal law that gave victims of crime a voice at sentencing hearing. Since then, Madam Speaker, successive governments have affirmed the rights of victims based on our growing understanding of the needs. Madam Speaker, in this progress, the results of Canada's evolving understanding of the rights of victims of crime and our willingness to apply that knowledge, Bill C-221 continues these sensible, not partisan, multi-generational advancements. This legislation makes clear that members of this House have collectively heard victims' voices, and we are acting upon it. And I wanted to thank the House for hearing me today.
It being 5:34, the time provided for consideration of private members' business and means it has now expired, and the order is dropped to the bottom of the order of precedence on the order paper. À l'ordre, à ce moment-ci.
Order. Pursuant to Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
Regina Lulon.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy to join today in the evening adjourned debate. And I did ask a question a few weeks ago around the price of food increases, but I'm sure my colleagues will give me 1 second to give a big shout out and congratulations to our very own Saskatchewan Roughriders, the 2025 Grey Cup champions. And I had the opportunity, actually, on Sunday to watch the game with all three of my children, and I'm proud to report that this is the first time the Riders have won the Grey Cup when all three of them were alive, because they haven't won since 2013. So it was a joy for me to have the time to experience watching the Grey Cup victory by our Riders with my three children, Jameson, Claire, and Nixon. It was a great family bonding experience. So I'd like to get into the really crux of my argument, and we've been talking about this for the last couple of months or couple of years, Madam Speaker, about the continued food price increases in our country. And we know that there's data that food prices over the last 10 years have increased higher in Canada than the States, actually 48% higher. And we know the inflation has been caused by several things. One, the industrial carbon tax. Two, package taxes on food in grocery stores. And when you talk about the industrial carbon tax, some things my friends and colleagues from across the way don't understand is it gets taxed each and every link along the transportation route. Food doesn't just magically appear in grocery stores. It has to get there. It has to get from the field to the grocery stores. So the tax is paid by our farmers, by our truckers, and by the grocery stores to keep the lights on and keep food cooled is also included in this ever-increasing cost. And whoever will answer my question, I think food prices are a conversation across this country. I know, Madam Speaker, in my riding, I've been home all week. Every time we have a conversation, someone that comes into our constituency office, they're talking about the ever-increasing price of life. There is an affordability crisis in our country, Madam Speaker, and it starts at the kitchen table. I know lots of families that the parents don't eat any of the meat at the supper table until the kids are done eating, just to make sure that there's enough for the kids to eat. And that's something that should never happen in our country. We produce the highest quality food, great Canadian beef, we produce the best crops, and that should be something that makes sure our country can and does have affordable food prices. I'd also mention that in our country, we've seen the food bank usage double over the last 10 years. Canada is the breadbasket of the world, and for seeing more people, especially in the middle class, going to the food bank instead of the grocery store is an indictment on what this Liberal government has done over the past 10 years to food prices. If you tax the farmer who produces the food, and you tax the trucker who ships the food, you tax the consumer at the grocery store that buys the food, Madam Speaker. And I'd like to have some answers on, I remember the Minister of Finance, a couple years ago said food prices would drop by Thanksgiving. That was 3 years ago. I remember him making that solid commitment. Well, food prices have continued to increase, and they see that, and there just isn't enough paycheck at the end of the month for people to buy groceries, and it's something that has to be fixed in our country. So I'm looking forward to the response from the member opposite.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would too like to start by congratulating the Saskatchewan Roughriders. Little known fact that my stepmother is a born and bred Swift Current resident, and she moved into our home in 1994, and she's a diehard Saskatchewan Roughrider. Madam Speaker, I rise to address the member opposite's question and to set the record straight that there is no such thing as a food packaging tax in Canada, and there is no industrial carbon tax on groceries. These claims simply do not reflect the facts. What Canada has in place are practical evidence-based measures designed to reduce pollution, support competitiveness, and build a clean economy for the future. Industrial carbon pricing for example, applies only to large emitters, the biggest polluters in the country. It does not apply to farmers. It does not apply to consumers. It does not apply at the grocery store checkouts. The system is structured to keep Canadian industries competitive while achieving emission reductions at the lowest possible cost. Canada's federal output-based pricing system gives companies options. They can innovate to cut emissions, purchase credits from innovators, or invest in cleaner processes. It is not a charge on families. It is a framework that rewards cleaner operations and helps Canada stay competitive in a global economy that is rapidly decarbonizing. Madam Speaker, let's be clear about food prices. The federal fuel charge was removed from farm fuels on April 1st of this year. Experts agree that higher food prices are being driven primarily by global forces, supply chain disruptions, the war in Ukraine, and energy price volatility. None of these factors stem from Canada's climate policies. In fact, it has been clearly shown that the industrial carbon pricing adds virtually no cost to commercial goods. As for the so-called food packaging tax, the regulations on single-use plastics are not taxes at all. They are straightforward environmental rules that prevent harmful plastics like checkout bags, cutlery, and certain types of food containers from ending up in our rivers, our oceans, and streams. These rules are expected to prevent more than 1 million tons of plastic waste over the next decade. Many Canadian businesses have already adapted, often finding that reusable or recyclable alternatives save money over time. Finally, the clean fuel regulations does not require fuel prices to increase. It is protecting the environment and human health by significantly reducing greenhouse gas emissions. It also spurring tens in billions in investments in clean fuel projects across the country, creating good jobs and positioning Canada to compete globally. Madam Speaker, these are not taxes on food. They are smart, practical measures that protect Canadians from the rising cost of pollution and climate change. Thank you.
Member for Regina Lubon.
Well, I appreciate the talking points from my colleague opposite, but Sylvain Charlebois, the food professor, well known on social media, would completely disagree with everything that member just said. He said it is government policy that has been directly linked to food price increases. He said the policies that they've had, like the industrial carbon tax, have increased the food prices. So forgive my member opposite if I'm going to take the word of the professor, Sylvain Charlebois, over his. And this Prime Minister said he'll be judged by the prices at the grocery store. Prices have continued to go up. He cannot deny the fact that prices have continued to go up for food for all Canadians from coast to coast, especially in rural and remote areas where they do see, because trucking companies do pay an industrial carbon tax on shipping food. Thus, though that food is more expensive because it's more expensive to get to rural and remote areas. How could he possibly deny that fact?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to be clear, Canada's environmental policies are designed to reduce pollution and drive innovation, not to raise grocery prices. Clean fuel projects like Imperial Oil's renewable diesel factory in Alberta, Char Technologies, clean energy projects in Ontario and Quebec, and Air Products hydrogen complex in Edmonton are creating jobs and keeping Canadians competitive in the global clean economy. Eliminating these measures, as the member opposite suggests, would risk investment, cost jobs, and increase pollution. Canadians deserve solutions that protect affordability today and build a sustainable and competitive economy for the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke.
Madam Speaker, I'm pleased to rise on behalf of the fiscally sane people of Algonquin, Renfrew, Pembroke. Recently, I had asked this reckless spending government's minister if he could cancel their plan to hike the price of fuel in the budget. Well, the budget is out and the tax is still on. This tax is just one of many the Liberals have brought in. These taxes, they're hidden and quietly eat away at the purchasing power of Canadians. The response from the Liberal Secretary of State, put up to shield the minister, shows how the Liberal Party at its core just doesn't get it. Canadians spend more on taxes than anything else. They spend more on taxes than they do on housing. Government is the single most expensive purchase we make. Yet these Liberals have the gall to stand here and tell us that making government more expensive is an affordability measure. No shock here. After all, this is the same party that ran on the slogan, "Eat cake and have it too."
But the brazenness with which they trick Canadians is shocking. They promised a generational change, but what they meant is that it would be a generation before anything changes. They promised cuts, no cuts to the public service, but now frontline workers are being laid off and Canadians are left on hold. They promised no cuts to transfers or people or provinces. Now they're cutting veterans' benefits and student grants. Despite those cuts to people who did not vote Liberal in the last election, they are posting one of the biggest deficits in history. Their slogan should have been more spending, fewer services. Canadians are rightfully asking, where are my tax dollars going? Well, despite their best efforts to silence the parliamentary budget officer, the truth is out. The Brookfield Prime Minister has reclassified corporate welfare as an investment. And that's no surprise considering who he has running the government. Canada's clerk of the Privy Council lives in a turnstile. 1 year, he's the top finance bureaucrat bringing in corporate welfare for the electric utilities. The next year, he's the CEO of an electric utility. 1 year, he's running Montreal's transit company. Another year, he is head of Trudeau's infrastructure bank, giving money away to Montreal's transit company. His is not much different from the resume of our Prime Minister, moving from an investment bank to a finance department, from central banks to investment firms. While some in the media have focused on the Prime Minister's significant conflicts of interest, when you look at the strategy he took at Brookfield, how could it not be? Under his watch, Brookfield targeted companies at the nexus of business and government. As CEO, he would invest in something such as a modular home building company. Then, as a former central banker, he would lobby governments to build more modular housing. Now he's Prime Minister and holding photo ops in front of modular housing, which he will fund with our tax dollars. This is what so many people get wrong about the World Economic Forum. There's no conspiracy. It's just a bunch of executives from public services playing a game of musical chairs with executives from global companies. They sit around in a circle like a bunch of good old boys, patting themselves on the back for being so clever. Then they all fly home to implement bad policies or invest in bad companies. When it all fails, they use even more taxpayer dollars to bail each other out. Carney's friends get 6- and 7-figure salaries, while Canadians get laid off. I'm sorry, Madam. Please, I apologize. Madam Speaker, the real Liberal Party slogan, spend less on Canadians, invest more with their corporate friends.
Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Environment and Climate Change.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canadians expect a government that protects affordability and secures their future and their children's future, not one or the other. The opposition paints climate action as a bill Canadians cannot afford, but what Canadians cannot afford is inaction. Climate-driven droughts, wildfires, and storms are already disrupting our supply chains and our agricultural sector and our communities. Those events raise costs for more than the climate solutions we are putting in place. Let's be clear, climate action is not a luxury, it is an economic necessity. And when we talk about costs, we need the facts. The opposition suggests that cancelling the clean fuel regulations would magically lower grocery bills or fuel costs. Madam Speaker, that is wishful thinking. Prices today are being pushed by global energy volatility, supply chain pressures, and corporate pricing power. Eliminating climate policy does not make world oil prices drop. The clean fuel regulations have helped drive tens of billions in investments across Canada in projects such as low-carbon fuels and carbon capture and storage. These projects support good-paying jobs for thousands of Canadians across this country. As announced September 5th, we are making targeted changes to the CFR to further support Canada's biofuel sector while maintaining the primary purpose of the regulation to reduce emissions. Excuse me. Canadians want leadership that protects jobs while protecting the planet. They want clean energy growth, competitive industries, and secure, affordable futures for their children. That is why our government is committed to smart, fair, predictable climate policy that strengthens the economy rather than undermines it. This is about responsibly managing today's costs while safeguarding tomorrow's prosperity, Madam Speaker, and that is the Canadian way. Thank you.
The honourable member for Algonquin, Pembroke Brentford.
Madam Speaker, my favorite Liberal talking point is when they compare Canada to the other G7 countries. It feels like when a teenager comes home drunk for the first time and protests, well, all the other kids were drunker. It's a bit like their claim that inflation wasn't their fault because there was inflation in other countries. I guess it was just a coincidence that all those other countries were running big deficits too. I know for some people, when a bunch of governments enact the same policies using the same propaganda, it can look nefarious. The truth is, these corporate progressive types just aren't very creative. They copy each other's policies and slogans in a desperate attempt to sell us the same corporatist, technocratic agenda. We don't need liberal protectionism, mandates, or subsidies. We need to cut the competition-killing regulation, enforce the competition promotion regulations, and then just get out of the way so Canadians can build a brighter future.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And affordability matters, and so does economic security. The government will continue to pursue policies that protect workers, strengthen competitiveness, and ensure Canada leads in the clean energy future. That is how we build an economy that works on Canadians today and delivers opportunity for the next generation, for my children's generation, and 6-7 generations ahead. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, my question is very simple. So I'm hoping the member doesn't just read her speech that was written by the Prime Minister's office, by the Prime Minister's office. So my question. Does the Liberal government believe that smoking fentanyl and meth should be legal or illegal?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Minister of Health.
Madam Speaker, at a time when every community in this country is grappling with the devastating impacts of the toxic drug and overdose crisis, it's profoundly disappointing to see this issue reduced to clips and outrage instead of serious dialogue. Canadians expect better from us. They deserve a conversation rooted in facts, not theatrics. And the facts are clear. It is provinces and territories, not the federal government, who decide whether safe consumption sites may operate. Every provincial and territorial minister of health can issue or refuse exemption under the Controlled Drugs and Substances Act. Health Canada reviews applications only after applicants demonstrate full compliance with local, municipal, and provincial requirements and show robust safety measures to protect clients and surrounding communities. If they cannot do that, the application does not proceed. Our role to support communities through targeted investments, including the Youth Mental Health Fund, giving young people earlier access to care and reducing emergency room pressures, expanded funding to the Substance Use and Addictions Program for prevention, treatment, and harm reduction, continued support through the Emergency Treatment Fund for urgent provincial and territorial needs, and through Budget 2025, strengthen enforcement and border measures to disrupt the illegal drug supply poisoning Canadians. These are the investment that saves lives and support communities, not shortcuts, not slogans. Mr. Speaker, safe consumption sites are one tool in a much broader response. This crisis does not lend itself to theatrics. It demands seriousness and leadership. Families who have lost loved ones deserve to see us rise to that responsibility. Every community is hurting. Every family touched by this crisis is grieving. They're looking to this House for clarity, compassion, and a thoughtful, evidence-based plan forward. Our government understands that we can protect communities and care for people struggling with addiction. Responsible leadership requires both.
The honourable member for Riding Mountain.
Well, Madam Speaker, I guess she picked the speech prepared for her by the Prime Minister's office. So I'll ask the question again. Does the Liberal government believe that smoking fentanyl and meth should be legal or illegal?
Parliamentary Secretary.
Madam Speaker, the gravity of this crisis requires a measured and serious approach. We owe it to Canadians and to the dignity of this House to do better. Our government continues to work closely with provinces and territories, supporting them through the Emergency Treatment Fund and the Substance Use and Addictions Program, and strengthening enforcement to disrupt illegal drug supply. These priorities are not mutually exclusive, and responsible leaders do not pretend that they are. This crisis requires empathy, evidence, and action, not division. Mr. Speaker, let us bring more honor to this House by meeting this moment with the seriousness, the compassion, and the integrity Canadians expect of us. Thank you.
The motion to adjourn the House is now deemed to have been adopted. Accordingly, this House stands adjourned until tomorrow at 2 p.m. pursuant to Standing Order 24-1.
you.